Greetings to both new and returning IT enthusiasts. Certification Cynergy is excited to introduce yet another comprehensive IT training course just for you. Whether you are continuing with us after moving on from our CompTIA A Plus Core 1 training, or you are discovering us for the first time, welcome to Certification Cynergy. By clicking on this video, you've unlocked access to our complete CompTIA A Plus Core 2 training course. And the best part? It's absolutely free. That's right. This full-length course won't cost you a dime. No hidden fees, no additional content charges, just pure, focused knowledge designed to prepare you thoroughly for the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 certification exam. With that in mind, we're thrilled that you've chosen us to be your guide as you prepare for the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 certification exam. We truly appreciate the chance to share our expertise with you. And just to reiterate, in case you missed it earlier, this comprehensive training course is entirely free and self-paced, available for everyone's benefit. So what makes Certification Cynergy the best IT training in town? Well, besides our strategic and orderly presentation of exam topics, we make learning feel like a walk in the park. You can expect to learn from vivid, comprehensible video segments, all seasoned with a dash of humor, to keep the experience lively. This course isn't just a learning pathway, it's a guided experience. If you are still listening, it is now time to jump right in and discuss what this certification is all about. You might be wondering if this is the course for you. If so, ask yourself, do I have a solid grasp of IT basics, presumably from the CompTIA ITF Plus certification or similar experience? If you answered yes, then you are definitely in the right place. Additionally, though it is not required, you may find your journey a bit easier if you complete our A Plus Core 1 training before attempting this course. This is because many of the A Plus Core 2 topics assume prior knowledge and build upon Core 1 topics. So how do you become CompTIA A Plus certified? And what do I mean by Core 1 and Core 2? It is important to know that this widely recognized credential requires you to successfully pass two separate exams, known as the Core 1 and the Core 2 exams. Each of these exams covers distinct yet complementary domains of IT knowledge. Core 1 focuses on the essentials of hardware and networking, while Core 2 dives deeper into operating systems, security, software applications, and operational procedures. Together, these exams validate the dual spectrum of practical and theoretical expertise that is essential for entry-level IT professionals. Achieving a passing score on both exams is a necessary component to obtaining the CompTIA A Plus certification. As for this course, I will be covering every topic needed to pass the Core 2 part of this two-headed certification beast. Taking a step back, let's understand the overall path to IT foundational mastery. Ideally, you've either earned your CompTIA ITF Plus certification or you've acquired comparable foundational IT skills, which has prepared you for this rigorous A Plus certification. As your guide and educator for this A Plus Core 2 exam, I will do my best to help you build upon your already strong foundational knowledge, equipping you with the expertise needed to tackle and succeed in subsequent certifications, such as the CompTIA Network Plus and the CompTIA Security Plus. This course is designed to be a stepping stone, helping you to grow, while progressively expanding on your IT capabilities. Next, you need to know what IT concepts will be taught in this course. The CompTIA A Plus Core 2 certification exam focuses on the essential IT skills and knowledge needed to complete tasks commonly performed by entry-level IT professionals. To pass, you will need to have the knowledge and skills required to understand operating systems, security concepts, software applications, and operational procedures. Additionally, this exam will assess your knowledge of troubleshooting scenarios related to these topics. Now the current version of the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 certification exam, designated as 220-1102, was launched in April of 2022. The exam consists of 90 multiple-choice and performance-based questions, lovingly referred to as PBQs, that must be completed in 90 minutes. And the passing score is 700 on a scale of 900. Now the scoring system can be a bit confusing, so I will give you a breakdown that works well for us here at Certification Cynergy. If you score below 500, you have some more studying to do. If you score between 500 and 699, You knew more than half the content and just need a bit more understanding to get you across the finish line. Score between 700 and 749, and you knew about 2/3 to 3/4 of the content and you will have passed. With a score of 750 to 799, you knew most of the exam content. Go above 800 and you can tell everyone you crushed it. Anyone scoring 800 plus on a CompTIA exam should be very proud of their accomplishment. If you get a perfect 900 score, contact us immediately, we want to hire you. Okay, not really. But know this. Even seasoned veterans tend to score in the low to mid 800 range. I hope you find this scoring breakdown helpful when evaluating your exam results. Now we need to discuss the heart of this exam. The exam objectives. For those of you who watched our ITF Plus or A Plus Core 1 training course videos, you will surely remember that the exam objectives are a document that outlines the parameters for studying for and eventually taking a certification exam. It will include exam items like how many questions, the question format or what type of questions you will be asked, and the requirements to pass the exam. The exam objectives will also outline the topics you will be tested on. At the highest level, the exam is broken into domains. The domains for the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 exam, 220-1102, are shown here with a percentage value next to them. The percentage refers to how many questions can be expected from each domain when you take your exam. Each domain is then broken into exam objectives. Here we can see the first domain for the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 certification exam is operating systems, and the first exam objective in this domain is identify basic features of Microsoft Windows editions. Within this exam objective are the exam topics. Exam Objective 1.1 starts with topics focused on Windows 10 editions. Don't worry if you do not understand some of these topics yet, as this is the reason for this course. So why have I spent so much time breaking down the exam objectives? That is because they are super important and often overlooked. The exam objectives are a roadmap to success. They provide a clear path of what to study and keep you on track. Additionally, once you have completed this training course, the exam objectives should act as a final checklist. Taking one last look at the official exam objectives before attempting the certification exam will help focus your thoughts and point you in the direction of any additional study you may need. To download the exam objectives, you can visit the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 product page on our certification Cynergy website. I will also provide a link in the description section of this video and in the comments. Now, as you continue with this training course, I encourage you to watch each video segment as many times as you need to master the topics. Go as fast or as slow as you want. It would also be a great idea to subscribe now, making it easier to find us later. We are always producing new free content and I would hate for you to miss out. CompTIA A Plus Core 2 Complete Training Course. Exam Objective 1.1 Identify basic features of Microsoft Windows editions. Windows 10 editions. To begin our CompTIA A Plus Core 2 training, we have Exam Objective 1.1, which covers some basic information about the Windows 10 operating systems and its various editions. A Windows edition is a specific version of the Windows operating system that comes with a distinct set of features and capabilities designed to meet different user needs. Each edition is tailored for various types of users, such as home users, professionals, or businesses, and offers varying levels of functionality, security, and management tools. The specific Windows editions we will need to cover are Windows 10 Home, Windows 10 Pro, short for Professional, Windows 10 Enterprise, and Windows 10 Education. Windows 10 Home is a version of the Windows operating system specifically designed for personal and home use. It is well suited for individuals and families who use their computers for daily activities such as internet browsing, media consumption, social networking, and casual gaming. Students also find Windows 10 Home ideal for schoolwork, research, and online classes. Overall, Windows 10 Home offers a user-friendly and robust environment for general productivity tasks, making it perfect for those who need a straightforward and efficient operating system for everyday computing. Windows 10 Pro is an edition of the Windows operating system designed for professionals and small businesses. It includes all the features of Windows 10 Home but adds advanced functionalities tailored to business users and professionals. This edition is ideal for those who need enhanced security, comprehensive device management, and efficient productivity tools. It is particularly beneficial for small to medium-sized businesses that manage multiple devices and users, offering robust support for networking, data protection, and remote work capabilities. Additionally, Windows 10 Pro for workstations is a variation of the Pro edition, offering the same features but with support for more RAM, making it suitable for demanding workloads. While Windows 10 Pro is tailored for small to medium-sized businesses and professional users, Windows 10 Enterprise takes it a step further by offering an extensive set of features aimed at larger organizations and enterprises. Windows 10 Enterprise is designed for businesses that require a higher level of security, advanced management capabilities, and robust productivity tools. It includes all the features of Windows 10 Pro, along with additional functionalities that enhance security and streamline IT management. Windows 10 Enterprise is ideal for large organizations with complex IT infrastructures, providing advanced threat protection, data loss prevention, and comprehensive device and application management. This edition is particularly suited for businesses that need to protect sensitive data, comply with regulatory requirements, and ensure the smooth operation of numerous devices across multiple locations. With its focus on scalability, security, and manageability, Windows 10 Enterprise is the go-to choice for larger enterprises. Windows 10 Education Edition is specifically designed to meet the needs of educational institutions, including schools, colleges, and universities. This edition offers all the features of Windows 10 Enterprise but is tailored to provide an optimal learning and teaching environment. Windows 10 Education provides advanced security and management tools, enabling IT administrators to manage devices and applications efficiently across large educational networks. It also supports features that facilitate learning, such as access to educational apps, tools for collaboration, and resources for classroom management. This edition is ideal for institutions that need to deploy and manage a large number of devices while ensuring a secure and conducive environment for students and educators. Now that we have covered the different Windows editions, I have some additional information about this particular certification exam. The current version of the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 is heavily focused on Windows 10. You might encounter a few references to Windows 7 or Windows 11, but if it's not specifically stated, you are most likely being tested on your Windows 10 knowledge. Furthermore, this certification covers a wide range of topics focused primarily on the Windows operating system, with only minimal coverage of other operating systems like macOS and Linux. If you encounter a question on your certification exam about another operating system, aside from Windows, it will be clearly stated somewhere in the question. Exam Objective 1.1 Identify basic features of Microsoft Windows editions. Windows 10 features. In this video, we will cover just a few of the many key features Windows 10 has to offer. My goal is to give you a basic understanding of each feature listed in the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 exam objectives and inform you which Windows 10 editions support that feature. The specific features we will cover are Windows Workgroup, Domain Access, Remote Desktop Protocol, BitLocker, and the Group Policy Editor. We will also discuss Windows OS RAM limitations. One of the fundamental differences between Windows 10 editions is the support for Windows Workgroups versus Domain Access. A Windows Workgroup is a simple peer-to-peer network model that allows computers to share files and printers without a centralized management system. Each computer in a workgroup is responsible for its own security and settings. Workgroups are supported by all Windows 10 editions but are best suited for home environments and small offices, as Microsoft recommends connecting no more than 20 computers to a Windows workgroup. Domain access is an alternative to workgroups when networks become larger or when centralized management is needed. In a domain, one or more servers, referred to as domain controllers, manage all computers, users, and security within the network centrally. This setup is ideal for larger organizations and enterprises, providing centralized management and enhanced security. Domain access is supported by Windows 10 Pro, Pro for Workstations, Enterprise, and Education editions. Needless to say, if you don't see the option to join a domain, you probably have Windows 10 Home installed. Now that we've covered Windows network models, let's move on to another important feature, Remote Desktop Protocol or RDP. RDP allows users to remotely connect to and control another computer over a network connection. This feature is particularly useful for accessing work computers from home or managing multiple machines from a single device. Windows 10 Pro, Pro for Workstations, Enterprise, and Education editions support RDP natively, while Windows 10 Home Edition does not include built-in RDP server or host software. Therefore, if you want to fully utilize RDP natively within Windows, you will have to spend a bit more and upgrade to Windows Pro. Next, we have BitLocker, a Windows security feature designed to protect your data. BitLocker is a full disk encryption feature that helps protect your data by encrypting the entire drive. It ensures that even if your device is lost or stolen, the data remains inaccessible without the proper decryption key. BitLocker is supported by Windows 10 Pro, Pro for Workstations, Enterprise, and Education editions. Unfortunately, Windows 10 Home Edition does not include BitLocker. So, if you are a single user who wants to encrypt their entire hard drive with BitLocker, you might need to upgrade to Windows 10 Pro Edition. Now we will move on to the Local Group Policy Editor. First off, Group Policy is a feature that allows administrators to control and configure operating system settings and user environments. These policies can be instituted locally on a single device or across multiple computers within a domain. For example, an administrator could enforce password complexity requirements or restrict access to certain applications for all users on a single device or every device within the network domain. Group policy is crucial for maintaining security and consistency across an organization. This is a larger topic that will be discussed later, so for now, let's focus on the Local Group Policy Editor and see which Windows 10 editions support this feature. The Local Group Policy Editor is a feature that allows administrators to control and configure operating system settings and user environments locally or on a single device. Or better yet, it is a control panel for settings on your computer. Imagine you are a parent setting rules for your kids on what they can or cannot do at home. Similarly, the Local Group Policy Editor lets an administrator set rules on what users can or cannot do on the local computer. For example, it can be used to prevent users from changing the desktop wallpaper or require them to use strong passwords. It's a tool that gives administrators control over computer settings. This feature is available in Windows 10 Pro, Pro for Workstations, Enterprise, and Education editions, but not in Windows 10 Home Edition. So naturally, if you are missing the option to update the local group policies for device users and the Local Group Policy Editor is not available, you probably have Windows 10 Home installed. Finally, let's discuss Windows OS RAM limitations. The amount of RAM that each Windows 10 edition supports can impact the performance of your computer, especially when running memory-intensive applications. Windows 10 Home supports up to 128 GB of RAM, which is generally sufficient for home and light professional use. Windows 10 Pro supports up to 2 TB of RAM, catering to more demanding applications and professional use cases. Windows 10 Pro for Workstations and Enterprise editions support up to 6 TB of RAM, ideal for high-performance workstations and enterprise-level tasks. Windows 10 Education supports up to 2 TB of RAM, which is more than suitable for educational institutions. Additionally, it's important to note that all 32-bit versions of Windows 10, regardless of the edition, are limited to 4 GB of RAM. This limitation exists because 32-bit systems can only address up to 4 GB of memory space due to the way in which these systems handle memory addressing. Exam Objective 1.1 Identify basic features of Microsoft Windows editions. Upgrade paths. When discussing Windows installation methods, it's essential to understand the differences between an in-place upgrade and a clean install, as both have their distinct advantages and scenarios for use. An in-place upgrade involves installing a new version of Windows over an existing installation. Most importantly, this method preserves all personal files, settings, and installed applications. Additionally, this method saves time and effort by retaining the user's existing environment, requiring less reconfiguration and reinstallation of software. However, in an imperfect world, it can also carry over existing problems such as system errors, malware, or corrupted files. On the other hand, a clean install involves erasing the hard drive and installing Windows from scratch, providing a completely fresh start. This method ensures that no remnants of old systems, malware, or corrupted files remain, often resulting in better performance and fewer issues. The clean install allows for complete customization and setup from the ground up. However, it is more time-consuming and requires backing up and restoring all personal files and reinstalling applications, leading to potential data loss if not properly managed. The choice between these methods can vary depending on the Windows edition and version in use. Microsoft provides lookup tables that detail when an in-place upgrade is feasible, offering clear guidelines for upgrading to Windows 10 from earlier versions like Windows 7 and Windows 8.1. These tables help determine if the current edition and version are compatible with an in-place upgrade, ensuring a smooth transition while retaining files, settings, and applications. For instance, Windows 7 users can refer to these tables to verify if their system supports an in-place upgrade to Windows 10. If the scenario meets the criteria, an in-place upgrade can proceed, simplifying the process by keeping existing files and applications intact. However, if the scenario does not meet the requirements, the tables will indicate the need for a clean install, which involves wiping the hard drive and starting fresh. Similarly, Windows 8.1 users can use the lookup tables to check for compatibility with Windows 10. These tables outline the specific scenarios that support an in-place upgrade, allowing users to retain their current setup. If an in-place upgrade is not feasible due to incompatibilities or other issues, the tables will guide users toward performing a clean install, ensuring a successful and stable transition to Windows 10. As for those who are already using Windows 10, the lookup tables can also be used when switching to a different edition of Windows 10. A perfect example would be to use this table to determine if an in-place upgrade is supported when transitioning from Windows 10 Home Edition to Windows 10 Pro. By consulting the appropriate lookup table, we can confirm that an in-place upgrade is indeed possible for this scenario. Exam Objective 1.2. Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Command line navigation. Navigating the Windows command line interface, or CLI for short, is an essential skill for IT professionals because, believe it or not, sometimes you won't have the luxury of a graphical user interface. Picture it like this: the CLI is your backstage pass to the inner workings of your computer. Thus, a bit of CLI knowledge goes a long way. In this video, we will cover some basic commands that will significantly enhance your ability to navigate and manage files and folders from within the CLI. So let's dive in and become command line wizards. First up, we have the CD command. Now, think of your computer's file system as a giant filing cabinet with countless drawers and folders. The CD, or change directory command, is like your key to open these drawers and folders. Using CD, you can move into different folders or go back to previous directories, allowing you to access and manage files within those directories. For example, if you type the command cd documents in the CLI, it's like saying, "Take me to the documents folder." Here, we move away from the folder labeled Rosie and towards the documents folder, which is inside it. We call documents, in this case, a subdirectory as it resides inside Rosie's folder. This is also considered a downward movement in the directory structure because you are moving deeper into the hierarchy of folders, from a parent directory, Rosie, to one of its child directories, documents. Conversely, if you type the command cd ... you're telling the system, "Let's go back up one level," similar to stepping out of a subfolder and back into its parent folder. Additionally, you can teleport directly to a specific location in the file system by using an absolute path, such as the command cd /program files. By specifying an absolute path, we can jump directly to the designated folder. No need to take the scenic route through every folder along the way. Next, we have the dir, or dir command, which is used to list the contents of the current directory, displaying subdirectories and files within it. This command is particularly useful for quickly viewing the contents of a directory and obtaining information about the subdirectories and files stored there. When you type dir and hit enter, you'll see a detailed list of everything in your current location. For instance, if you're in Rosie's folder and type dir, once you press the enter key, you'll see subfolders like documents, pictures, and videos. Using the dir command is like having a quick peek inside to see what's available. With cd and dir in your toolkit, you can navigate and explore your computer's file structure like a pro. But wait, there's more. Let's say you want to create a new folder to organize your files. Enter the md command, which stands for make directory, to create or make new directories within the file system. You can also use the command mkdir, which does the same thing. For example, type the command md, followed by the name of the directory you wish to create, and voila, the command generates a new folder with that name in the current directory. And with that bit of knowledge, congratulations, you're now a directory creating master. Now, what if you need to remove a folder you no longer need? Meet the rd command, which stands for remove directory, or its twin, rmdir. These commands are your cleanup crew, ready to get rid of empty directories. Remember, they can only delete folders that are completely empty, meaning no sneaky subdirectories or files hiding inside. For our next trick, let's take the backups folder we just created. Now we are going to remove this empty folder using the rd command. To remove it, you simply type rd backups and hit enter. Just like that, the empty backups folder is gone. Easy, right? Now, to wrap things up, let's talk about drive letters. In the Windows operating system, drive letters are like addresses for different storage devices, such as hard drives, SSDs, optical drives, and USB flash drives. Each drive gets a unique letter, like C, D, or E. This system makes it easy to find and manage files across different devices. By default, the main drive, usually where the Windows operating system files are installed, gets the C label. Additional drives or partitions get the next letters in line unless another letter is specifically selected. And there you have it. You now have the basics to navigate and manage files using the Windows CLI. Remember, every great IT professional started right where you are now, learning one command at a time. Keep practicing, don't be afraid to make mistakes, and soon you'll navigate the CLI like a seasoned pro. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. ipconfig. The command line interface comes with a vast array of tools. We have learned how to navigate and manipulate the different file systems of a device. Now, let's explore the other tools the CLI has to offer. In the next several videos, we will do just that. First up on our journey is a tool that every IT professional should be familiar with, ipconfig. The ipconfig command is a powerful utility used in Windows operating systems to display and manage the network settings of a computer. It provides crucial information about your network interfaces, such as the device's network or host name, IP addresses, subnet masks, and default gateways, helping IT professionals troubleshoot and configure network connections. Alright, let's roll up our sleeves and get cozy with ipconfig. Imagine your computer as a busy office, and the ipconfig command as your go-to office manager who knows everything about the network setup. When you type ipconfig in the command prompt and press enter, you're essentially asking this office manager to give you a detailed rundown of the network status. The most basic use of the command is to type the command by itself. Some of the items we need to know and pay attention to at this point in our studies are the IP address assigned to your network adapters, the subnet masks defining your local networks, and the default gateways, which is the pathway your computer uses to communicate with other networks like the internet. Now, let's delve deeper with ipconfig/all. This command provides even more comprehensive information about your network configuration. When you run ipconfig/all, you get detailed information about each network adapter, including the device's host name, the physical hardware or MAC addresses for each network adapter, DHCP server information, DNS server information, and more. This is incredibly useful for troubleshooting more complex network issues and understanding the complete network configuration. Now, that information might be helpful, but ipconfig is more than just a status report. It can also help you actively manage your network settings. For example, if your computer can't connect to the network, you might need to refresh your IP address. If you are working with a DHCP server, you can do this by typing ipconfig/release which releases your current DHCP settings, followed by ipconfig/renew, which requests new settings from the DHCP server. Think of this as asking the office manager to reassign your desk to a new location. It can resolve conflicts and get you back online with a fresh start. Another useful feature is ipconfig/flush DNS. DNS, or Domain Name System, is like the Office phone directory, translating website names and host names into IP addresses so you can find and connect to them. Sometimes, this directory gets outdated or corrupted, leading to connection problems. Running ipconfig/flush DNS clears out the old entries, ensuring your computer gets the latest information. It's like updating the Office directory to ensure everyone's extension numbers are current. For more detailed troubleshooting, you can use ipconfig/display DNS to view the current DNS entries cached on your computer. This can help you identify if there are outdated or incorrect entries causing issues. Let's consider a real-world scenario. Suppose you're in an office and a colleague can't access the company's shared files. The first step might be to run ipconfig on their computer to check their network settings. If you find that their IP address is missing or incorrect, you might choose to use ipconfig/release and ipconfig/renew to obtain a new IP address from the DHCP server. If they're having trouble accessing a specific website, ipconfig/flush DNS might help by clearing out any problematic DNS entries. Either way, at least you have one more tool you can use when network issues arise. Exam Objective 1.2. Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Ping. Let's continue our journey through the CLI toolbox and explore another essential tool, ping. The ping command is a network utility used to test the reachability of a host on an IP network. Ping can also measure the round-trip time for messages sent between two devices. It's one of the most fundamental tools for network diagnostics. Imagine you're trying to contact a friend to see if they're home. You send a message and wait for a response. If they reply, you know they're there and how long it took for them to respond. Similarly, ping sends out small packets of data, known as echo requests, to a specific IP address and waits for a response, known as echo replies. This process helps determine if the destination host is reachable and how long it takes for the packets to travel to the destination and back. When you use the ping command, you can quickly determine if there is a network connection between your computer and another device. For example, to ping Google's DNS server, you would type ping 8.8.8.8. In this example, the command sends 4 packets to the IP address 8.8.8.8 and receives replies from it. The results show the round-trip time for each packet and a summary of the statistics, including the number of packets sent, received, and lost. A 0% loss indicates a stable connection to the target IP address. The ping command can be particularly useful in various scenarios. For basic connectivity tests, if a user reports they can't access a website or service, the first step is to ping the server to check if it is reachable. If you get replies, the server is reachable, and the issue might be with something other than network connectivity. For latency measurement, the time it takes for the packets to travel back and forth, measured in milliseconds, helps gauge the latency of the connection. High latency can indicate network congestion or issues with the network path. For packet loss detection, if packets are lost during the ping test, it suggests there might be a problem with the network link or the destination server, indicating potential issues like network congestion, faulty hardware, or misconfigurations. The ping command is a simple yet powerful tool that can quickly give you insights into your network's health. By understanding and using ping, you can efficiently diagnose and troubleshoot network connectivity issues, ensuring smooth and reliable communication within your network. Exam Objective 1.2. Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. TraceRT. The TraceRT command, short for traceroute, is a network diagnostic tool used to track the path that data packets take from your computer to a destination host. It shows each router, or hop, along the way, including the time it takes to reach each router, helping identify where delays or failures occur in the network route. Imagine you're sending a letter through the mail, and you want to know every post office it passes through before reaching its final destination. The traceRT command does something similar, but for data packets. It sends packets to the destination and records each router, or hop, that forwards the packet along the way. To use the traceRT command, you simply type traceRT followed by the domain name or IP address of the destination you want to trace. For example, to trace the route to google.com, you would type traceRT google.com and press enter. In this example, the traceRT command shows the route taken by packets to reach google.com. Each line represents a hop, including the round-trip time in milliseconds for each of 3 probes sent to each hop. The IP address or hostname of each router along the path is also displayed, allowing you to identify where any delays or issues might occur. The traceRT command is particularly useful in identifying network bottlenecks. If you experience slow network performance, traceRT can help you pinpoint where the delay is occurring. By analyzing the time taken for each hop, you can identify if a specific router or network segment is causing the slowdown. While the previously learned ping command can tell you if there's a delay, traceRT can show you exactly where the delay is happening. Additionally, it is invaluable for troubleshooting connection issues. If you cannot reach a particular website or service, traceRT can help determine where the connection is failing. By seeing the last successful hop, you can identify whether the issue is within your local network, with your ISP, or further along the path. Unlike ping, which just tells you if the destination is reachable, traceRT provides a step-by-step path to diagnose where the connection stops. Lastly, traceRT helps in understanding network topology. It provides a visual representation of the path data takes through the network, helping you understand the topology and relationships between different network segments and routers. By understanding and using traceRT, you can gain insights into the paths your data takes, identify points of failure or delay, and understand the structure of the networks you interact with. This complements the ping command by providing a more detailed view of the network path and identifying specific points of failure. So, next time you face a network challenge, remember to use traceRT. It's your tool for mapping the journey of your data. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Path ping. The path ping command is a network utility that combines the functionality of ping and traceRT to provide detailed information about network latency and packet loss at each hop between a source and destination. This makes path ping a powerful tool for diagnosing network issues, as it offers more comprehensive insights than either ping or traceRT alone. Imagine you're not only sending a letter through the mail and tracking each post office it passes through, but also checking the time taken and potential delays at each stop. The path ping command does just that for data packets. It first traces the route to the destination and then pings each hop along the route multiple times, providing statistics that help identify where packet loss and latency occur. To use the path ping command, you type path ping followed by the domain name or IP address of the destination you want to analyze. For example, to analyze the path to google.com, you would type path ping google.com and press enter. In this example, path ping first shows the route taken by packets to reach google.com, similar to traceRT. It then provides detailed statistics for each hop, including round-trip time and packet loss. This helps pinpoint where delays and packet loss occur along the route, offering more detailed diagnostics than ping or traceRT alone. The path ping command is particularly useful when investigating unstable or intermittent connections, as path ping helps in understanding network performance over time. By analyzing the path and computing statistics for each hop, path ping provides a comprehensive view of the network's health, which is essential for diagnosing intermittent issues that may not be apparent with a simple ping or traceRT test. The path ping command is a versatile tool for network troubleshooting and performance analysis. By understanding and using path ping, you can gain deep insights into the paths your data takes, identify points of failure or delay, and understand the overall health of the networks you interact with. This complements both ping and traceRT by providing a more detailed and comprehensive view of network performance. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Hostname. The hostname command is a simple yet important tool used to display the hostname of your computer. The hostname is a unique name assigned to a computer on a network, making it easier to identify and communicate with other devices within the network. Imagine you're in a room full of people, and each person has a unique name. These names make it possible to address and communicate with specific individuals directly. Similarly, in a network, each device is given a unique hostname to distinguish it from others. The hostname command helps you check the name of your device. To use the hostname command to display the current hostname, you simply type hostname in the command prompt and press enter. In this example, desktop-1234 is the hostname of the computer. This command quickly tells you the unique name assigned to the device, which is especially useful in network environments where you need to identify or differentiate between multiple devices. This is the same hostname that is provided using the ipconfig command, but wasn't this a heck of a lot easier? Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Netstat. The netstat command, short for Network Statistics, is a powerful network utility that provides detailed information about network connections, routing tables, and interface statistics. To better understand this command, imagine you're the manager of a super busy office, and you want to see all the phone calls happening at any given moment. The netstat command provides a similar function for your network, giving you a snapshot of all active connections, listening ports, and network interfaces. To use the netstat command, you simply type netstat in the command prompt and press enter. In this example, the netstat command displays all active connections, including the protocol, be it TCP or UDP, local address and port number, foreign address and port number, and the state of each connection. This information helps you understand which connections are established, waiting, or closing. For more detailed statistics, the -e option provides interface statistics, which includes information about the number of bytes and packets sent and received. This detailed information helps monitor and analyze network performance and detect issues such as packet loss or errors. Let's consider a real-world scenario. Suppose you're a technician troubleshooting a laptop that's experiencing slow internet speeds. The user reports that everything was working fine until recently, and now the connection is sluggish, even though they're not running any new programs. You suspect that some background services might be using extra bandwidth, causing the slowdown. Luckily, you now know a command that will help you view and monitor active network connections. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. NSLOOKUP. NSLOOKUP is a command line utility used to query DNS, or domain name system servers, and retrieve information about domain names and IP addresses. It is essential for diagnosing DNS-related issues and verifying that DNS records are correctly configured. DNS functions like the Internet's phonebook, translating human-friendly domain names like example.com into IP addresses that computers use to communicate. The NSLOOKUP command allows you to interact with DNS servers to resolve domain names, check various types of DNS records, and troubleshoot connectivity issues. It can be used to identify whether problems accessing a website or service are due to DNS misconfigurations or other network issues. Imagine you're an IT technician, and a user reports that they cannot access Google's website. They're getting an error saying the site, google.com, can't be found. This kind of issue might be related to DNS problems. To investigate this, you can turn to a trusty tool called NSLOOKUP. First, let's see how NSLOOKUP can be used to resolve a domain name to an IP address. To do this, open the command prompt and type NSLOOKUP followed by the domain name, google.com, and press enter. If you do, the output will look something like this. In this example, NSLOOKUP contacts the DNS server configured on your computer and requests the IP address for google.com. The response shows the IP address 172.217.5.238, indicating that the DNS resolution is working correctly for this site. Well, assuming the IP address displayed is indeed the address of google.com's web server. The versatility of NSLOOKUP makes it an indispensable tool for any IT professional. Whether you're troubleshooting website accessibility, email delivery issues, or verifying DNS record updates, NSLookup provides the insights you need to diagnose and resolve DNS-related problems efficiently. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Check disk. Alright, let's jump into yet another system tool, Check Disk. Check Disk is a command line utility used to check the file system of a volume for logical and physical errors. Simply put, it helps identify and fix problems with storage devices, such as bad sectors, lost clusters, and directory errors, which can cause system slowdowns, crashes, and data corruption. By running Check Disk, a user can potentially recover readable information from bad sectors, ensuring data integrity and improving overall system performance. Additionally, using Check Disk as part of routine maintenance can prevent disk errors from accumulating, thereby maintaining the reliability and efficiency of the computer. To run a basic check on the C drive, you would type chkdsk, followed by the drive letter, C, then press Enter. In this output, the checkdisk command performs 3 stages: examining the basic file system structure, examining file name linkage, and examining security descriptors. It reports the status and verifies that there are no issues with the file system. If errors or bad sectors were found, they would be listed, and additional parameters would be required to fix them. The check disk command is particularly useful in several scenarios. If a computer is running slowly or experiencing frequent crashes, Check Disk can identify and fix underlying disk issues causing the problem. When files become corrupt or inaccessible, Check Disk can help recover the data and repair the file system structures. Regularly running Check Disk as part of a maintenance schedule can prevent disk errors from accumulating and causing larger issues. By incorporating Check Disk into routine maintenance, you ensure the health and integrity of your hard drives, leading to improved system performance and reliability. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. NetUse. The NetUse command is a command line utility used to connect, remove, and configure shared resources like network drives and printers. The NetUse command allows users to map network drives and connect to shared resources easily. Think of it as a way to create a shortcut on your computer that directly links to a folder or printer on another computer within your network. This can be particularly useful in office environments where multiple users need to access shared files or printers. By using NetUse, you can set up these connections quickly and efficiently. For example, suppose you want to connect to a shared folder named Project, located on a device named Server 1. You can map this shared folder to a drive letter on your local device, let's say the drive letter Z, by typing netuse z:\server1\project. Once the command is executed, drive Z will appear in your device, and you can access the contents of the shared folder, named Project, as if it were a local drive on your computer. The netuse command is useful in several ways. It simplifies access to shared resources, making it easy for users to find and use files and printers located on other computers within the network. Additionally, it helps in maintaining a consistent work environment by allowing network drives and printers to be reconnected automatically every time a user logs in. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. NetUser. The NetUser command is a command line utility used to manage user accounts on a computer or domain. In simple terms, the NetUser command lets you add, modify, and delete user accounts on your Windows system. Think of it as a tool to help you create new users, change passwords, and configure account settings without needing to navigate through various menus and windows. This command is particularly useful for system administrators who need to manage multiple user accounts efficiently. Now, a quick note, don't confuse NetUser with NetUse. That would be rather embarrassing. Let's see an example of how the NetUser command works. Suppose you want to create a new user account named John, with the password CompTIA123. You can do this by opening the command prompt with administrative privileges and typing NetUser John, CompTIA123 /add. Then you would press Enter and execute the command. This command creates a new user account, named John, with the specified password. If you need to change the password for John, you can use a similar command. Net user John new password 456. This changes the password for the user account, John, to new password 456. If you want to delete the user account, you can do so with the command net user John / delete. Once you execute this command, the user account John will be removed. In summary, the net user command is a powerful tool for managing user accounts on Windows systems. By mastering this command, you can streamline user account management, enhance security, and ensure that all users have the appropriate access to resources. Just don't forget, net user is for managing user accounts, while net use is for managing network connections. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Disk part. The disk part command is a command line utility used to manage disk partitions on a computer. To put it another way, the disk part command lets you create, delete, and modify disk partitions. Think of it as a powerful tool that helps you organize and manage your computer storage. With disk part, you can resize partitions, assign drive letters, and format volumes, among other tasks. This command is especially useful for system administrators and advanced users who need to perform complex disk management operations. Now this may be a bit beyond the scope of the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 exam, but I think it would be fun to dive into an example to see how disk part works. Suppose you want to create a new disk partition on a hard drive or volume. Here's how you can do it. Step 1. Open the command prompt with administrative privileges and start by typing the command disk part. Step 2. Once disk part is running, you will want to list all the disks to identify the one you want to work with. This is accomplished by typing list disk. Step 3. Select the disk where you want to create the new partition. Suppose it's disk 1. Then you would type select disk 1. Step 4. Create a new primary partition. To do this, type create partition primary. Step 5. List the partitions to confirm your new partition has been created. This requires the command list partition. Step 6. Format the new partition to prepare it for use. The new partition needs a file system. To format a file system, use the command format fs equals ntfs quick. And the partition will be given an ntfs file system. Step 7. Assign a drive letter to the new partition. I think we will use the letter T in this example. Therefore the command here will be assign letter equals T. Now, the new partition is ready to use and will appear with the drive letter T. The disk part command is invaluable for managing disk partitions. It provides detailed control for setting up new disks, resizing partitions, and preparing drives for various operating systems. In capable hands, it is also useful for troubleshooting storage issues, optimizing disk usage, and managing complex disk configurations. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Format. The format command, while it has a few functional overlaps with the previously discussed disk part command, serves a more focused purpose. While disk part primarily manages disk-related tasks like creating, deleting, and resizing partitions, the format command is designed for erasing data and setting up a new file system on a disk. More specifically, the format command can wipe a disk clean and set it up so that it can store files. Think of it like clearing and organizing a new storage area. Before you can use the area to store items efficiently, you need to remove any old clutter and set it up properly. The format command does this for your disks by erasing existing data and creating a file system structure that your computer can use to read and write files to. If you want to wipe and set up a USB drive, making it ready to store new files, you can use the format command. Imagine you have a USB drive labeled as drive E, and you want to format it using the NTFS file system. Here's what you do. Open the command prompt and type this command, format E://fs:/NTFS. Once you run this command and follow the prompts, the USB drive will be wiped clean and set up with the NTFS file system. Just remember, formatting will erase any data currently on the drive. In summary, while DiskPart provides comprehensive disk management capabilities, format is the go-to command for the specific task of preparing disks by erasing data and setting up a new file system. This makes it particularly useful for repurposing disks, installing new operating systems, and changing file systems, ensuring your storage is clean and ready for use. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Copy. The copy command is a basic command line utility that lets you duplicate files and put them in another location. Think of the copy command like making a photocopy of a paper document. You keep the original in one drawer and place the copy in another drawer. This command is handy when you want to back up your important files, move data to a different spot, or simply make an extra copy for safety. And unlike that office photocopier, this command won't jam on you. Here's how you use it. Let's say you have a file called report.txt in your Documents folder, and you want to copy it to a USB drive labeled E. You would type this command, copy, followed by the source location, which is C:\users, /your username, /documents, /report.txt. This is followed by the destination, E:\. Once executed, a copy of report.txt will appear on your USB drive. Quick and easy, right? Keep in mind, the copy command isn't just for local files. You can also use it to copy files to, and from, other network locations. Using the copy command is great for a few reasons. It makes backing up files easy, so you have a spare in case something happens to the original. It helps you keep things organized by moving files to different places without losing the original. Plus, if you need to copy a bunch of files at once, it gets the job done quickly. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Xcopy. The Xcopy command is a command line utility used to copy files and directories, including subdirectories and their contents, from one location to another. Think of Xcopy as the more powerful upgrade to the copy command. While copy is great for duplicating single files or groups of files, Xcopy can handle entire directories and their contents, making it ideal for more complex file management tasks. For example, if you need to copy an entire folder with all its subfolders and files, Xcopy is the tool for the job. Let's say you have a folder called Projects in your Documents folder and you want to copy it, along with all its subfolders and files, to a folder, also named Projects, on a USB drive labeled E. You would use the following command. Xcopy, followed by the source location, which is C:\users, /your username, /documents, /projects. This is followed by the destination, E:\projects. Now this is where Xcopy gets a bit more complicated. Since the Xcopy command is so versatile, we also have to be a bit more specific with our commands to ensure they behave as needed. As such, we will be using the /E option, which tells Xcopy to copy all subdirectories inside the projects folder, including empty ones. Next, the /I option will tell Xcopy to assume the destination provided in the command is a directory, in the event it is not certain. Once executed, a copy of the projects folder, along with all of its contents, will appear on your USB drive. Keep in mind, the Xcopy command isn't just for local files. You can also use it to copy files to, and from, other network locations. The Xcopy command offers significant advantages over the copy command. It can copy entire directories along with their subdirectories and files, while the copy command is limited to single files. Xcopy also handles complex directory structures, and includes various options for selective copying, which can skip specified files as needed. In summary, while the copy command is great for duplicating individual files, Xcopy is more powerful for copying entire folders and their contents. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Robocopy. The Robocopy command, short for Robust File Copy, is a command line utility used for copying files and directories with a more robust set of features than the copy or Xcopy commands. First, it can resume interrupted transfers, picking up where it left off once the connection is restored. This makes it perfect for transferring a large number of files over unreliable connections. Second, it handles dynamic data efficiently, ensuring the destination is always synchronized with the source. Great for environments where files are frequently added or deleted. Third, it can mirror entire directories, making it perfect for backup solutions where an exact copy of the source directory is needed. Think of RoboCopy as the superhero of file copying, designed to handle complex tasks with ease. Suppose you want to copy a directory, called Projects, from your local computer to a network share, named Projects, located on a device, named Server 1. You want to ensure that the copy can resume if interrupted and that it mirrors the source directory. You would use the following command: RoboCopy, followed by the source location, which is C:\users, \your username, \documents, \projects. This is followed by the destination, \server1, \projects. As for options, we will be using the /mir option, which tells RoboCopy to mirror the source directory to the destination, including all subdirectories and files, as well as delete files in the destination that no longer exist in the source. Next, the /z option will tell RoboCopy to copy the files in restartable mode, which means it can resume the copying process if interrupted. Once you press enter, the process will begin. The copy process will also be accompanied by a detailed output of events. In summary, RoboCopy is the superhero of file copying utilities, offering advanced features that outshine copy and Xcopy. It's perfect for transferring a large number of files over unreliable connections, as it can resume interrupted processes. Additionally, it excels in dynamic environments, providing the ability to mirror data accurately for backup purposes. So, next time you need to handle complex file transfers, call on RoboCopy, the superhero your files deserve. Exam Objective 1.2. Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. GP Update. The GP Update command is a command line utility used to refresh group policy settings on a computer. Now, you may remember discussing group policy briefly when we covered Windows 10 features. Or maybe you already forgot. Regardless, I will give you a little refresher. In simple terms, group policies are a way for network administrators to control the working environment of user accounts and computer accounts. Group policy settings dictate various configurations, such as security settings, installed applications, and user interface options. When these settings are updated, the changes do not take effect immediately. That is where the GP Update command comes in. This command forces the computer to apply the latest group policy settings right away, without waiting for the next automatic refresh. Suppose an administrator has made changes to the group policy settings on a domain, such as enforcing a new password policy. To apply these new settings immediately on a computer, you would use the GP Update command. More specifically, this is accomplished by opening the command prompt and typing GP Update /force and pressing enter. This command tells the computer to immediately refresh and apply all the group policy settings, ensuring that any changes made by the administrator are enforced right away. The GP Update command is a handy tool for refreshing group policy settings on a computer, ensuring that any changes made by network administrators are applied immediately. This command is essential for quickly enforcing new policies and configurations without waiting for the next scheduled refresh or system restart. By using GP Update, you can ensure that all group policy changes take effect right away, maintaining a secure and well-configured computing environment. Exam Objective 1.2. Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. GP Result. The GP Result command is a command line utility used to display the resultant set of policy, or RSOP information for a user or computer. Plainly put, GP Result helps you see which group policy settings are applied to a user or computer. Group policy is a tool used by network administrators to manage and configure operating systems, applications, and user settings. For example, an administrator might use group policy to enforce password complexity rules, deploy software, or set specific desktop backgrounds across all computers in an organization. Understanding which policies are applied is crucial for a few reasons. First, it helps troubleshoot issues. If a user is experiencing problems, such as not being able to access certain resources or applications behaving unexpectedly, knowing the exact policies applied can provide insight into whether the problem is configuration related. Second, it helps verify that configurations are correctly enforced. Administrators need to ensure that the policies they set are actually being applied to the intended users and computers. If policies are not being enforced as expected, it could lead to security vulnerabilities or inconsistent user experiences. The GP result command provides a detailed report showing all the policies that are in effect for a specific user or computer. This report includes information about the policies applied, the source of the policies, and any filters that might affect policy application. Having this comprehensive overview helps administrators maintain control over their network environment and ensures that all configurations align with organizational policies. Suppose you want to generate a report to see which group policy settings are applied to the current user and computer. Simply open the command prompt and type gp result/r. The /r option stands for report, and when you use it, GP result generates a summary report that is displayed directly in the command prompt window. This report includes detailed information about the group policy settings that are currently applied to both the user and the computer. It shows the policies in effect, the source of these policies, and any filtering that might impact their application. The GP result command is a useful tool for displaying the resultant set of policy, or RSOP information for a user or computer. It provides a detailed report that helps in troubleshooting issues or verifying that policies are correctly enforced. By using GP result, you can quickly see which policies are in effect, making it easier to manage and configure network settings efficiently. This command is essential for IT professionals who need to ensure that group policy settings are applied as intended. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. SFC. The SFC command, short for System File Checker, is a command line utility used to scan and repair protected system files on a Windows computer. The command helps you ensure that your important system files are intact and not corrupted. Think of it as a health check for your computer's vital files. When you run the SFC command, it scans your system files for any issues. If it finds any corrupted or missing files, it can replace them with the correct versions. This is particularly useful when you encounter error messages about missing or corrupted system files. To use the SFC command, you need to open the command prompt with administrative privileges. Then, in the command prompt window, type SFC/scan now and press enter. This command will start the system file checker and begin scanning all protected system files. If any issues are found, SFC will attempt to repair them by replacing the corrupted or missing files with the correct versions. The SFC command is a valuable tool for maintaining the integrity of your system files. By scanning and repairing corrupted or missing files, it helps resolve various issues that can affect the stability and functionality of your computer. However, there are potential problems to be aware of. If there are underlying hardware issues, such as a failing hard drive, the command might not be able to resolve all problems. In such cases, further troubleshooting, such as running the check disk command or possibly replacing faulty hardware, may be necessary. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. WinVer. The WinVer command, short for Windows version, is a simple command designed to display the current version of the Windows operating system installed on your computer. Basically, it helps you find out which version of Windows you're using, including details such as the version number, build number, and the edition of Windows. Knowing your Windows version is important for troubleshooting issues, ensuring compatibility with software, and following specific instructions for updates or configurations. Suppose you need to check your Windows version because a new software application requires a specific version of Windows to install. To use the WinVer command, open the command prompt and type WinVer and press enter. A window will then pop up displaying the information about your Windows version, including the version number, build number, and edition. Imagine you are trying to install a new application that requires Windows 10 version 20H2 or later. Given the example behind me, do we meet that requirement? If you know the answer, leave a comment. In summary, the winver command is a quick and easy way to check the current version of your Windows operating system. It provides essential information such as the version number, build number, and edition, which can be crucial for troubleshooting, software compatibility, and system updates. By using the winver command, you can ensure that your system meets the necessary requirements for various applications and updates, helping you maintain a smooth and functional computing environment. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Shutdown. The shutdown command is a command line utility used to shut down, restart, or log off a computer. This can be handy for various reasons, such as scheduling a shutdown after a certain period, remotely shutting down a computer on your network, or restarting your machine for updates. It's like setting an alarm clock, but for your computer's power state. Let's say you are finishing up your work for the day and want to give yourself 5 minutes to pack up before the computer shuts down. You can accomplish this by opening the command prompt and typing the command shutdown /s/T300. Once you press enter, a notification will pop up to inform you of the imminent shutdown. Now, to further break down and explain this particular command. The S option tells the computer to shut down. As for the T option, it sets a timer, in seconds, before the shutdown occurs. In this case, 300 seconds or 5 minutes. The shutdown command is a useful tool for managing your computer's power state through the command prompt. It allows you to schedule shutdowns, restarts, and log-offs, providing flexibility and control over your system's operations. Exam Objective 1.2 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft command line tool. Command cheat sheets. Navigating the world of command line utilities can feel like learning a new language. With so many commands and options to remember, it's easy to feel overwhelmed. But don't worry, even the most seasoned IT professionals sometimes need a little help. Fortunately, Windows has a built-in feature that acts as your personal cheat sheet, making it easier to understand and use these commands effectively. If you ever find yourself stuck or wondering what a particular command does or how to use it, you can type the command name followed by a / and a question mark. For most Windows commands, this will bring up a detailed cheat sheet containing all the information you need. It's like asking Windows to explain the command to you. This feature is incredibly helpful because it provides you with the correct command syntax, a list of all available options and parameters, and detailed usage instructions. This ensures you have everything you need to use each command correctly and effectively. Suppose you're not quite sure how to use the shutdown command or want to know all the possible options it offers. You can open the command prompt and type shutdown / ? And with a single press of the enter key, you will be shown a help menu with all the details about the shutdown command. So next time you come across a command that you're unsure about, remember to use the / option. This handy feature transforms your command line experience into a manageable, user-friendly process, providing you with a comprehensive cheat sheet that details everything you need to know about the command. Whether you're troubleshooting an issue, configuring a new setup, or simply expanding your command line skills, this built-in help ensures you're never lost or overwhelmed. Embrace this special command option, and let it guide you through the complexities of Windows commands with confidence and ease. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Task Manager. Task Manager is a powerful system monitoring tool in Windows 10 that allows users to view and manage running applications, processes, and system performance all in one place. Whether it's checking on performance, closing a non-responsive application, or adjusting startup programs, Task Manager is your go-to tool for maintaining order. First off, accessing Task Manager is a breeze. You can right-click the taskbar and select Task Manager, or use the efficient keyboard shortcut, Ctrl, Shift, and Escape. Of course, the iconic Ctrl-Alt-Delete key combination is also a great way to launch Task Manager. Once you open Task Manager, you'll be greeted with a simple interface showing your currently running applications. Now this is really just a teaser. For more detailed information, click More Details to dive deeper and see what is really happening with your Windows 10 machine. Here you will see a series of tabs displayed at the top of the window. So let's make our way from left to right and do some exploration. The Processes tab is where you'll spend most of your time. It's like a real-time dashboard that displays all running applications and background processes. Each entry shows the app's name and its individual CPU, memory, disk, and network usage. This is incredibly useful for spotting resource hogs that might be slowing down your system. Also, if an application freezes or is unresponsive, you can click on it and hit End Task to force it to close. Next, we have the Performance tab, which provides a graphical overview of your system's performance. Think of it as the heart rate monitor for your computer. Here, you can see real-time graphs of your CPU, memory, disk, and network usage as a whole. This is invaluable for diagnosing performance issues. For instance, if your computer is sluggish, a quick glance here can tell you if your CPU is being maxed out, you are running low on memory, or if your hard drive is nearing its activity threshold. The App History tab tracks the usage of your applications over time. It's like having a report card for each app, showing how much CPU time and network bandwidth they've used. This can be particularly helpful for identifying apps that are resource-intensive over extended periods, allowing you to make informed decisions about which apps to keep or remove. The Startup tab is your ticket to a faster boot time. If you've ever been frustrated by how long it takes your computer to start up, unwanted applications starting on boot are likely the culprits. This tab lists all the programs that start when Windows boots up, with each entry showing its impact on your startup time, categorized as low, medium, or high. Imagine turning on your computer and having to wait forever for it to be ready. In earlier versions of Windows, you would hunt through the MS-config tool to see which programs were starting with the OS. However, with Windows 10, accessing startup applications is much more straightforward. By viewing this list in the Task Manager and disabling unnecessary startup programs, you can significantly reduce your boot time, making your system ready to go in a flash. It's like clearing out the clutter from your morning routine to get a fresh start. Moving on, we have the Users tab. This provides a snapshot of all users currently logged into the system. For each user, you can see their resource usage. This is particularly useful in multi-user environments or when troubleshooting performance issues that might be tied to a specific user's activities. The Details tab is best reserved for advanced system users. It provides a granular view of all running processes, similar to the old Task Manager in previous Windows versions. Here, you can see detailed information like process IDs or PIDs. A process ID is a unique number assigned by the operating system to each running process. It acts like an identifier, allowing you to manage and troubleshoot processes individually. For example, if a particular process is causing issues, you can use its process ID to locate and terminate it precisely. This tab is a goldmine for more complex troubleshooting and advanced system management. Lastly, the Services tab lists a variety of Windows services along with their current status. It also allows you to start, stop, or restart them. Services are background processes essential for various system functions. Managing them through Task Manager gives you a centralized place to control these vital components without diving into the separate Services Management console. However, if you find that a service, such as the Print Spooler service, is missing, you can get a complete list of services by clicking on Open Services and launching the aforementioned Services Management console. In summary, Task Manager provides a comprehensive overview of system performance and resource usage, allows for troubleshooting and managing processes, and gives you the power to optimize your system's startup and overall performance. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Event Viewer. Event Viewer in Microsoft Windows serves as a vital utility for viewing and analyzing various events that occur within the operating system. An event, in this context, refers to any significant incident, action, or state change that is recorded and stored in logs. These logs categorize events into different types, including system operations, application events, security audits, and more. Most events within Event Viewer are classified into different levels based on their severity and importance. Critical events indicate severe issues such as system crashes or hardware failures. Error events highlight significant problems that require attention, such as application crashes or service failures. Warning events identify potential issues that may lead to errors if not addressed, such as low disk space warnings. Information events provide general operational details, like application startups. There are other types of events as well, such as audit success and audit failure events, which are tied to security auditing. To access Event Viewer using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R key on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type event vwr.msc into the Run dialog box and click OK. This command directly launches Event Viewer, where you can navigate through different event logs to view and analyze events recorded by Windows. Event logs in Event Viewer contain critical metadata, such as timestamps indicating when an event occurred, unique event IDs for classification, and detailed descriptions that contextualize the event's significance. This information is indispensable for IT professionals to interpret and respond effectively to events. In IT management, interpreting and responding to events recorded in logs is crucial for maintaining the stability and efficiency of Windows 10 systems. Event Viewer empowers IT professionals by allowing them to monitor system and application health. This capability enables them to do things like pinpoint the root cause of unexpected shutdowns, investigate errors causing application update failures, or possibly identify anomalies and discern patterns that could signal emerging issues. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Disk Management. Disk Management is a utility in Microsoft Windows used for managing disk drives and partitions on a computer. It allows users to create, delete, format, resize partitions, change drive letters and paths, and initialize new drives. Essentially, disk management is the graphical interface equivalent of the diskpart command used in the CLI, and assists in maintaining the storage organization of a computer. It enables users to effectively manage their hard drives and partitions, ensuring optimal utilization of storage space and facilitating data organization. To access disk management using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R key on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type disk mgmt.msc into the Run dialog box and click OK. This action launches the disk management utility, providing direct access to manage disk partitions and volumes. The disk management interface is designed to provide a clear and comprehensive view of all the storage devices connected to your system. When you open disk management, you'll see a graphical representation of each drive, along with its partitions. This layout is divided into two main sections: the upper section, which lists the drives and their partitions in a tabular format, and the lower section, which shows a more visual, bar chart-like representation of the disks and their partitions. Each partition is displayed with key details such as its file system type, capacity, free space, and current status. This information helps users quickly identify the type and health of each partition. The status indicators are particularly useful for spotting conditions like uninitialized drives, unallocated space, or partitions that need formatting. Users can interact with the partitions through a right-click context menu, which offers a variety of options for managing their storage. These options include creating new volumes, which involves setting up a new partition with a desired file system and size, changing drive letters and paths, which can be essential for organizing and accessing different partitions, and extending or shrinking partitions to better allocate space based on your needs. Other tasks available from the context menu include deleting partitions, formatting them, and even marking partitions as active, which is necessary for booting certain types of operating systems. The visual layout of disk management simplifies the process of understanding and managing your storage. The graphical bars make it easy to see how your drives are divided, how much space is used, and how much is available. This at-a-glance view is invaluable for planning storage upgrades, reorganizing partitions, or troubleshooting storage issues. The combination of detailed information and visual representation ensures that users can effectively monitor and maintain their storage configurations. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Task Scheduler. Task Scheduler is a Microsoft Windows utility that allows users to automate the execution of tasks at specified times or in response to particular events. It helps streamline routine processes, ensuring they run efficiently and without the need for manual intervention. At its core, Task Scheduler is the backbone of automation in Windows 10. Imagine you want a script to clean up temporary files or a program to back up your data at 3 a.m. every Sunday. Task Scheduler is your go-to tool for these tasks. It's incredibly versatile, capable of launching applications, sending emails, and displaying messages based on a complex set of triggers and conditions. By leveraging Task Scheduler, you can ensure that essential maintenance tasks are carried out consistently, boosting your system's reliability and performance. To access Task Scheduler using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R key on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type task sc hd.msc into the Run dialog box and click OK. This command launches the Task Scheduler, bringing you straight to its main interface where you can start automating tasks right away. When you open Task Scheduler, you'll be greeted by a user-friendly interface divided into three main panes. The left pane is the navigation pane, listing the Task Scheduler library, which contains all the scheduled tasks. The center pane displays the tasks and their details, providing information such as the task's name, status, triggers, and actions. The right pane is the Actions pane, where you can create, import, export, and manage tasks. This layout makes it easy to navigate through your tasks and quickly access the tools you need to create and manage them. In the IT world, Task Scheduler is a critical tool for system administrators and IT professionals. It's used to automate repetitive tasks like running scripts, performing backups, and updating software. By scheduling these tasks, IT staff can ensure they happen at optimal times, such as during off hours to avoid disrupting users. This automation reduces the risk of human error, ensures tasks are performed consistently, and frees up valuable time for IT professionals to focus on more strategic initiatives. For example, you might set up a task to generate an email system performance reports weekly, or automate the deployment of patches across the network, keeping systems secure and up-to-date without manual intervention. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Device Manager. Device Manager is a Microsoft Windows utility that provides a centralized view of all the hardware devices installed on your computer, along with the ability to manage drivers and troubleshoot hardware issues. Think of Device Manager as the control center for your PC's hardware. It lists every component, from your graphics card to your keyboard, and everything in between. With Device Manager, you can update device drivers, enable or disable hardware, and even roll back drivers if an update causes problems. To access Device Manager using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R key on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type dev.mgmt.msc into the Run dialog box and click OK. This command will launch the Device Manager window, where you can start managing your devices. When you open Device Manager, you'll see a window with a tree structure that categorizes all the hardware components installed on your system. The categories include everything from display adapters to sound, video, and USB controllers. Each category can be expanded to reveal the individual devices. For each device, you can view properties, update drivers, and access diagnostic information. The interface is intuitive, with right-click menus offering quick access to common actions like updating, disabling, or uninstalling devices. One feature worth highlighting is Device Manager's ability to roll back drivers. Sometimes, after updating a driver, you may encounter issues such as hardware malfunctions or compatibility problems. In these cases, the rollback feature allows you to revert to the previous version of the driver, restoring stability to your system. To roll back a driver, right-click on the device in question, select Properties, go to the Driver tab, and click on Rollback Driver. When working with Windows 10, Device Manager is an indispensable tool for hardware management and troubleshooting. It provides users with a powerful interface to monitor, configure, and resolve issues with the various devices connected to their system. By providing detailed information about each device and offering tools to update, disable, enable, and roll back drivers, Device Manager should be the first port of call when diagnosing hardware problems. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Certificate Manager. Certificate Manager is a Microsoft Windows utility that allows users to view and manage digital certificates for their computer and user accounts. These certificates are vital for secure communications, authentication, and data encryption, ensuring the integrity and confidentiality of information. Think of Certificate Manager as the command center for handling digital certificates, which function like electronic passports verifying the identities of users and devices. This utility helps you install, import, export, and delete certificates, manage certificate trusts, and troubleshoot certificate-related issues. Understanding Public Key Infrastructure, or PKI, is a prerequisite to understanding and working with Certificate Manager. So I will take a moment and break this additional topic down for you. PKI is a framework that uses a pair of keys, a public key, and a private key, to secure data transmission and authenticate identities. In this system, certificates are issued and managed by trusted third-party entities known as certificate authorities or CAs. These CAs act as digital notaries, verifying the identity and authenticity of users and computers. For example, when a website owner wants a certificate for their web server, they go through a validation process with the CA. The CA will verify the website owner's identity and domain ownership to ensure they are legitimate. Once the validation is successful, the CA issues a digital certificate containing the website's public encryption key and other essential information. Note, this is very similar to our previously used passport analogy. With PKI explained, let's now discuss how to access Certificate Manager, where we will manage these PKI-derived certificates. To do this, press the Windows key along with the letter R key to open the Windows Run dialog box. Then type certmgr.msc and click OK. This command opens the Certificate Manager window, where you can start managing your digital certificates. Once opened, you will see that the Certificate Manager interface is divided into two main panes. The left pane features a tree structure categorizing certificates into personal, trusted root certification authorities, intermediate certification authorities, and more. The right pane displays details of the selected category, listing individual certificates along with their properties, such as issuer, expiration date, and intended purposes. This organized layout makes it easy to navigate through your certificates and manage them efficiently. Needless to say, Certificate Manager is invaluable for managing the security of your network and devices. For instance, when viewing a secure website, your web browser uses the web server certificate to encrypt data transmitted between the server and clients. Similarly, digital certificates are used in email encryption, securing VPN connections, and authenticating users and devices in a corporate network. By managing these certificates effectively, you ensure that all communications and transactions remain private and secure, protecting sensitive information from unauthorized access. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Local users and groups. Local Users and Groups is a Microsoft Windows utility that allows administrators to manage user accounts and groups on a local computer. This tool is essential for maintaining security and organization within a system, enabling the control of user permissions and access levels. This utility acts as an administrative control panel for user management on your Windows machine. It lets you create, modify, and delete user accounts and groups, as well as set password policies and permission levels, like administrative access. To access the local users and groups utility using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R key on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type lusrngr.msc into the Run dialog box and click OK. This command opens the local users and groups window, where you can start managing users and groups. The local users and groups interface is straightforward and divided into two main sections. On the left pane, you'll see two primary categories, users and groups. Selecting users displays all the user accounts on the system in the right pane, while selecting groups shows the different groups. Each user or group can be right-clicked to access properties and settings, such as adding users to groups, setting passwords, or defining account policies. This layout makes it easy to navigate and manage accounts effectively. In Windows, the Local Users and Groups utility is a vital tool for managing system security and user access. For instance, you might need to create new user accounts for employees, assign them to specific groups based on their roles, and ensure they have the right permissions to perform their tasks. This utility also helps in enforcing security policies, such as setting password expiration dates and account lockout policies, to protect against unauthorized access. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Local Group Policy Editor. Now, for those of you who are paying close attention, this is the third time I will have mentioned group policy. Once when we discussed Windows 10 features, and again when we discussed the GP update and GP result commands. I figure it has to stick at some point. Just make sure you pay attention to the additional details sprinkled in each time I cover this topic. With that said, the Local Group Policy Editor is a Microsoft Windows utility that allows administrators to control and configure operating system settings and user environments locally. This tool is essential for enforcing security policies, managing user settings, and ensuring consistent configurations on individual machines. Think of Local Group Policy Editor as the command center for implementing detailed policies and settings on your local machine. It allows you to control everything from password policies and software installation permissions to desktop configurations and network settings. By using the Local Group Policy Editor, administrators can streamline the management of a system, ensuring compliance with security policies and enhancing system security. To access the Local Group Policy Editor using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type gpedit.msc into the Run dialog box and click OK. This command opens the Group Policy Editor window, where you can start configuring policies. The Local Group Policy Editor interface is divided into two main categories: computer configurations and user configurations. Both categories contain a hierarchical tree of policy settings, organized into subcategories such as software settings, Windows settings, and administrative templates. Computer configurations allow you to configure policies that apply to the entire computer, regardless of who is logged in. Software settings help manage software-specific policies, such as installation settings for applications deployed across the computer, making it particularly useful for configuring software deployment and updates in a standardized manner. Windows settings include security settings like account policies and local policies, covering aspects such as password policies and account lockout policies. Configuring these settings enhances the security and compliance of the system. Administrative templates include a wide range of policies for managing settings related to Windows components and system behaviors, such as the Start menu, Control Panel, and Windows Update. These templates provide both policy definitions and detailed descriptions, making it easier to understand the effect of each setting. User configurations allow you to configure policies that apply to individual user accounts. This section mirrors the structure of computer configurations, but focuses on user-specific settings. This organized layout makes it easy to find and configure the settings you need to manage your systems effectively. In conclusion, the Local Group Policy Editor is a powerhouse tool for managing and configuring system and user settings on a single computer in Windows 10. By mastering how to navigate and utilize its features, you can supercharge your system's security and ensure consistent configurations on your local machine. As you continue your learning journey, you'll eventually graduate from managing a single system using the local group policy editor to overseeing an entire network of computers within a Windows domain. While this might sound daunting, don't worry. The fundamentals you've learned about group policies will still apply, making the transition smoother and more manageable. Keep up the great work. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Performance Monitor. Performance Monitor is a Microsoft Windows utility that provides detailed information about your computer's performance and resource usage. It allows users to monitor system performance over time and collect data for analysis, helping to identify and troubleshoot performance issues. Performance Monitor is like a window into the inner workings of your computer. It gives you the ability to track various system metrics, such as CPU usage, memory usage, disk activity, and network activity. Using this utility, you can monitor specific aspects of your system's performance and create detailed reports for further analysis. This is invaluable for diagnosing performance bottlenecks, planning for future resource needs, and ensuring your system runs smoothly. While the Task Manager's Performance tab provides a quick overview of CPU, memory, disk, and network usage, Performance Monitor offers a far more advanced and customizable experience. Performance Monitor allows you to dive deeper into the metrics and even customize the specific data metrics or counters you want to track. This level of detail and flexibility makes Performance Monitor a superior tool for advanced diagnostics and performance management. To access the Performance Monitor utility using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type perfmon.msc into the Run dialog box, and click OK. This command will open the Performance Monitor window, where you can start tracking system performance. The Performance Monitor interface consists of several key components. The main section, called the Performance Monitor, provides a customizable graph where you can add performance counters to track data over time. You can select counters from a vast array of available metrics, such as processor time, disk reads per second, or network bytes sent per second. The interface also includes data collector sets, which allows you to create custom data collections to log performance data and create tailored reports. This organized layout makes it easy to set up, monitor, and analyze performance metrics. Performance Monitor is essential for proactive system maintenance and troubleshooting. For instance, imagine a scenario where the hard disk activity light on your computer is constantly on, indicating continuous disk usage. This could lead to a slow system performance and frustrated users. Using Performance Monitor, you can track disk activity over the course of a few hours or let it run indefinitely, in order to identify the processes or applications that are causing the high disk usage, and determine if there are any unusual spikes. By analyzing this data, you can pinpoint the root cause of the issue, whether it's a specific application, a background process, or a system service. Additionally, Performance Monitor helps in capacity planning by providing historical data that can guide decisions on upgrading hardware or optimizing system configurations to prevent such issues in the future. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Resource Monitor. Resource Monitor is yet another powerful tool for monitoring our system. This Microsoft Windows utility provides real-time information about your system's resource usage. It offers detailed insights into CPU, memory, disk, and network usage, allowing you to monitor and analyze how your system resources are being utilized. Think of Resource Monitor as a detailed, real-time dashboard for your system's performance. While the previously discussed Performance Monitor is great for setting up long-term monitoring with customizable counters and detailed logging, Resource Monitor provides an immediate, in-depth look at what's happening on your system right now. It's like having a live feed of your computer's vital signs. To access the Resource Monitor utility using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type resmon.exe into the Run dialog box, and click OK. This command opens the Resource Monitor window, where you can start monitoring your system's resource usage. The Resource Monitor interface is divided into 5 main tabs: Overview, CPU, Memory, Disk, and Network. Each tab provides specific details about resource usage, with graphs and tables that update in real time. The Overview tab gives a summary of CPU, disk, network, and memory usage, providing a quick snapshot of your system's performance. The CPU tab shows detailed information about CPU usage, including individual processes, services, and their impact on the CPU. You can also identify which processes are consuming the most CPU resources. The Memory tab shows how physical and virtual memory is being used, listing processes and their memory usage, helping you identify memory hogs and potential memory leaks. The Disk tab provides information on disk activity, including which processes are reading from and writing to your drives, helping you identify processes causing elevated disk activity rates. The Network tab displays network activity, including which processes are sending and receiving data, useful for monitoring network traffic and identifying bandwidth hogging applications. If you notice an unusual amount of network traffic, Resource Monitor can help you investigate and determine the source of the traffic. While both Resource Monitor and Performance Monitor are invaluable tools for system monitoring, they serve different purposes and offer distinct features. Resource Monitor excels at providing real-time, immediate feedback on system resource usage, making it perfect for on-the-spot troubleshooting. Performance Monitor, on the other hand, is designed for long-term monitoring and logging, allowing you to track performance trends over time. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. System Information. System Information is a Microsoft Windows utility that provides comprehensive details about your computer's hardware, software, and system components. This tool assists in understanding the overall configuration of your system. Think of System Information as the encyclopedia of your computer. It gathers and displays information on everything from your operating system version and hardware resources to software environments and network settings. Whether you're troubleshooting a problem, planning an upgrade, or just curious about your system's specs, this utility gives you the details you need. To access the System Information utility using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type msinfo32.exe into the Run dialog box and click OK. This command opens the System Information window, where you can start exploring your system's details. The System Information interface is organized into a simple, easy-to-navigate layout with 2 main panes. The left pane contains a tree structure with categories such as System Summary, Hardware Resources, Components, and Software Environment. Clicking on any of these categories displays detailed information in the right pane. For example, under System Summary, you'll find essential details like the operating system version, manufacturer, and system model. Hardware Resources provides insights into interfaces that enable data exchange and memory usage. Components show detailed information about devices like display, storage, and input peripherals. Software Environment includes details on system drivers, environment variables, and running tasks. By gaining familiarity with system information, you can efficiently diagnose issues, plan upgrades, and gain a deep understanding of your system. This tool provides detailed insights into your hardware and software configurations, allowing you to quickly identify resource conflicts, check driver statuses, and verify hardware specifications. Whether you're troubleshooting a malfunctioning component or preparing for a system upgrade, System Information gives you the data you need to make informed decisions. Mastering this utility not only enhances your diagnostic and planning capabilities, but also equips you with the knowledge to maintain optimal system performance and security. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. System Configuration. System Configuration is a Microsoft Windows utility that allows you to manage and troubleshoot your system's startup process and services. In other words, it is a toolkit for managing how your computer boots up and which services run in the background. It provides a simple interface with several tabs, each offering specific functionalities to help you fine-tune your system. To access the system configuration utility using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type msconfig.exe into the Run dialog box and click OK. This command opens the system configuration window, where you can start managing your system's startup and services. The first tab you will be presented with is the General tab. This tab offers 3 startup options: Normal Startup, Diagnostic Startup, and Selective Startup. Normal Startup loads all device drivers and services, ensuring all installed programs and services run as intended. Diagnostic Startup loads only basic devices and services, similar to Safe Mode, which is useful for troubleshooting issues. Selective Startup allows you to choose which system services and startup items to load, giving you more granular control over the startup process. Next, the Boot tab lists all installed operating systems and allows you to set the default OS, configure advanced boot options, and set the boot timeout. You can choose from several safe boot options, such as Minimal, Alternate Shell, Active Directory Repair, and Network, each tailored for specific troubleshooting scenarios. Other options include No GUI Boot, which disables the Windows splash screen during boot. Boot Log, which creates a log file of the boot process. Base Video, which uses basic video drivers. And OS Boot Information, which displays driver names as they load. The Advanced Options section allows you to set the number of processors, maximum memory, and other settings for troubleshooting specific hardware configurations. As for the timeout setting, this specifies how long the boot menu should be displayed before the default operating system is automatically selected and is particularly useful if you have multiple operating systems installed on your computer. The Services tab displays all services installed on your system, including both Microsoft and third-party services. You can enable or disable services to troubleshoot and optimize system performance. The option to hide all Microsoft services simplifies the list, allowing you to focus on third-party services that might be causing issues. In Windows 10, the Startup tab in System Configuration provides a link to Task Manager, where you can manage startup applications. It's like system configuration saying, "Hey, I've handed off this duty to Task Manager. Go see my fellow utility for further assistance." So, if you wish to view a list of all applications that run at startup and enable or disable these applications, you'll have to head over to Task Manager. Prior to Windows 10, System Configuration was the location where all these startup configurations happened. But now, it's all about Task Manager. By clicking the link, you'll be taken to Task Manager's Startup tab, where you'll find detailed information about each startup application, including its name, publisher, status, and startup impact. Lastly, the Tools tab offers quick access to various system tools and utilities, each listed with a description and launchable directly from System Configuration. Examples include System Information, Event Viewer, Performance Monitor, and Resource Monitor. Do any of these sound familiar? I sure hope so. Collectively, these tabs make system configuration a vital tool for managing system performance and troubleshooting startup issues. By understanding how to navigate and utilize its features, you can optimize your system's performance, diagnose issues, and maintain better control over your computer's operations. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Disk Cleanup. Imagine you're working on your computer, and suddenly you receive a warning that your drive is nearly full. Panic sets in as you realize you need to free up some space quickly to keep things running smoothly. This is where Disk Cleanup comes to the rescue. Disk Cleanup is a Microsoft Windows utility designed to free up space on your hard drive by removing unnecessary files. It's like having a digital janitor who sweeps away all the clutter that's accumulated over time, making your system run more efficiently. To access the Disk Cleanup utility using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type cleanmgr.exe into the Run dialog box and click OK. This command opens the disk cleanup utility, where you can start the process of reclaiming valuable disk space. Once you open disk cleanup, you'll be prompted to select the drive you want to clean. Choose the nearly full drive and click OK. Disk cleanup will then analyze the drive and calculate how much space you can free up. This might take a few moments, so be patient as it scans through your files. After the analysis is complete, disk cleanup will present you with a list of file categories that can be safely deleted. These typically include temporary internet files, downloaded program files, temporary files, recycle bin, system error memory dump files, and thumbnails. Review the list and select the categories you want to clean. You can click on each category to see a description and the amount of space it will free up. Once you've made your selections, click OK, and then click Delete Files to confirm. Disk cleanup will then go to work, removing the selected files and freeing up space on your drive. For even more space, you can click the Clean Up System Files button. This option allows disk cleanup to include system files in its scan, such as old Windows updates and system restore points. These files can take up significant space, so including them in your cleanup can make a big difference. So, the next time your computer starts whining about a full drive, don't panic. Just channel your inner digital janitor, fire up disk cleanup, and start sweeping away those unnecessary files. Remember, a clutter-free drive is a happy drive. So, keep that digital broom handy. Exam Objective 1.3. Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Disk defragmenter. Imagine your hard drive is like a stereotypical teenager's bedroom. Files are scattered all over the place, important documents are buried under piles of junk, and nothing is where it should be. This mess causes your hard drive to run really slowly, take forever to boot, and makes programs load at a snail's pace. This mess represents hard drive fragmentation. Luckily, we have Disk Defragmenter, a Microsoft Windows utility designed to improve your computer's performance by rearranging fragmented data on your hard drive. Basically, it is a super organized parent who comes in, picks everything up, and puts it all in order so you can actually find your socks in the morning. Before moving forward with this topic, let me explain a bit more about disk fragmentation. Over time, as files are created, deleted, and modified, they can become fragmented, meaning parts of a single file are scattered across different areas of the disk. This fragmentation slows down your computer because the hard drive has to work harder to gather the pieces of each file. Disk defragmentation is the process of consolidating fragmented files and free space on your hard drive. When a file is fragmented, your hard drive must search multiple locations to piece together the file, which takes more time and reduces efficiency. Defragmentation reorganizes the data so that each file occupies a single, contiguous block of space, making it faster for the hard drive to read and write files. This process can significantly improve your system's performance, especially when your hard disk drive is running slowly, taking a long time to boot, and is slow to load programs. To access the Disk Defragmenter utility using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type dfr GUI.exe into the Run dialog box, and click OK. This command opens the Disk Defragmenter utility, where you can start optimizing your drives. Once launched, the Disk Defragmenter interface is straightforward and user-friendly. It displays a list of all the drives on your computer along with their current status. To check the fragmentation status of a selected drive, you can click the Analyze button. This will provide an idea of how fragmented the drive is and whether it needs defragmentation. If defragmentation is needed, clicking the Optimize button will start the process. This utility will reorganize fragmented data, consolidating files, and free space to improve performance. Additionally, Disk Defragmenter allows you to schedule regular defragmentation. You can set it to run automatically at specific intervals, ensuring your drives stay optimized without the need for manual intervention. So, the next time your computer feels sluggish, that might be your cue to call in the Disk Defragmenter. It's like hiring a professional organizer for your digital clutter, making sure everything is neat and tidy. Just remember, a well-defragmented drive is like a neatly organized closet, everything in its place and easy to find. So go ahead, give your hard drive the spring cleaning it deserves, and watch your computer thank you with faster performance and fewer headaches. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. Registry Editor. Alright, let's dive into the mysterious world of the Windows Registry Editor. But first, a word of caution. Modifying the registry is like performing brain surgery on your computer. One wrong move, and you could leave your system in a state of chaos. So, proceed with caution, and maybe keep a fire extinguisher on standby. You know, just in case. Now that we have you on high alert, here we go. Registry Editor is a powerful Microsoft Windows utility that allows you to view, modify, and manage the Windows registry. The registry is a hierarchical database that stores low-level settings for the operating system and installed applications. Think of the registry as your computer's instruction manual, written in a language only tech wizards can understand. The registry editor can be used to tweak settings that aren't accessible through the standard Windows interface. It's where you go when you want to unlock hidden features, troubleshoot persistent issues, or customize your system's behavior to the nth degree. Just remember, with great power comes great responsibility. To access the Registry Editor utility using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type regedit.exe into the Run dialog box, and click OK. Once you pass all the security checkpoints, you will be presented with the Registry Editor interface. The interface is split into two panes. On the left, you have the tree structure of registry keys, which is divided into 5 main root keys, known as hives. The right pane displays the values contained within the selected key. You can modify these values by double-clicking on them, but here's where you need to be careful. Changing registry values can have serious side effects, so always back up the registry before making any modifications. Think of this backup as a safety net for when things don't go as planned. So, the next time you feel like unleashing your inner tech wizard and casting some low-level system setting spells, remember I warned you. But with all seriousness, since registry values adjust your system at a very fundamental level, if you are headed into a hive, there is usually a good reason to be there. Exam Objective 1.3 Given a scenario, use features and tools of the Microsoft Windows 10 operating system. MMC. We have spent a fair amount of time covering a wide variety of Microsoft Windows tools. But up until now, each tool has been accessed separately. If only there was a way to get all your favorite Windows tools into a single toolbox. Well, that is where the Microsoft Management Console, or MMC, comes in. The MMC is a framework that provides a custom user interface for system management tools. It allows you to create, save, and open administrative tool sets, called consoles, which contain collections of administrative tools, called snap-ins. As for these snap-ins, they are simply the individual Windows tools you just finished learning about. To access the MMC using the Windows Run dialog box, you can follow these simple steps. First, press the Windows key along with the letter R on your keyboard to open the Run dialog box. Next, type MMC into the Run dialog box and click OK. Once you open MMC, you can add snap-ins to create a customized management console tailored to your specific needs. This flexibility allows you to mix and match snap-ins to suit your preferences, making system management more efficient and organized. For example, if your go-to Windows tools are Event Viewer, Device Manager, Services, and Task Scheduler, you can create a custom console with just these snap-ins. Managing your system doesn't have to be a chore. With the MMC and its snap-ins, you're now fully equipped with a versatile set of tools to keep your computer running smoothly, all tucked away in your trusty MMC toolbox. With that said, we have now reached the end of Exam Objective 1.3. Great job! Exam Objective 1.4 Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. Control Panel. Welcome to Exam Objective 1.4. It is now time to gain some knowledge about Windows Control Panel, a central hub and trusty sidekick for any Windows user. If Windows were a bustling city, the Control Panel would be its city center, where you can manage everything from user accounts to basic system settings. Now, before you roll your eyes and think, not another tool to remember, let me assure you that the Control Panel is your friend. Compared to some of the more advanced tools we covered in the last objective, like Performance Monitor or the Registry Editor, the Control Panel is the friendly neighbor who always has a cup of sugar to lend. It's less complex and more intuitive, making it perfect for quick adjustments without needing a deep dive into the more technical aspects of the operating system. So, what exactly is the Control Panel? In short, it's a collection of applets, or small programs, that let you configure various aspects of the Windows operating system. Think of it like a Swiss Army knife for your computer. You can change settings for hardware and software, manage user accounts, and even control the look and feel of Windows. It's all about giving you control over your environment. Looking a bit closer, you'll find numerous categories within the Control Panel, with each category housing specific applets. As you click around, some selections will take you deeper into the Control Panel, while other selections will open an applet in a separate window. You may even be directed towards Windows settings, but we will talk more about that in Exam Objective 1.5. As for the next several videos, we will look at some of these applets and discuss some of the things they can do. Exam Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. Internet Options. Our next topic takes us into the Internet Options applet. This Control Panel utility is your command center for everything related to your internet connection and browsing experience. So let's dive in and explore this applet and its functionalities. Before I begin, if you are following along with your own Windows device and your Control Panel looks a bit different, try adjusting your view settings. I am currently using the large icons view. Now, when you open Internet Options, you'll be greeted with several tabs, each designed to give you control over different aspects of your internet experience. Here's a quick rundown. The General tab is your starting point. It lets you manage your browsing history and customize your browsing tabs. You can clear your browsing history in cache, which is particularly useful if you're troubleshooting browser issues or simply want to maintain your privacy. This tab also allows you to manage your search settings and appearance options, like colors and fonts, giving you a personalized browsing experience. The Security tab is all about keeping you safe. You can adjust the security levels for different internet zones, such as the Internet, local Internet, trusted sites, and restricted sites. It's like setting up different levels of fortifications based on the trustworthiness of the site you're visiting. Higher security levels can protect you from malicious content, but might restrict the functionality of certain websites. On the Privacy tab, you can manage your privacy settings, including cookie management, pop-up blockers, and location services. Want to keep those cookie monsters at bay? This tab is your shield. You can adjust the privacy slider to block all cookies, block only third-party cookies, or allow all cookies based on your comfort level with website tracking. The Content tab lets you control content-related settings. You can manage certificates and handle autocomplete settings. This tab also allows you to manage forms and passwords, so your browser can autofill information for you. The Connections tab is where things get interesting, especially when it comes to proxy settings. This tab allows you to set up and manage your internet connections, whether it's dial-up, VPN, or LAN settings. Under LAN settings, you can configure your proxy server. A proxy server acts as a middleman between your computer and the internet, which can enhance security and manage bandwidth. This is particularly useful in corporate environments where monitoring and filtering internet traffic is necessary. You can also set up VPN connections to securely access remote networks. The Programs tab is all about managing your internet programs and add-ons. You can set your default web browser, manage add-ons, and control how other programs connect to the internet. This tab acts as a central point for all your internet software. Also, if you use multiple browsers, you can specify which one should handle certain types of links and file associations. Lastly, the Advanced tab is a treasure trove of advanced settings. Here, you can tweak various browser settings, enable or disable features, and restore defaults if things go awry. It's the place for those who like to fine-tune every aspect of their internet experience. So whether you're tweaking security settings, managing privacy, or setting up a proxy server, the Internet Options applet is your gateway to a more personalized and secure browsing environment. Exam Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 control panel utility. Devices and printers. Our next stop on the control panel tour is devices and printers. This is the location where you can see and manage all the devices connected to your computer, from printers and scanners to external hard drives and monitors, as well as a few other items sprinkled in between. When you open Devices and Printers, you'll see a list of icons representing your devices. Each icon provides a quick visual of what's connected to your system. This utility makes it easy to add, remove, and troubleshoot devices. Now some of you may have noticed that a printer behind me is grayed out. This means that it is not currently available for use. This typically happens for a few reasons. It could possibly be a permissions issue, where only an administrator has access to those settings. Alternatively, the device might not be fully installed or connected. For instance, if your printer is offline or has a driver issue. Now, let's focus on what happens when you right-click on a printer. Right-clicking on your printer icon opens up a menu with several options. First, there's See What's Printing. This option opens the print queue, where you can view and manage current and pending print jobs. You can pause, restart, or cancel print jobs from this window. Next, we have Set as Default Printer. If you have multiple printers, this option allows you to set one as your default. The default printer is the one that will be automatically selected when you print from any application and is designated by the green circle with a check mark inside. Then, there's Printing Preferences. This option lets you customize your print settings. You can choose paper size, orientation, print quality, and other preferences specific to your printer model. Another useful option is Printer Properties. This opens a more detailed settings menu where you can configure various aspects of your printer. Here, you can change the printer name, adjust ports, and manage driver settings. It's also where you'll find printer sharing and security options. If you're having issues with your printer, you'll want to use Troubleshoot. This option starts a troubleshooting wizard that attempts to diagnose and fix common problems, such as connectivity issues or driver conflicts. Lastly, there's Remove Device. If you no longer use the printer or it's causing issues, you can remove it from your system. This option uninstalls the printer drivers and removes the printer from the devices and printers list. No matter what hardware you have connected, Devices and Printers is your control center for managing them. Whether you need to add a new device, troubleshoot an issue with an existing device, or adjust a device's settings, this utility has got you covered. Exam Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 control panel utility. Programs and features. In this video segment, it is time to explore the control panel's programs and features utility. In Windows, this is where you go when you want to manage all the software installed on your computer. Whether you need to uninstall a program, make changes to existing software, or repair an application, Programs and Features has you covered. When you open Programs and Features, you'll see a straightforward interface that lists all the programs installed on your computer. The main pane displays each program's name, along with additional details like the publisher, installation date, size, and version number. This information helps you quickly identify which programs are installed and how much space they occupy. From here, you can perform several actions to keep your system running smoothly. First up, there's Uninstall. If you have software that you no longer need or that's causing issues, you can select it from the list and click Uninstall. This will remove the program from your computer, freeing up space and potentially resolving conflicts with other software. Next is Change. Some programs offer the option to change or modify the installation. This could include adding or removing specific features within the software. For instance, if you have a Microsoft Office suite installed, you might choose to add a component like Excel if it wasn't installed initially. Then there's Repair. If a program is not working correctly, selecting Repair can fix missing or corrupted files. This option is especially useful for troubleshooting without completely uninstalling and reinstalling the software. Now, let's talk about the link located in the top left of the window pane, labeled Turn Windows Features On or Off. Clicking this link opens a new dialog box with a list of optional Windows features that you can enable or disable. Imagine you need to run a legacy application that requires an older version of .NET Framework. Instead of downloading and installing it manually, you can check the box next to the .NET Framework version you need and Windows will take care of the rest. Or, if you want to save resources, you might disable features like Internet Explorer or Windows Media Player if you don't use them. Whether you need to uninstall, change, or repair a program, or enable and disable Windows features, this tool provides the functionality you need to keep your system running smoothly. So, next time you have a problematic program, head on over to Programs and Features and take control of your software environment. Exam Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. Network and Sharing Center. The Network and Sharing Center is a control panel utility that acts as a central hub for all things related to network connectivity on your Windows computer. It provides a comprehensive overview of your network status, connections, and settings, allowing you to manage and troubleshoot your network environment efficiently. When you open the Network and Sharing Center, you'll be greeted by a clean, intuitive interface. At the top, you'll see your active network connections, indicating whether you're connected to the internet and which network you're currently using. This overview helps you quickly understand your connection status at a glance. Now, before we get distracted by the many features available here, let's head over to the link on the top left, labeled Change Your Adapter Settings. Clicking on this link opens a new window displaying all your network adapters, such as Bluetooth, Ethernet, and Wi-Fi connections. This window is where you can manage the hardware and software that enables your computer to connect to various networks. From this window, you can perform several crucial actions, such as enabling and disabling individual adapters. If you need to temporarily disconnect from a network, you can right-click on the adapter and select Disable. This is useful if you want to ensure no network activity occurs during certain tasks. To reconnect, simply right-click the adapter again and select Enable. You can also configure network adapter properties by selecting Properties. This opens up a window where you can access and modify various well-known network settings, such as IP addresses, DNS servers, or more advanced settings like quality of service or network adapter priority metrics. To wrap up, the Network and Sharing Center is your go-to tool for managing network connections and troubleshooting issues. With its intuitive interface and powerful features, you have everything you need to maintain a smooth and reliable network experience. So, the next time you face a network hiccup, head to the Network and Sharing Center and take charge of your connectivity. Exam Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. System. Alright, our next stop in the Control Panel tour is the System utility. This is where you can view and manage key aspects of your computer's hardware and operating system settings. In this video segment, I will break down what happens when you select System from the Control Panel, explain its overall purpose, and walk through a couple of use case scenarios. When you select System from the Control Panel, you'll be taken to the About section of the Windows Settings app. Here, you'll see a summary of your system's specifications, including the device name, processor type, installed RAM, system type, and whether your system supports touch. You'll also find information about your Windows operating system specifications. The overall purpose of the System utility is to provide a central location for viewing detailed information about your computer's hardware and operating system. It also offers quick access to tools for managing system performance, configuring hardware settings, and troubleshooting issues. Since there is so much we can do here, let's walk through a basic change just to give you an idea of this utility's inner workings. Suppose you purchased a second monitor and want to extend the Windows desktop to the new screen. Here's how you can do it using the System utility. First, select Display in the left side navigation pane. This will open the Display Settings window. You'll see your monitors represented as numbered rectangles. You can click Identify to see which number corresponds to each physical monitor if you're not sure which is which. Next, scroll down to the Multiple Displays section and select Extend these displays from the drop-down menu. This will allow you to use the second monitor as an extension of your desktop, giving you more screen space to work with. Additionally, you can then drag and drop the numbered monitor icons to match their physical arrangement on your desk, as well as adjust the resolution and orientation of each monitor as needed. Now that was pretty basic. How about something more advanced? Now this example might go a bit over your head, but I just want to illustrate a more advanced system change. Keep in mind there are many levels in between basic and advanced, and you will continually rediscover these Windows tools again and again as your knowledge increases. As for this next scenario, we will be listing a new application in the path environment variable. This type of variable is used if you have an application that you want to run from the command prompt without needing to specify its full path every time. Think of this variable as adding a little shortcut. To accomplish this task, click on Advanced System Settings on the right-hand side. This opens the System Properties dialog box. From here, head over to the Advanced tab and click the Environment Variables button. This opens a new window labeled Environment Variables. This window allows you to manage system and user environment variables with just a few clicks. Now to recap, we clicked on the Advanced System Settings link, and then went to the Advanced tab. Does that make this scenario doubly advanced? I say yes. With a few practical scenarios under your belt, I encourage you to now explore the system utility on your own. Check out the various options available, make a basic change like adjusting display settings, or challenge yourself with an advanced modification like updating the path environment variable. Just don't get yourself into too much trouble, or double trouble for that matter. Exam Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. Windows Defender Firewall. For this video segment, let's dive into one of the most critical guardians of your Windows 10 environment, Windows Defender Firewall. This built-in host-based software firewall is like the mighty bouncer standing at the doorway to your computer, ensuring that only the right data packets get through while kicking the unwanted ones to the curb. To access this fierce defender, you'll want to head over to the control panel and click on Windows Defender Firewall. Once you do, you will be transported into the command center of your system's security operations. The first screen you land on is the Windows Defender Firewall overview. This dashboard provides a quick summary of your firewall status for different network profiles. Each profile will show whether the firewall is on or off, providing an instant status check of your system's protection. On the left-hand side, a navigation pane offers several key options to manage your firewall settings. The Allow an app or feature through Windows Defender Firewall option lets you create exceptions for specific applications, ensuring they can communicate through the firewall without hindrance. The Turn Windows Defender Firewall on or off option enables you to toggle the firewall settings for each network profile, giving you control over your system's security depending on the environment. If you ever need to revert to the original configurations, Restore Defaults resets all settings back to their default state. The Advanced Settings option is where you can dive deeper into configuring detailed rules and monitoring network activity, while Troubleshoot My Network guides you through diagnosing and resolving common firewall-related network issues. For those seeking more advanced control, clicking on Advanced Settings opens the Windows Defender Firewall with Advanced Security. This powerful tool allows you to manage inbound and outbound rules, create connection security rules to enforce secure communications, and monitor active connections and firewall rules. You can also enable security logging to record firewall activity, which is invaluable for troubleshooting and analyzing security incidents. By taking a bit of time to explore and understand this built-in host-based software firewall, you can gain a comprehensive understanding over your firewall settings, ensuring that your computer remains secure against unwanted intrusions while allowing necessary communications to proceed unhindered. Exam Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. Mail. Let's dive into our next essential utility in the control panel, Mail. This tool is particularly useful for those managing email accounts, profiles, and data files in Microsoft Outlook. Whether you're a professional juggling multiple email accounts or an individual who wants to keep their emails organized, the Mail utility is your go-to solution. To access the Mail utility, just click the Mail icon to open the Mail applet. Once opened, you will notice that this applet is divided into 3 main sections: email accounts, data files, and profiles. Each section serves a unique purpose in managing your email configuration. The Email Accounts button allows you to add, remove, and manage your email accounts. This is where you set up new email addresses, configure existing ones, and adjust their settings to ensure smooth email communication. The Data Files section is where you manage the files that store your email messages, calendar events, and other Outlook data. This is crucial for backing up your emails or moving them to a new computer. By clicking Data Files, you can see the list of data files currently used by your email client and add or remove them as needed. This ensures that your important email data is securely stored and easily accessible. The Profiles section is particularly useful if you have multiple users on the same computer or need to manage different email configurations. By clicking Show Profiles, you can create, delete, or manage profiles, allowing you to switch between different sets of email accounts and settings easily. This feature is handy for separating work and personal emails or for troubleshooting email-related issues by testing with a new profile. So whether you're setting up a new email or managing multiple profiles for different aspects of your life, the Mail utility has got you covered. So, go ahead and keep those inboxes organized and your emails flowing. Exam Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. Sound. Next up on our Control Panel adventure is the Sound utility. This tool is used for managing all the audio aspects of your Windows 10 system. Whether you're a music enthusiast, a gamer, or just someone who needs their alerts and notifications to be audible, the Sound utility is your gateway to audio bliss. When you click on Sound within the Control Panel, the Sound applet window opens, presenting you with 4 main tabs: Playback, Recording, Sounds, and Communications. Each tab offers a variety of settings to ensure your audio experience is exactly how you want it. The Playback tab shows a list of all the available playback devices on your system, such as speakers, headphones, and Bluetooth audio devices. Here, you can set your default playback device, configure settings for each device, and even test your audio to make sure everything is working correctly. Switching over to the Recording tab, you'll find a similar list, but this time it's for your input devices, such as microphones. This tab allows you to set up your default recording device, configure its settings, and test the input to ensure your voice is captured loud and clear. The Sounds tab is where you can customize the various sounds that Windows uses for events like notifications, alerts, and system messages. You can choose from a list of preset sounds or even browse your computer to use custom audio files. This tab is perfect for personalizing your system to make it truly yours. Finally, the Communications tab provides settings for how Windows should handle audio during communication activities, like phone calls or video conferences. You can set Windows to automatically adjust the volume of other sounds when it detects communication activity, ensuring you can hear and be heard clearly. So whether you're configuring playback devices, setting up recording equipment, customizing system sounds, or adjusting communication settings, the Sound utility ensures that your audio experience is top-notch. Exam Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. User Accounts. This video segment will be dedicated to the User Accounts utility, a vital tool for managing who gets to do what on your Windows 10 computer. Whether you're setting up new users, managing passwords, or adjusting account types, this utility helps you keep control over your system's access and security. To access user accounts, open the Control Panel and give User Accounts a click. This will redirect you to the User Accounts section of the Control Panel. Here, you will see several options like Change Account Name, Change Your Account Type, Manage Another Account, and more. These features allow you to tailor each account to fit the user's needs and ensure your system remains secure and functional. To run through a few of these features, the Change Account Name option allows you to rename an existing user account, helping keep your accounts organized and easily identifiable. For instance, renaming an account from guest to visitor. Change your account type lets you switch between standard user and administrator accounts. Standard users have limited access suitable for everyday tasks, while administrators can make system-wide changes and install software. It's crucial to assign administrator access only to trusted users to maintain system security. Manage another account is where you oversee all user accounts on your system. You can add new users, modify existing accounts, or remove users who no longer need access. This option also allows you to reset passwords and set up parental controls for child accounts, centralizing all account management tasks. By exploring these options, you can effectively manage user accounts on your system, ensuring that each user has appropriate access and that your system remains secure and organized. Exam Objective 1.4. Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. Indexing options. Next on our control panel tour is indexing options, a powerful feature that optimizes search performance on your Windows 10 system. Whether you're constantly searching for documents, emails, or other files, indexing can significantly speed up the process by cataloging content and properties of files. To access indexing options, open the control panel and give indexing options a click. This will open the indexing options applet. This applet will immediately display all the locations that Windows is currently indexing or cataloging. These locations typically include your personal files, email, and offline files. The goal is to make search operations, performed in the Windows search bar, Windows File Explorer, the Start menu, an email client, or by Cortana, faster and more efficient by creating an index of all these files and their properties. One of the primary features here is the ability to modify indexed locations. By clicking on the Modify button, you can add or remove locations from the indexing list. For example, if you have a new folder where you frequently store documents, you can add it to the indexed locations to ensure it's included in future searches. Conversely, if there's a folder you don't want to be indexed, perhaps an application folder or a directory with sensitive information, you can easily exclude it. To do this, simply uncheck the folder in the list of indexed locations. This helps keep your searches relevant and efficient. By carefully managing what gets indexed, you can ensure that your searches are both fast and relevant. Whether you're adding important new folders to be indexed or excluding unnecessary ones, indexing options provides you with the control you need to customize your search functionality. Exam Objective 1.4. Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. Administrative tools. Continuing on with Control Panel, we now come to Administrative Tools. This is essentially a collection of advanced utilities designed for system administrators and power users to manage, monitor, and troubleshoot various aspects of the Windows operating system. Whether you're managing disks, configuring services, or analyzing system performance, Administrative Tools offers a suite of powerful features to get the job done. To access Administrative Tools, open the Control Panel and give Administrative Tools a click. This will open a window containing a variety of tools, each serving a specific purpose. Now most of these tools have already been covered earlier in this course, so just note that this Control Panel utility provides yet another way to access the various Windows administrative tools. Exam Objective 1.4. Given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. File Explorer options. Our next topic in the Control Panel is File Explorer options. This is a utility that is used for customizing how you interact with files and folders on your Windows 10 system. Whether you want to adjust basic settings, manage how files are displayed, or enhance your file navigation experience, File Explorer options provides a variety of configurations to suit your needs. To access File Explorer options, open the Control Panel, locate the tool, and give it a click. This opens a window with 3 tabs: General, View, and Search. The General tab in File Explorer options allows you to set your preferences for browsing folders and files. Key settings include the option to open File Explorer to Quick Access, or this PC. Quick Access shows frequently used folders and recent files, while this PC displays all your drives and main folders. You can also decide whether to open each folder in the same window or in a new window. Additionally, you can choose between single-click or double-click to open items, with single-clicking mimicking how links work in a web browser. The View tab offers detailed control over how files and folders are displayed. Important settings include showing hidden files, folders, and drives, which is useful for accessing system files or configuration folders that are not visible by default. Another key setting is hiding extensions for known file types. By default, Windows hides file extensions like .txt or .pdf, but unchecking this box shows the full file names, including extensions, which can be helpful for distinguishing between different file types. You can adjust these settings by selecting or deselecting the respective checkboxes. The Search tab provides options to customize how searches are conducted within File Explorer. Here, you can choose to include or exclude system directories, compressed files, and even how search results are handled. One useful setting is the option to always search file names and contents, which can be particularly handy if you frequently search for text within documents. You can also enable natural language search, which allows you to use more conversational queries when searching for files. You can also manage many of these settings directly within File Explorer, providing a quick and convenient way to adjust your viewing preferences on the fly. At the top of the File Explorer window, click on the View tab to reveal various display options. To show hidden files and folders, check the Hidden Items box in the Show Hide group. This instantly makes hidden files visible. Similarly, to show file extensions, check the File Name Extensions box in the same Show Hide group. This allows you to see the extensions for all files immediately. So whether you're configuring general browsing behaviors or adjusting how files are displayed, the File Explorer Options utility provides a wealth of flexibility and control. Exam Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 Control Panel utility. Power Options. Our next topic in the Control Panel is Power Options. This utility is used for managing how your Windows 10 system uses power. This is especially important for laptops, where efficient power management can extend battery life and improve performance. Let's dive into the various features and settings available under Power Options, or more specifically, the features and settings CompTIA has outlined in their exam objectives. To start working with the Power Options utility, open the Control Panel, locate the tool and give it a click. This will take you deeper into the Control Panel utility, where you can choose or customize power plans, configure what happens when you close your laptop's lid, and more. So how about a breakdown? First up, power plans are predefined configurations that manage how your computer uses power. The three main power plans are Balanced, Power Saver, and High Performance. Each plan adjusts settings like screen brightness, sleep mode, and hibernation settings to optimize for battery life or performance. Next, we will click on the link labeled Choose What the Power Buttons Do, in order to view a few more settings. Here is where you can configure additional power settings, including what happens when you press the power button, close the lid on a laptop, and choose shutdown options. At the top of the System Settings page, you'll find options for defining what happens when you press the power buttons or close your laptop's lid. You can set actions such as do nothing, sleep, hibernate, or shut down for both battery and plugged-in scenarios. For example, you might want your laptop to sleep when you close the lid on battery power, but do nothing when it's plugged into an external monitor. Further down, you'll see shutdown settings where you can turn on fast startup to speed up boot time, and choose whether to show sleep, hibernate, and lock options in the power menu. For one last feature, we have USB Selective Suspend. The USB Selective Suspend setting allows the operating system to suspend individual USB ports to save power. However, this can sometimes cause issues with USB devices not functioning correctly. To ensure that USB devices are not suspended, go to Change Plan Settings for your current power plan. Then click Change Advanced Power Settings. In the Power Options dialog, expand USB Settings. And then USB Selective Suspend setting. Here you can choose to enable or disable this feature with a simple click. Now, for one last note, the graphics I used behind me were specific to a laptop environment. A desktop environment will look a bit different as there is no need to differentiate between on battery and plugged-in states, and desktops don't have a lid that closes. Exam Objective 1.4, given a scenario, use the appropriate Microsoft Windows 10 control panel utility. Ease of access. Our final topic in the control panel tour is ease of access. This utility is used for customizing your Windows 10 system to meet the needs of users with various disabilities. Whether you're setting up accessibility features for yourself or configuring a computer for someone else, ease of access provides numerous tools to enhance usability. To start working with the ease of access utility, open the control panel, locate the tool, and give it a click. This will take you deeper into the control panel utility, where you can access various accessibility options and settings. With that said, let's take a look at a couple things we can do here. First, for users who are visually impaired and require a different cursor color for better visibility, navigate to the link labeled "Make the mouse easier to use." Here, you can change the color and size of the mouse pointer to make it more visible. Speech recognition is another powerful tool available in ease of access. It allows users to control their computer and dictate text using their voice, which can be particularly useful for those with limited mobility. To set up speech recognition, click on Use the computer without a mouse or keyboard. Then click Use speech recognition, and follow the setup wizard to configure your microphone, train your computer to understand your voice, and learn basic commands. These are just a couple of ways in which ease of access can tailor your Windows 10 system for users with various disabilities, so be sure to take a moment to explore further if you have access to a Windows 10 device. Additionally, congratulations on completing the journey through the control panel. You've learned some new ways to control and personalize your system to suit your needs. And you have probably noticed there are multiple paths to many of the same tools. Interestingly enough, our next exam objective, which will cover Windows settings, is sure to provide a few more overlaps. Never hurts to have a backup plan. Exam Objective 1.5, given a scenario, use the appropriate Windows settings. For Exam Objective 1.5, we will be taking a look at Windows settings. To access this tool, simply click on the Start menu, select the gear icon, and voila! You're there. This centralized hub is designed to cater to an array of system adjustment needs, offering a user-friendly interface that makes system management as smooth as silk. Before I put one more set of tools in our ever-growing toolbox, I think now is a perfect time to do a bit of toolbox organization and give each tool category a bit of context, along with a side-by-side comparison. Picture this: you're an IT professional with a toolbox filled with various instruments, each suited for different levels of expertise and needs. At the top of the complexity scale, we have the CLI, or Command Line Interface. This is best suited for coding enthusiasts or IT administrators who revel in the power and flexibility of text commands. The CLI is the most granular tool, perfect for those who want to dive deep into the system's inner workings. Next up are the Windows Administrator tools, less complex than CLI, but still quite detailed. These tools are a sweet spot for administrators and advanced users, offering significant control with a more user-friendly graphical interface. Then we have the Windows Control Panel. This is less complex than our administrative toolset and is suitable for both administrators and standard users. Finally, we arrive at Windows Settings, the least complex of them all, and the main topic of this video segment. Designed with the end user in mind, it's straightforward and perfect for everyday tweaks and adjustments. As an additional note, regardless of the tools you select, with time and experience, you will notice certain configuration options will require certain tools, regardless of their complexity level and inherent overlaps. With that said, let's take a closer look at each subsection of Windows settings. First up, we have Time and Language. This section allows you to adjust your system's clock, change your time zone, and switch languages. For instance, if you've just flown from New York to Tokyo for a business trip, you can quickly change your time zone to match local time, ensuring your calendar reminders are accurate. Moreover, if you're learning a new language or working in a multilingual environment, switching the display language can make your tasks more manageable and enhance your learning experience. Next, we have Update and Security, which helps keep your system, well, secure and up to date. Here, you can manage Windows updates and security settings to protect your system against the latest threats. Imagine you receive a notification about an important security update. By promptly checking for updates and installing them, you ensure that your system remains secure, preventing any potential vulnerabilities from being exploited. Additionally, you can set up backups to safeguard your important files. Think of it as a safety net. If your system ever crashes or you accidentally delete a critical document, you can restore your system and retrieve your files from the backup. Moving on to personalization, we are given the ability to spice up the desktop. This section is all about making your desktop feel like your own, whether you decide to change your wallpaper, modify themes, or set up a screensaver lock screen. Picture this: you've taken a stunning photo on your recent vacation and want to set it as your desktop background. With just a few clicks, you can have that beautiful image greeting you every time you turn on your computer. Want to go a step further? Modify the desktop theme to match your new wallpaper, changing everything from colors to sounds for a cohesive and personalized experience. For added security, enable a screensaver lock to ensure your data is protected when you step away from your desk, perhaps choosing a fun animation to keep things lively. In the Apps section, you can manage default applications and app-specific settings. Suppose you prefer using Adobe Reader for PDF documents, but notice that they are being opened by your web browser instead. You can easily change the default PDF handler to Adobe Reader, ensuring that your PDF files open in the application you're most comfortable with. This adjustment helps streamline your workflow and improves your overall user experience. Privacy settings allow you to control what information your apps can access. For example, if you're participating in a lot of video calls, you'll need to enable microphone and webcam access for your conferencing apps. By navigating to the privacy settings, you can ensure that only trusted applications have access to your microphone and webcam, maintaining your privacy while still allowing you to communicate effectively in your meetings and online interactions. The System section is one we have looked at before, as this is where we are redirected when we select System from inside Control Panel. But another look certainly can't hurt. As a refresher, this is where you manage system settings like display, sound, and notifications. Imagine you just purchased a second monitor to enhance your productivity. You can extend your display to utilize both screens effectively by adjusting your display settings here. Additionally, for those who prefer larger text and icons, you can adjust the display scale to make everything more readable, thus reducing eye strain and making your workspace more comfortable. The Devices section is where you manage connected devices like printers, scanners, and Bluetooth gadgets. Imagine you've just bought a new wireless headset. By navigating to the Devices section, you can add the headset to your system, making it ready for use. This section also allows you to troubleshoot and manage these devices, ensuring all of them are functioning correctly. The Network and Internet section is crucial for managing your internet connections and network settings. If you move to a new office and need to connect to a different Wi-Fi network, you can enter the network name, known as an SSID, and its associated password, using the Windows settings to get connected. We can also handle many other connection types, such as VPNs and mobile hotspots as well. In the Gaming section of Windows settings, you can adjust settings to optimize game performance and streaming. Suppose you're preparing for a marathon gaming session and want to ensure your system is running at peak performance. In the Gaming section, you can tweak graphic performance settings to get the best visuals and smooth gameplay, enhancing your overall gaming experience. Last up on our fast-paced walkthrough of Windows settings, we have Accounts. This section assists in managing user accounts and family settings. For instance, if you need to grant administrative rights to a specific user, you can add them as a local administrator, giving them the necessary control over the system. Additionally, if you have children and want to manage their screen time, you can use the family options to limit their internet usage, ensuring they maintain a healthy balance between online and offline activities. And there you have it. Windows settings in a nutshell, with a few common use cases sprinkled in. As this tool is specifically designed for standard users, it is relatively safe to explore the many configuration options available here. So take a look around, and let curiosity get the best of you. Exam Objective 1.6, given a scenario, configure Microsoft Windows networking features on a client desktop. Workgroup versus domain. To kick off Exam Objective 1.6, let's dive into the fascinating world of Windows networking, where we'll cover the essentials of configuring Microsoft Windows networking features. Buckle up, because this journey will take you through several key network topics from a software perspective. To start, we will cover workgroups and domains, two fundamental networking concepts in the Windows environment. Imagine you're in a small office with only a few PCs that need to communicate and share resources without setting up a central server. This is where a Windows workgroup shines. A workgroup is a simple peer-to-peer network model that allows computers to share files and printers without a centralized management system. This setup is perfect for small businesses or home networks where simplicity and ease of configuration are paramount. Remember, Microsoft recommends connecting no more than 20 computers to a Windows workgroup or things could get a bit messy. To join a workgroup, head on over to Windows Settings and click on System. From here, click on About, located at the bottom of the left side navigation. In the About section, scroll down until you locate the Rename this PC advanced link and give it a click. This will open the System Properties window. Now you just click on Network ID and follow the setup wizard to finish up. This will be nearly the same process, whether you are joining a workgroup or a domain. Speaking of domain, let's take a look at this workgroup alternative now. A domain is a more structured and scalable network access option when compared to a workgroup. A domain is a network model where one or more servers, known as domain controllers, manage all computers, users, and security within the network centrally. This setup is ideal for larger organizations where centralized management and security are critical. With an understanding of both networking options in hand, how about a little compare and contrast? Out the gate, both workgroups and domains enable networked computers to share resources. But that is the extent of their similarities. So let's explore how they differ. When it comes to management, workgroups are decentralized with each machine managing its own resources, while domains have centralized management by way of domain controllers. With regard to security, domains offer higher security with centralized authentication and policies, whereas workgroups rely on local accounts and permissions. Then there is scalability. Workgroups are suited for small networks of just a few devices, while domains can scale to thousands of devices. So if you want devices to share resources, have a small network, and don't want the complexity of a centralized server, set up a workgroup. And if you have a large network where using a centralized server makes sense, it might be best to go with a domain. Exam Objective 1.6, given a scenario, configure Microsoft Windows networking features on a client desktop. Shared resources. Whether you're in a cozy small office or a sprawling enterprise, sharing resources between devices can make your life significantly easier. Imagine effortlessly accessing files from different computers or printing documents without having to transfer files manually. This convenience is achieved by efficiently connecting to file servers, mapped drives, and printers. A file server is a dedicated server that stores and manages files, allowing multiple users to access and share them. In a workgroup, a file server can be any computer that shares its files and resources with other computers in the network. This decentralized approach works well for small offices or home networks where simplicity and ease of configuration are important. Users can easily share documents, media files, and other data without needing a central server. In a domain, file servers are more sophisticated and centralized, allowing administrators to set granular permissions, ensuring that sensitive data is only accessible to authorized users. File servers in a domain environment also support more advanced features like data redundancy, backups, and remote access, making them suitable for larger organizations with complex needs. Mapped drives act as virtual shortcuts that connect to file servers and shared folders on a network. This is akin to having a local drive on your computer, but it actually points to a location on another computer or server. Mapped drives are crucial for accessing drives and folders quickly without navigating through complex network paths each time. Printers are essential in most every IT environment, and the ability to share them over a network can save time and resources. There are two primary ways to share printers, depending if they are locally connected to a device or connected directly to a network. A locally connected printer is connected directly to a computer, often through a USB cable connection. In a workgroup, this printer can be shared with other computers in the network, allowing multiple users to print without transferring files to the host computer. This setup is convenient in small office settings where a single printer needs to serve multiple users. To share a locally attached printer, head over to Devices and Printers, located in Control Panel, and give it a click. Then right-click on the printer you want to share, and select Printer Properties. When the Printer Properties window opens, check the box next to Share this printer and you are good to go. Network printers are connected directly to the network, making them potentially accessible to any computer within that network. In a workgroup, network printers simplify printing tasks by eliminating the need for a dedicated host computer. Users can print directly to the network printer from their own devices. In a domain, network printers are managed centrally, often through group policy. This allows administrators to deploy printers to specific users or groups, control printer access, and monitor usage. This centralized management is particularly useful in large organizations where multiple printers are deployed across different departments and locations. Exam Objective 1.6. Given a scenario, configure Microsoft Windows networking features on a client desktop. Local OS firewall settings. On a Windows 10 desktop, the local OS firewall is Windows Defender Firewall. Understanding how to configure this firewall and manage restrictions and exceptions is crucial for maintaining a secure and functional network connection. In this video segment, we'll cover this important topic and walk through a practical scenario to help solidify your understanding. Firewalls are your first line of defense against cyber threats. They monitor and control incoming and outgoing network traffic based on predetermined security rules. Local OS firewalls, like Windows Defender Firewall, are built into your operating system and provide essential protections for your computer. Some key features of Windows Defender Firewall include profiles, inbound and outbound rules, application restrictions and exceptions, and port management. Windows Defender Firewall operates under three different profiles: domain, private, and public. Each profile can have its own set of rules and configurations, providing flexibility depending on the network type you are connected to. The domain profile is used when your computer is connected to a domain network, typically found in enterprise environments. The private profile is used for networks you trust, such as your home or office network. The public profile is for networks you don't trust, such as those in coffee shops or airports, where security is paramount. Inbound rules control the incoming traffic to your computer. For example, you might set up inbound rules to allow traffic from trusted sources or block traffic from known malicious IP addresses. These rules are crucial for protecting your system from external threats. Outbound rules manage the outgoing traffic from your computer. Outbound rules can be configured to block certain applications from accessing the internet. Application restrictions are rules set in your firewall to block or limit the network access of specific applications. This can be crucial for preventing malicious software from communicating over the network. Conversely, exceptions are rules that allow specific applications or services to bypass the firewall restrictions. This is necessary for applications like web browsers and email clients that need network access to function correctly. Port management involves creating rules to allow or block traffic through specific ports. This is useful for controlling access to services and applications that use particular port numbers. For example, you might allow traffic through port 80 for HTTP traffic but block traffic through other ports that aren't commonly used. Configuring your firewall involves creating rules that specify which applications or services are allowed or denied access to the network. Imagine you are working on a project that requires connecting to a remote database server operating on TCP port 1433. Network traffic to the database is being allowed out, but no traffic is being allowed back in on this port. This issue might be related to your firewall settings blocking the database connection. To fix this issue, we will create a new inbound rule to allow inbound traffic on TCP port 1433. To do this in Windows Defender Firewall, right-click on Inbound Rules and select New Rule. This will launch the new Inbound Rule wizard. Since our issue is with traffic related to a specific port, choose Port and click Next. Here we will select TCP and enter 1433 in the specific local ports field. Now click Next. On the next step, choose Allow the connection and click Next. Now select when the rule applies. For this example, we will select all 3 profiles. Then we will click Next one more time. To wrap up, provide a name for the rule and click Finish. Now you can see our new rule in action. Understanding and configuring local OS firewall settings is essential for maintaining both security and functionality in your network environment. By managing application restrictions and exceptions and correctly configuring your firewall, you can ensure that necessary applications have access while keeping potential threats at bay. Exam Objective 1.6. Given a scenario, configure Microsoft Windows networking features on a client desktop. Client network configuration. CompTIA A Plus Core 1 is where networking is discussed in detail, but Core 2 has us covering various networking elements, including IP addressing schemes, static versus dynamic addressing, subnet masks, default gateways, and DNS settings from a software perspective. So if the mere mention of networking still gives you chills down your spine, don't worry, I will provide a brief overview of these topics before we attempt to input any network configuration settings into the Windows 10 OS. First up is to define what an IP address is. IP stands for Internet Protocol, and an IP address is a unique numerical identifier assigned to every device connected to a network. Within this definition, the keyword is assigned, as an IP address is logically assigned, can be changed, and even reassigned as needed. Currently, there are 2 versions of IP addresses in use: IPv4 and IPv6. IPv4, which stands for Internet Protocol version 4, is the older and more widely adopted version. An IPv4 address identifies a device in an Internet Protocol version 4 or an IPv4 network. It is worth noting that IPv4 addresses use a specific type of notation called dot decimal notation. Dot decimal notation is a way of displaying a big number in manageable chunks. In the case of an IPv4 address, each address is 32 binary digits long. This is a bit difficult to understand, so let's group this 32 binary digit address into different containers that are separated by dots. This will create 4 sets of 8 binary digits, also known as octets. Next we will convert each octet from binary to their decimal value equivalents, resulting in a dot decimal notation that is much easier to read. With this dot decimal notation, each octet can range from 0 to 255, providing us with over 4.2 billion numerical combinations. IPv6 addresses are considerably longer than an IPv4 address, at 128 binary digits long. IPv6 addresses also use a different addressing scheme. IPv6 addresses include 8 groups of 4 hexadecimal digits, separated by colons. Each group of 4 hexadecimal digits can also be called a hex tet. Next, let's explore how IP addresses are assigned to devices. There are 2 main methods, static and dynamic. A static IP address is manually assigned to a device and remains constant over time. This is often used for servers, printers, or other devices that need a persistent, unchanging address in order to be consistently located by other devices. On the other hand, dynamic IP addresses are automatically assigned by a service called DHCP, which stands for Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. With dynamic addressing using DHCP, a device receives an IP address from a DHCP server when it connects to the network. This dynamic addressing using DHCP allows for efficient assignment and use of IP addresses while also preventing addressing conflicts, where 2 or more devices are assigned the same IP address. Regardless of the method used, you won't be surfing the internet and visiting your favorite websites without the correct IP settings for your particular environment. A subnet mask is used to divide an IP network into smaller subnetworks, or subnets. The process of subnetting improves network performance and security by segmenting larger networks into smaller, more manageable subnets. This allows for better control of network traffic. Think of subnetting as creating VIP sections in your network club, keeping the crowds manageable and the party going smoothly. Now, for many of you, this might be the first time hearing about subnets, and that is okay. You will definitely get an earful once you progress on to Network Plus. So for now, just have an idea of what a subnet is and what a subnet mask might look like. As for the binary math that goes with this topic, just leave that for later. A default gateway, in the context of a computer network, is a router or networking device that connects a local network to the internet or other networks. It acts as a doorway, allowing your computer or other network devices to send or receive data from outside the local network. The function of a default gateway is straightforward, yet vital. When a device on your network wants to access a website, stream a video, or download a file from the internet, it sends that request to the default gateway, as long as it knows where to find it. Next we have DNS, or Domain Name System, which is used for translating human-readable domain names, like domain.com, into IP addresses that computers can understand. When configuring DNS settings, you can specify primary and secondary DNS servers. The primary DNS server is queried first, and if it fails to respond, the secondary DNS server is used. Proper DNS configuration ensures that your network devices can resolve domain names and access internet resources efficiently. DNS is essential for web browsing, email, and any application that relies on domain name resolution. Think of DNS as the network's phonebook. It helps your devices find each other without awkward introductions. Now that we got those pesky networking details out of the way, let's work through a possible real-life problem. Imagine a scenario where a user cannot access any web pages at all, but can ping the local host, the gateway, and known IP addresses on the internet and receive a response. This indicates that while the network connection itself is functioning, the DNS settings might be at fault. When the DNS is not working correctly, users may be able to reach websites by entering their IP addresses directly, but cannot resolve domain names to IP addresses, which is essential for accessing websites through URLs. Additionally, if a user selects a web search provider and a different website opens, it might indicate a redirect or a corrupt DNS record. So do you think you are ready to set up and configure a network adapter on a Windows device? I bet you are more ready than you think. But just to make sure, we can walk through it together. First, head over to Control Panel and click on the Network and Sharing Center. On the left side, click Change Adapter Settings. Next, right-click on the network adapter you want to configure, and select Properties. This will open up the Properties dialog box. There are many network settings that we can adjust here, but we will only concern ourselves with the Internet Protocol version 4, or IPv4 settings at this point in our journey. With that said, give that option a click. We will then be presented with a dialog box specific to our IPv4 settings. Now, let's take a closer look at this dialog box. This is essentially your control panel for configuring IP settings on a Windows client. Here's what you'll find and what each option means. IP address is where you enter the IP address you want to assign to the device interface. For example, you might enter 192.168.1.100 for a device on a local area network. The subnet mask helps define the IP address range of the network. When in doubt, just look for the 255. It's usually a dead giveaway. Default gateway will specify the IP address of your router, which acts as the gateway to other networks, including the internet. For instance, you might enter 192.168.1.1. Whatever you do enter, make sure it is the actual address of the default gateway, or you will be stranded in your local network. Preferred DNS server will be your primary DNS server. This server is used first to resolve domain names. Oftentimes, this will match your default gateway, as many routers come with a built-in DNS server. The alternate DNS server will be your backup DNS server, which is used if the primary server is unavailable. Personally, I like to use Google's public DNS server, located at 8.8.8.8 as my alternate DNS server of choice. Now imagine you're setting up a small office network, with a mix of static and dynamic IP addresses. The office has a router serving as the default gateway, DNS server, and DHCP server, all in one, that is charged with assigning IP addresses dynamically to most devices. However, the Office file server needs a static IP address for consistent access. To accomplish this, you would configure the file server with a static IP address, subnet mask, default gateway, and DNS settings to ensure it's always reachable at the same address. These settings can be viewed on the left. For the dynamic IP addresses, you would ensure that all other devices are set to obtain an IP address automatically from the DHCP server. This setup simplifies network management, as you don't need to manually assign IP addresses to every device. This also prevents IP conflicts with other DHCP-assigned devices, and makes it easy to add or remove devices from the network. Keep in mind, it is still possible to have an IP address conflict between a statically assigned device and a dynamically assigned device in some situations. You could also end up with an IPA address if you configure a device for dynamic assignment and the DHCP becomes unreachable. Those are the addresses that begin with 169.254. Exam Objective 1.6. Given a scenario, configure Microsoft Windows networking features on a client desktop. Establish network connections. Establishing a network connection can take many forms. In this video segment, we will crack open the networking floodgate, just a little, and explore some of the various connection types we can set up within our Windows 10 operating system. Additionally, I will keep my explanation super simple, and demonstrate these configuration options using the network and internet utility, accessible through Windows settings. For those who prefer the reliability of a wired connection, Ethernet is your best friend. Simply plug in the Ethernet cable to your computer and router, and Windows will usually handle the rest. Wired connections are generally faster and more stable than wireless, making them ideal for tasks requiring high bandwidth, like gaming or streaming. Next, let's talk about Wi-Fi. Connecting to a Wi-Fi network in Windows is as easy as pie. On the Wi-Fi tab, click on Show Available Networks and select your desired network from the list. Now, let's venture into the realm of cellular network connections, also referred to as a wireless wide area network, or WWAN. Think of WWAN as mobile data for your desktop or laptop, allowing you to stay connected even when Wi-Fi isn't available. This is particularly useful for business travelers or remote workers. To set up WWAN, you'll need to install a WWAN card. Once you have done so, Windows should automatically detect it and provide you with a Cellular Connections tab. Next up, we have the Virtual Private Network, or VPN. A VPN creates a secure, encrypted tunnel from your device to the internet, potentially hiding your IP address or protecting your confidential data from prying eyes. Configuring a VPN in Windows is straightforward. Just click Add a VPN connection and fill in the required fields. Once configured, you can connect with just a click, ensuring your online activities remain private and secure. Last up, we have network connections by way of a proxy. A proxy server acts as an intermediary between your device and the internet, often used to enhance security or manage internet usage. In Windows, you can automatically detect proxy settings, configure a proxy using a script, or manually enter the proxy server address and port number. A proxy setup can help in scenarios where direct access to certain websites is restricted, or you need to filter and monitor internet traffic. By routing your internet traffic through a proxy, you add an extra layer of control and security to your network connection. Exam Objective 1.6. Given a scenario, configure Microsoft Windows networking features on a client desktop. Public versus private network. When you connect your Windows 10 device to a network, Windows automatically classifies it as either a private or public network. This classification impacts how your device interacts with other devices and the level of security applied to your connection. Understanding the differences and knowing how to manage these settings effectively is crucial for maintaining both connectivity and security. A private network is one you trust, like your home or office network. When a network is set as private, Windows assumes you know and trust the other devices on the same network. This private network setting enables features like network discovery and has less restrictive firewall settings for inbound and outbound traffic. On a private network, having network discovery enabled allows your device to see other devices on the network and vice versa. This makes it easy to share files, folders, and printers, enhancing collaboration and convenience within the trusted environment. In contrast, a public network is one you don't trust, such as a coffee shop, airport, or any other public Wi-Fi hotspot. Windows assumes the network is insecure and restricts your device from being discoverable by others. This setting is more restrictive to protect your device from potential threats. On a public network, your device is hidden from other devices on the network, reducing the risk of attack. File and printer sharing is disabled to prevent unauthorized access to your resources, and Windows Firewall applies stricter rules to safeguard your device. For those of you who might not understand what network discovery is, don't worry, I got you covered. Network discovery is a feature that allows your Windows 10 device to find other devices and be found on a network. This is particularly useful in a private network setting, where collaboration and sharing are essential. When network discovery is enabled, your device can see and communicate with other devices, making file and printer sharing straightforward. This feature is automatically turned on in private networks, but is disabled in public networks for security reasons. When network discovery is enabled, your computer sends out broadcast messages to announce its presence and listens for similar messages from other devices. This allows devices to detect each other and establish connections for sharing resources. For example, if you want to share a printer on a private network, network discovery will let other devices see and connect to that printer without needing to configure a network path to each device manually. And that most likely brings up yet another question. What is a network path? And to understand network path, we will need to talk about yet another item, the Universal Naming Convention, or UNC. Now, that may sound like a big rabbit hole to go down, but it will only take a second to cover these items. So let's get to it. UNC is a standard for identifying shared resources such as files, folders, and printers across different devices within a network. The format of a UNC path is \\, server name, \shared folder, where server name is the name of the computer or server where the resource is located, and shared folder is the name of the shared resource. Alternatively, the server name in a UNC path can also be an IP address. For example, \192.168.1.101 shared folder would access the shared folder on a device with the specified IP address. UNC paths allow users to access network resources directly, without needing to map network drives, providing a straightforward way to connect to shared content across the network. Directly below the network profile setting, we have another option for establishing a metered connection. This option is great for managing data usage on your desktop, laptop, or tablet, especially on limited data plans. A metered connection is one where data usage is tracked and possibly limited, such as a mobile hotspot or a pay-per-use Wi-Fi network. By setting a connection as metered, you can prevent Windows from automatically downloading updates and other data-heavy tasks that could quickly consume your data allowance. Setting a connection as metered is particularly beneficial if you're using a mobile data plan with limited bandwidth or a pay-as-you-go internet service. When a network is designated as metered, Windows takes a more conservative approach to data usage. This means that while essential security updates will still be downloaded, other updates and large files won't automatically download. Additionally, some apps may behave differently, prioritizing tasks that require less data. For instance, syncing services like OneDrive will switch to manual syncing to avoid excessive data consumption. Exam Objective 1.7 Given a scenario, apply application installation and configuration concepts. Software requirements. With any software installation, be it an operating system or an application, having a foundational knowledge of the hardware that will be supporting the software is a crucial first step. At the core of any software installation process is the Hardware Compatibility List, or HCL for short. The HCL serves as a detailed guide provided by software vendors, listing all the hardware components and systems that have been tested and verified to be compatible with their software. This includes processors, memory modules, storage devices, network adapters, and even peripheral devices like printers and scanners. The importance of the HCL cannot be overstated. It acts as your first line of defense against the frustration of software incompatibility. By consulting the HCL before installation, you can avoid scenarios where the software might fail to install or run as intended. Once you get past the HCL, you will also find out that software installations come with some minimum hardware requirements too. For example, the Windows 10 operating system has specific hardware requirements that must be met to ensure smooth operation. These requirements serve as a baseline to ensure that the operating system can perform basic functions effectively. To install and run Windows 10, your system must meet the following minimum hardware specifications. These include a compatible 1 GHz or faster processor, at least 1 GB of RAM for 32-bit OS versions or 2 GB for the 64-bit OS versions, a minimum of 16 GB of free hard disk space for 32-bit OS versions and 20 GB for the 64-bit OS versions, a DirectX 9 or later compatible graphics card with a Windows Display Driver Model 1.0 driver, and a display with at least a 800 by 600 resolution. Additionally, having an internet connection is necessary for performing updates, downloading drivers, and accessing online features. Continuing on, you will also find that specialized applications can come with some demanding hardware requirements too. The CPU is the brain of your computer, and its capabilities directly affect how well your applications run. Some applications require multi-core processors to function efficiently. Video editing software and 3D rendering applications benefit from CPUs with multiple cores and higher clock speeds. Additionally, virtualization tasks also require CPUs that support Intel's VTX or AMD technologies. If your CPU lacks these features, you might encounter issues with hypervisors or virtual machines. The amount of system RAM is crucial for overall performance. General productivity applications may run fine on 4 GB to 8 GB of RAM, but demanding software like virtual machines, large databases, or complex simulations can require 16 GB or more. When installing graphic-intensive applications, it's important to consider whether your system uses a dedicated graphics card or integrated graphics. Dedicated graphics cards, such as those from NVIDIA or AMD, have their own video RAM and processing power, enhancing performance in tasks like 3D rendering, gaming, and video editing. Conversely, integrated graphics share the system's RAM and are built into the CPU, leading to lower frame rates and less efficient handling of graphic-intensive applications. For 3D movies or high-definition video editing, a dedicated graphics card is essential for smooth, high-quality playback. Storage requirements are also a software installation factor. Ensuring that you have enough space for the application itself, temporary files, updates, and the data the application will generate is crucial. For example, a professional video editing suite might require several gigabytes for the software alone, plus additional space for video files, project files, and rendering outputs. Having ample storage space helps avoid performance bottlenecks and ensures smooth operation. Lastly, some specialized software may require external hardware tokens for authentication. These tokens ensure the software is authorized to run on your system, adding an extra layer of security. If the necessary hardware token is not present, you might receive a message indicating that the software is not authorized to run. This is common in high-security environments, where access to certain applications is tightly controlled. Now that you have verified you meet all the necessary hardware requirements, there is one more thing to consider, and that is the impact of installing new software. Installing new software can significantly affect your device. For instance, high-end graphic design software can slow down your system and consume substantial disk space, potentially causing storage shortages for other applications. New software can also strain your network bandwidth. Cloud-based services that involve constant data syncing and backups can significantly increase network utilization. Another possibility would be video conferencing software, which can affect network performance, causing latency and connectivity issues for other users on the local area network. Next, new software often requires regular updates, patches, and troubleshooting, which can add to the workload of IT support teams and potentially cause operational disruptions if not managed properly. And finally, from a business standpoint, new software can present licensing and training issues. Exam Objective 1.7. Given a scenario, apply application installation and configuration concepts. Software architecture. Next, we will discuss the difference between 32-bit and 64-bit software architecture, but before we do that, we need to start with the difference between a 32-bit and a 64-bit processor. 32-bit processors are appropriately named as they support instructions that are 32 bits in size. And since you are so smart, I am sure you have already deduced that 64-bit processors are designed to handle 64-bit instructions. This has a trickle-down effect. First up is the operating system. A 32-bit processor is compatible with a 32-bit operating system, while a 64-bit processor is compatible with both 64-bit and 32-bit operating systems. This trickles down a little further, with the same arrangement holding true for applications. A 32-bit operating system is capable of running a 32-bit application, while a 64-bit operating system is capable of running 64-bit applications and most 32-bit applications. Having fun? Great! How about a few more interesting facts? So, when working with these two CPU architectures, you may see the terms x86 and x64. Though there is some history with these terms, you should at least know that x86 is referencing the 32-bit architecture, while the x64 is referencing the 64-bit architecture. I know x86 is confusing to use as a reference to 32-bit architectures and would have been a lot easier to remember if it was x32, but I don't make the rules. Alright, one last fact for 32-bit and 64-bit CPUs, before I move on. A 32-bit CPU will limit the amount of RAM that can be recognized by a computing system to 4 GB. While this number might seem arbitrary, it is a good idea to commit this to memory. As for the 64-bit systems, they also have a limit, but the number is super large and not a real concern. Now, let's talk about how Windows stores software applications based on whether they are 32-bit or 64-bit. Windows uses two separate directories for this purpose to ensure compatibility and organization. 32-bit applications are stored in the Program Files x86 directory. The x86 in the directory name references the 32-bit architecture. By placing 32-bit applications in this specific folder, Windows can manage compatibility settings and ensure these applications run smoothly on both 32-bit and 64-bit operating systems. 64-bit applications are stored in the Program Files directory. This is the default directory for applications on a 64-bit operating system. By keeping 64-bit applications separate from 32-bit ones, Windows helps avoid conflicts and ensures that each type of application has access to the appropriate system resources. Moving on, there is one more topic I would like to cover, and that is software distribution methods. Software can be delivered using one of two main methods, through physical media or by network download. Physical media, such as CDs, DVDs, or USB drives, was once the only method for distribution software applications, but this method has become less common in recent years. This is due to an uptick in downloadable software, which is more convenient and allows easy access to the latest versions and updates. Additionally, some software is provided as an ISO file, which is a disk image containing all the data of an optical disk. These ISO files can be mounted directly on your computer. For example, you might download an ISO file for a 32-bit application. By mounting the ISO and running the installer, you could install the software just as if you were using a physical disk. Exam Objective 1.8 Explain common OS types and their purposes. OS types. An operating system, or OS for short, is the fundamental software program that serves as the backbone of a computer or any other computing device. It has the primary job of being the intermediary between the hardware components of the computer and the applications or software running on it. More simply put, an operating system is like the boss of a computer, coordinating all its tasks and making sure everything runs smoothly. Or it is like a conductor, who leads an orchestra, ensuring all the musicians play together in harmony to create beautiful music. When it comes to OS types, there are many to choose from, and each is designed for a specific use case. Now, I have laid out a few icons behind me. How many do you recognize? Most of us are familiar with Apple, represented by the Apple icon, and no doubt you have spotted the Microsoft Windows icon behind me too. The penguin on the left, whose name is Tux, is the universal symbol for the Linux OS, and on the right we have the icons for Google's Chrome OS and Android. Next, I will present some use cases, and list appropriate operating systems for each. I will start with Workstation OSs. A Workstation OS is designed to provide a user-friendly and feature-rich environment for individual users, often emphasizing multimedia capabilities, productivity tools, and personal customization options. So which operating systems apply to this scenario? First, we have Linux. Linux has many different distributions, some of which are open source, meaning they allow users to have access to the source code. Next, we have Apple and Microsoft. Apple's Workstation OS is Mac OS, while Microsoft offers Windows 10 and Windows 11. Unlike Linux, these are proprietary, and access to the OS source code will be restricted. The last OS I will mention here is Chrome OS. This OS is a little less known, but has the advantage of being a lightweight option for workstations that need an easy-to-use, browser-based interface. Servers have operating systems that are very similar to a Workstation OS, but they are likely to be optimized for robustness, security, and stability to efficiently manage and serve resources and services to multiple clients in networked environments. They may also come in command line-only variants, meaning no GUI. Server environments are an area where Linux excels. Many of the Linux distributions have been purpose-built for server environments. Windows also has server-specific operating systems. The most recent versions are Windows Server 2019 and 2022. Moving on, we have mobile device OSs. Mobile device operating systems are fairly different than workstations and servers, as these OSs must be tailored for the constraints of smartphones and tablets, prioritizing items such as touch-based interfaces, virtual keyboards, power efficiency, and ARM processor compatibility. Currently, the mobile device market is dominated by two main OS options. They are Android and Apple iOS, or Apple iPad OS if you happen to have an Apple iPad. Last up, we have embedded operating systems, which are specialized OSs designed to run on resource-constrained devices with specific functions, providing real-time capabilities, minimal resource requirements, and efficient power management, making them suitable for a wide range of embedded systems like IoT devices and gaming consoles. They often provide high reliability for static environments where regular updates are not required. Interesting enough, most embedded OSs are derived from Linux or run a stripped-down version of a Linux distribution. Exam Objective 1.8 Explain common OS types and their purposes. File system types. In this video, we will cover what a file system is, and some of the more common file system types. So let's start with a basic definition. A file system in the context of computing is a method of organizing and storing data on a computer or storage device. It provides a structured way to manage and access data efficiently. For an analogy, think of a file system as a digital filing cabinet. Just like you use a physical filing cabinet to organize and store your documents, a file system does the same for your digital files on a computer. It ensures that your files are neatly arranged and easily accessible, making it simpler for you to find and use the information you need. Now, let's explore some key file system types that are available for use by the various OS types. First, we have the New Technology File System, abbreviated as NTFS. NTFS is a proprietary file system developed by Microsoft and is the native file system for newer Windows operating systems. It supports advanced features such as file compression, encryption, while also providing robust permissions and access control to files and folders. Additionally, NTFS includes journaling capabilities, which helps maintain file system integrity. Next, let's talk about the File Allocation Table 32, or FAT32 file system. This file system is known for its compatibility with various devices and operating systems, including multiple Windows generations, Linux, and Mac OS. FAT32 is commonly used to manage data on storage devices, such as portable hard drives, USB flash drives, and memory cards, because it can be read and written across multiple operating system types. However, FAT32 does not support file compression, encryption, or advanced permissions. It also lacks journaling, making it less reliable for data integrity compared to more modern file systems. Moving on, we have the third extended file system, or ext3. ext3 is a common file system used in older Linux-based operating systems, and is renowned for its robustness and reliability. It supports journaling, which helps prevent file system corruption and simplifies data recovery. ext3 does not natively support file compression or encryption, but does allow for file permissions. An improvement over ext3 is the fourth extended file system, or ext4. ext4 offers better performance and larger file size support compared to its predecessor, making it great for newer Linux-based operating systems. For Mac OS users, the Apple File System, abbreviated APFS, is a file system developed by Apple and used as the primary file system for newer Macintosh computers. APFS is optimized for solid-state drives, offering high performance and strong encryption capabilities. It supports file and volume encryption, as well as snapshot and cloning features. APFS does not natively support file compression, but does support permissions and journaling. Lastly, we have the Extensible File Allocation Table, exFAT. exFAT is a newer file system used to manage data on storage devices, such as hard drives, USB flash drives, and memory cards. It supports large files and is compatible with Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. exFAT does not support file compression, encryption, or advanced permissions. It also lacks journaling, making it similar to FAT32. exFAT is an excellent choice for transferring large files, exceeding 4 GB in size, between different operating systems. Why do I say 4 GB? Because this was the limit when using the older FAT32 file system. Exam Objective 1.8 Explain common OS types and their purposes. End of life. Vendor lifecycle limitations can significantly impact your IT environment. In this video segment, we will focus on two topics, end of life and its associated risks. End of life, or EOL, is when a vendor stops supporting a product or service. When a product reaches its EOL, it's like your software is sent to a digital graveyard, left to rot and fend for itself. Using EOL products is basically an invitation for security risks to throw a party in your system, complete with compliance issues and potential security breaches. And if you need an update, forget about it. The risks associated with EOL are significant. First, when a product reaches its EOL, it no longer receives updates or patches from the vendor. These include security updates, feature enhancements, and bug fixes. Without these updates, your system becomes a sitting duck, just waiting for the next hacker to come along and pluck it. It's like your OS has been given a death sentence, but without a last meal. Compliance issues also arise when using EOL products. Many industries have regulations requiring up-to-date software to ensure security and data integrity. Using EOL products can lead to compliance violations and potential legal ramifications. So, when it comes to EOL, think of it as regularly checking the expiration date on your milk. You don't want to end up with a sour IT system. Exam Objective 1.9 Given a scenario, perform OS installations and upgrades in a diverse OS environment. Boot methods. Jumping into Exam Objective 1.9, we will be covering OS installations. First up, we have boot methods. The installation boot method is the way in which the setup program and OS files or system image are loaded onto the target device. This is like choosing your mode of transportation for a journey. You can pick the one that best suits your scenario and needs. One of the most popular and versatile boot methods is the good old USB. This physical medium doesn't rely on network connectivity, making it a reliable choice for many. Imagine you've got a shiny new laptop but no internet access yet. Pop in a USB drive with the OS setup files, and voila! Your device is ready to get its new OS. USBs are portable, reusable, and can be quickly updated with the latest OS version. External solid-state drives could also be used in a similar way. These drives are like the USB's faster, more durable cousins. Both USBs and external solid-state drives are physical devices, require no network connection, and boast quicker read and write speeds. Next, we've got optical media, like CDs, DVDs, or even Blu-ray discs. Although a bit old school, they're still present in some IT environments. Optical media is also a physical boot method and doesn't require network access. Think of it like a trusty backup. Maybe you have a legacy system that still reads CDs. Slide in the disk, and the OS installation kicks into gear. It's less common these days, but still a valid option. Now, let's get a bit techie with network-based installations. This method requires a network connection and often utilizes a NIC, or network interface card, and PXE boot, or pre-boot execution environment. It's ideal for large-scale installations. With a network connection and PXE boot in place, the device connects to a server over the network, grabs the OS image, and starts the installation. This method can also involve installing from a network share, where the OS setup files are stored on a shared drive accessible over the network. Network installations are efficient for managing multiple devices, ensuring consistency and saving loads of time. Now, if you like the idea of network installations, why stop at your local area network? With internet-based boot methods, you can download and install OS installation files from anywhere in the world. This boot method is for scenarios where you need the latest OS version without the hassle of physical media. Just connect to the internet, download the OS, and let the installation wizard guide you through. It's straightforward, but remember, a stable internet connection is key here. Lastly, we have the ability to boot using an internal hard drive. This involves setting up a dedicated partition on the internal drive that holds the OS setup files. It's a neat way to keep everything self-contained within the device. When you need to install or upgrade the OS, you boot from this section of the hard drive, and the process begins. This boot method is particularly useful for devices that frequently need OS reinstalls or upgrades without external dependencies. Exam Objective 1.9. Given a scenario, perform OS installations and upgrades in a diverse OS environment. Installation types. With boot methods behind us, let's shift our focus to the types of installations we can perform. From clean installs to seamless in-place upgrades, and more advanced techniques like image deployment, we'll cover it all. So, buckle up, and let's get started. First up is the clean install, an installation type that wipes the slate completely clean and starts fresh with a new OS installation. This approach is particularly beneficial when you want to ensure there are no remnants of the old system that could cause issues, or when you're preparing a device for a new user. Imagine you're preparing a laptop running Windows 10 for a newly hired employee. During the setup, you'll format the drive, which erases the old OS and any lingering files. After the installation is complete, you'll configure the new OS, install the necessary drivers, and set up the device according to the new employee's needs. This installation type ensures the new hire starts with a clean, optimized system, free of any previous user's clutter, providing a fresh, trouble-free start with the new OS. An in-place upgrade involves updating the current OS to a newer version while keeping files, user preferences, and third-party device drivers intact. It's like giving your system a fresh coat of paint without moving out all the furniture. When considering an in-place upgrade, it's crucial to back up your files. While the process is designed to preserve your data, having a backup ensures you're protected against any unexpected hiccups. Imagine upgrading from Windows 10 to Windows 11. You'd start by backing up important documents, photos, and other personal files. Next, ensure that user preferences, like desktop settings and installed applications, are ready for the transition. Lastly, double-check that all third-party device drivers are compatible with the new OS version, as outdated drivers can cause issues during or after the upgrade. A repair installation is your go-to when the OS is acting up, but you don't want to start from scratch. This installation type reinstalls the OS without affecting user data and applications. It's perfect for fixing system issues, like corrupted files or problematic updates. Imagine your system is running slow due to a recent failed update. A repair installation can replace corrupted OS files, bringing your system back to life without losing your precious data. It's like giving your OS a much-needed tune-up, ensuring everything runs smoothly again. One crucial tool often utilized during a repair installation is the recovery partition. This hidden partition on the internal hard drive contains the OS setup files and tools needed to restore the system. Think of it as having a built-in safety net. If your system becomes unusable, you can boot into the recovery partition and initiate a repair installation. One last installation type worth exploring is image deployment. This installation type involves creating a system image, which is a snapshot of a fully configured OS with all necessary applications, device drivers, and settings, which can be used for deployment to multiple machines. When preparing an image for deployment, it is a good idea to include any necessary device drivers and application license keys. Imagine setting up a computer lab with identical systems. You'd start by configuring one system with the desired OS, installing all necessary drivers and software applications. Then, you'd capture an image snapshot of this system. You could then deploy this image to other machines, ensuring they all have the same configuration, saving you the hassle of manually setting up each device. This method is perfect for environments like schools or offices, where uniformity and super-fast deployment are paramount. Exam Objective 1.9, given a scenario, perform OS installations and upgrades in a diverse OS environment. Partitioning. In the previous two video segments, we covered the essentials of boot methods, which involve the various ways to load an operating system onto a target device, such as via USB, optical media, or network connection. We've also explored installation types, ranging from in-place upgrades and clean installs to repair installations and image deployments, each with its unique benefits and use cases. Now, let's move on to our next topic, partitioning. Partitioning a physical hard drive involves dividing it into distinct sections, each functioning as a separate logical drive. This process is essential for organizing data and managing storage efficiently. When you partition a drive, you're working at the drive level, creating a partition table that keeps track of the locations and sizes of each partition. Two primary partitioning schemes are the master boot record, or MBR, and the GUID partition table, or GPT. Master boot record, or MBR, is the older of the two partitioning schemes and has been around since the early days of personal computing. An MBR partitioning scheme supports up to 4 primary partitions or 3 primary partitions plus 1 extended partition, which can contain multiple logical drives. A primary partition is a bootable partition that can contain an operating system, while an extended partition is a non-bootable partition, usually used for additional data storage. Each partition can be up to 2 terabytes in size. MBR is suitable for older systems or those still running legacy software that doesn't support GPT. It's also a straightforward choice if you don't need more than 4 partitions or require partitions larger than 2 terabytes. On the other hand, GUID partition table, or GPT, is the modern replacement for MBR, offering several advantages. A GPT partitioning scheme supports an almost unlimited number of partitions, but most operating systems impose a practical limit of 128. Each partition can be up to 18 exabytes in size, which is astronomically larger than the 2 terabyte limit of MBR. Therefore, GPT is ideal for modern drives larger than 2 terabytes and systems requiring more than 4 partitions. Additionally, systems using UEFI, rather than the older BIOS, will require GPT. Exam Objective 1.9, given a scenario, perform OS installations and upgrades in a diverse OS environment. OS installation walkthrough. Ready for an OS installation walkthrough? Great! Then let's get to it. For this video segment, I will take you through the installation of Windows 10, step by step. To begin this walkthrough, step 1 is not something I can really show, but is something we have already discussed. And that is selecting an appropriate boot method. For example's sake, we will pretend I am using a USB with an ISO file for Windows 10 on it. To complete this first step, insert your bootable USB drive into the computer and restart the device. As it powers up, press the appropriate key to enter the boot menu. Then select the USB drive as the boot device and press Enter. Your computer will now boot from the USB drive. Before we begin, make sure you have a bootable USB drive with the Windows 10 installation files. Also, ensure you backed up any important data from your device, because a clean install will wipe everything. Once the Windows setup screen appears, select your language, time, and keyboard preferences, then click Next. On the next screen, just click Install Now to begin the installation process. You will then be presented with Microsoft's Software License Terms or EULA. These terms outline the legal agreement between you and Microsoft, covering the usage rights and restrictions for the Windows operating system. It's important to review these terms to understand your rights and obligations. Once you've read through the license terms, check the box indicating your acceptance, and then click Next to proceed. Here, you'll be asked to choose between in-place upgrade or a custom installation. If you select Upgrade, Windows will attempt to keep your existing files, settings, and applications while upgrading your current version of Windows to the latest one. However, since we're focusing on performing a clean install, we'll select the Custom option. To further iterate, by choosing the Custom installation, you're opting to install a brand new version of Windows 10, ensuring a clean slate. Once you make your selection, the next screen will provide you with a list of existing partitions on your hard drive. Here you will need to select a drive that has enough unallocated space for Windows to copy all of its system files to. Once you have selected a drive and clicked the Next button once more, Windows will begin to populate the drive with the appropriate system files. The only thing you can do now is sit back and relax, as this step can take some time. Additionally, your computer may restart several times during this process. Each restart allows Windows to finalize the installation of various components and ensure everything is configured correctly. You might see different screens displaying progress bars and messages like installing features, installing updates, and getting ready. Patience is key here, as the system is meticulously setting up the new environment to ensure optimal performance and stability. After the installation, you'll go through the initial setup process. First, you'll select your region to ensure your system settings match your geographical location. Next, you'll choose your keyboard layout. You will also have the option to add a second keyboard layout if needed. Following these options, you'll be prompted to sign in with a Microsoft account. Using a Microsoft account to sign in offers several benefits, such as syncing your settings across devices, accessing OneDrive for cloud storage, and using Microsoft services like Office 365 and the Microsoft Store seamlessly. During this step, you will also have the option to join a domain. This is particularly useful if you are setting up the device for use in a domain environment. Joining a domain allows your computer to be part of a network managed by an IT department, providing access to network resources such as shared folders and printers. It also enables the application of group policies for security and configuration management. If your organization uses a domain, your IT department will provide you with the necessary domain information to join. Additionally, you can opt for a local account. In order to keep this walkthrough simple, this is the option I will go with. Using a local account also ensures that your data stays on the device. After choosing a username for your local account, click Next. The next screen will prompt you for a password. Be sure to make it a strong one. Your password should be at least 45 characters in length and impossible to remember, unless you write it down on a sticky note. Okay, just kidding. Strong passwords are important, but 45 characters might be overkill, and you should never store your password on a sticky note. Once you select your password, you will have to confirm it a second time. With your password now in place, you will then set up a series of security questions, just in case you forget that super long password you just created. Next, you'll configure your privacy settings. Windows 10 offers various options to control how your data is used, including location services, diagnostics, and tailored experiences. Take the time to review these settings and adjust them to your comfort level to maintain control over your personal information. To wrap things up, you will also be prompted to set up Cortana, Microsoft's virtual assistant. You can choose to enable Cortana for a more integrated experience or skip this step if you prefer not to use it. If you complete all the required steps and reach the Windows desktop, congratulations, you just installed Windows from scratch. Now that we've walked through a clean install manually, let's talk about making this process faster and more efficient by using an unattended install. An unattended install automates the setup process by using an answer file, which contains all the necessary settings and instructions that we just entered manually. Imagine having to set up an entire office of new computers. Instead of going through each step manually for every device, you can create an answer file with all the configurations, such as language settings, partitioning instructions, product keys, and user accounts. This file is then used during the installation process, allowing Windows to install and configure itself without user intervention. As a bit of extra information for you curious learners, you may be interested to know that you can set up an unattended install for Windows and create an answer file using the Windows System Image Manager, or SIM for short. In the answer file, you will define all the installation parameters in XML format. By leveraging unattended installs, you can save significant time and effort, especially when deploying multiple devices. This method also ensures consistency across all installations and reduces the risk of human error. Exam Objective 1.10 Identify common features and tools of the Mac OS, Desktop OS. Mac OS applications. We've made it through the maze of Windows settings, tools, and shortcuts, and just when you thought we'd never see the light of another OS, surprise! We're finally stepping out of the world of Windows and taking a short detour to cover a few select topics regarding Apple's Mac OS. So let's explore the world of Mac OS and see what this OS has in store for us. When diving into the Mac OS world, you'll find that Apple has its unique way of handling software installation and management. For starters, unlike the plethora of file extensions you'll find with other operating systems, Mac OS primarily relies on three main file types for software installation. They are .dmg, .pkg, and .app. Each of these plays a different role in how applications are distributed and installed within a Mac environment. First up, we will discuss the .dmg file. Think of a .dmg file as a digital equivalent of a physical disk. When you double-click a .dmg file, it mounts on your desktop, and a new window opens, often displaying the app you're about to install. Next, we have the .pkg file. This is more like a traditional installer package that guides you through the installation process. When you run a .pkg file, you're usually greeted by a step-by-step wizard that asks where you'd like to install the software, along with other customization options. The .pkg installer is commonly used for more complex applications that need to install additional files in various system directories. Finally, there's the .app file. This one represents the actual application as a single file bundle, though it's technically a folder containing all the resources the app needs to run. The beauty of the .app file format is its simplicity. You can install an app by dragging this app bundle into your applications folder. Additionally, if you decide you no longer need the app, uninstalling it is as easy as dragging the .app file to the trash. It doesn't get simpler than that. Now, let's talk about the App Store. Apple's App Store is your one-stop shop for finding, installing, and updating apps. It's integrated into Mac OS, making it incredibly convenient to manage software. Just like on your iPhone, you can browse, purchase, and download apps with a click. The best part? Apps installed via the App Store automatically update in the background, ensuring you always have the latest and greatest versions with minimal hassle. Exam Objective 1.10 Identify common features and tools of the Mac OS, Desktop OS. Mac OS Apple ID. When navigating the Apple ecosystems, one of the first things you'll encounter is the Apple ID. This is a central, critical element in the Apple universe. Think of your Apple ID as a passport that grants you access to almost every Apple service and feature, much like how a Microsoft account operates within Windows. But what exactly is an Apple ID, and why is it so crucial? At its core, an Apple ID is an account used to authenticate your identity across all Apple services. It's the key that unlocks a host of features and services, from the Apple App Store and iCloud to iMessage and FaceTime. When you create an Apple ID, you provide an email address, set a password, and enter some security information. This account then becomes your digital identity within Apple's ecosystem, linking your devices, apps, and data together seamlessly. Now, this may be all well and good, but let's talk about what happens when things go wrong, like when a device gets locked after too many failed login attempts. With an Apple device, if it's tied to an Apple ID, the only way to restore access is by using the primary Apple ID and password. This recovery process may seem simple, but let me throw a monkey wrench into the mix. Imagine a company has a batch of new Apple devices that it plans to distribute to its employees. To keep things simple, employees are encouraged to use their personal Apple IDs on these devices. While this approach may seem convenient at first, it can lead to significant challenges down the road, particularly with Apple's lock feature. Apple's lock feature is designed to protect your device by linking it to your Apple ID. If your Apple device is ever lost or stolen, this lock feature makes it nearly impossible for anyone else to use or sell the device. However, in a corporate environment, this setup can backfire. If an employee leaves the company and their personal Apple ID remains tied to the device, the company could find itself locked out of its own hardware. Without the employee's primary Apple ID and password, the device can't be unlocked or reset, rendering it essentially useless. Exam Objective 1.10 Identify common features and tools of the Mac OS, Desktop OS. Mac OS Best Practices. When it comes to maintaining a Mac OS system, the best practices are remarkably similar to those for any other operating system. Whether you're a die-hard Mac user or someone who regularly switches between platforms, these principles remain constant and essential for keeping your system running smoothly and securely. First up, let's talk about backups. Backups are your first line of defense against data loss, and this is no different on Mac OS than it is on Windows or Linux. The most popular tool for this on a Mac is Time Machine, a built-in feature that makes regular, automatic backups of your entire system, allowing you to restore your Mac to a previous state if needed. Time Machine is incredibly user-friendly. You simply connect an external drive, and it starts backing up your files, apps, and system settings with minimal fuss. One of Time Machine's standout features is its ability to store multiple versions of your files, allowing you to easily access and restore previous versions if needed. Should anything go wrong, whether it's a hardware failure, accidental deletion, or a software issue, Time Machine allows you to restore your system to a previous state, ensuring your data is never lost. Next, we tackle the topic of antivirus software. There's a common myth that Mac OS doesn't need antivirus protection, but let's clear that up. While Mac OS is generally more secure out of the box than some other operating systems, it's not invincible. Malware, phishing attacks, and other security threats are just as real on a Mac as they are on Windows. So, just like with any other OS, it's best practice to have reliable antivirus software installed. Third-party antivirus tools can provide an extra layer of security, scanning for threats and helping to keep your system safe from harm. Regularly updating your antivirus software is crucial as well, ensuring that it can detect and neutralize the latest threats. Finally, let's talk about updates and patches. Apple regularly releases updates to Mac OS that include security patches, bug fixes, and new features. Staying on top of these updates is critical, as they often address vulnerabilities that could be exploited by malicious actors. The good news is that Mac OS makes it easy to keep your system up to date. You can configure your Mac to automatically download and install updates, so you never miss an important patch. But if you prefer a more hands-on approach, you can manually check for updates through the system preferences. Either way, the key is to ensure that your system is always running the latest version, minimizing the risk of security breaches and ensuring that you're benefiting from the latest improvements. Exam Objective 1.10 Identify common features and tools of the Mac OS, Desktop OS. Mac OS System Preferences. When it comes to customizing and managing your Mac OS experience, System Preferences is your command center. This is where you can tweak everything from your display settings to privacy controls, ensuring your Mac works just the way you like it. Let's walk through some of the key sections you'll encounter in System Preferences and what they allow you to do. First up is Displays. This section lets you adjust the resolution, brightness, and color settings of your screen. You can also tweak the refresh rate, adjust multiple display settings, and if you ever find yourself squinting at your screen, there's a handy option to scale text and icons to a more comfortable size. Next, let's move on to Networks. This section is crucial for managing how your Mac connects to the internet and other networks. Here, you can add, remove, and prioritize Wi-Fi networks, configure VPN connections for secure browsing, and manage Ethernet settings if you're using a wired connection. You can also set up advanced options like DNS servers or proxies, which might be required for accessing certain networks or enhancing your security online. The Networks section ensures that you stay connected wherever you are, whether at home, in the office, or on the go. Moving on to printers and scanners, this section lets you manage all your printing and scanning devices. Adding a new printer or scanner is straightforward. Your Mac often automatically detects connected devices, but you can manually add them here as well. Once your devices are set up, you can manage print queues, configure print settings, and even share your printer with other users on the network. If you're working with a scanner, you'll find options to customize scan settings, such as resolution, color mode, and file format. This ensures that your scanned documents come out just the way you need them. Privacy is another critical section in system preferences, and it's all about controlling what data your apps and services can access. Here, you can manage permissions for location services, contacts, calendars, photos, and more. This is also where you can control your advertising settings and manage which apps have access to your microphone or camera. Ensuring that your privacy settings are configured correctly is key to protecting your personal information and keeping your data secure. Next, let's explore accessibility. This section is designed to help users with disabilities better interact with their Mac. Whether you need to adjust display settings for better visibility, enable voice control, or set up assistive technologies like switch control, accessibility options provide a wide range of tools. You can also customize how your keyboard, mouse, and trackpad behave, making it easier for users with different needs to navigate and use their Mac effectively. For instance, you can enable zoom to enlarge portions of the screen or use VoiceOver to have text read aloud. Accessibility ensures that your Mac can be tailored to fit your specific needs, making technology more inclusive and user-friendly. Finally, we circle back to Time Machine, which we discussed earlier. In System Preferences, Time Machine allows you to set up and manage your backup preferences. You can choose which disk to back up to, exclude specific files or folders from being backed up, and control how often backups occur. This section also lets you manually start a backup if needed or review previous backups to restore files or your entire system. Time Machine is a crucial tool for ensuring your data is safe, and this is where you can fine-tune how it operates to best meet your needs. Exam Objective 1.10 Identify common features and tools of the Mac OS, Desktop OS. Mac OS features. Once you work your way past Mac OS system preferences, you'll find a rich set of features designed to make your experience more efficient, secure, and intuitive. Let's take a tour of some of the standout features that every Mac OS user should be familiar with, especially for those users preparing for the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 exam. One of the most powerful productivity features in Mac OS is the ability to create multiple desktops, also known as spaces. Imagine having several different workspaces, each dedicated to different tasks, one for your email, another for web browsing, and a third for a specific project. With multiple desktops, you can create and manage these spaces easily, helping you keep your work organized and your screen clutter-free. To help you navigate through these spaces, Mac OS offers Mission Control. This feature gives you a high-level view of all your open windows, applications, and desktops. With a swipe up on your trackpad or a press of the Mission Control key, you can see everything at a glance. You can even drag windows between desktops or create new ones on the fly. It's like having a personal control center that lets you manage your workflow with ease. Keychain is Mac OS built-in password manager. It securely stores your passwords, account information, and even credit card details, so you don't have to remember them all. Keychain uses encryption to protect your data and can autofill your credentials in Safari and other apps. This makes logging into websites and applications a breeze, while also ensuring that your sensitive information is kept safe. When it comes to finding anything on your Mac, Spotlight is your go-to tool. Spotlight lets you search for files, apps, documents, emails, and even information from the web. And that is just the beginning. Spotlight can also do calculations, convert currencies, and even give you the latest news. It's a powerful feature that keeps everything you need at your fingertips. iCloud integrates your Mac with the broader Apple ecosystem, allowing you to store files, photos, and other data in the cloud. This ensures that your data is accessible from any Apple device, whether it's an iPhone, iPad, or another Mac desktop. iCloud also keeps your documents, contacts, and calendars in sync across all your devices, providing a seamless experience no matter where you are. macOS is designed with gestures that make navigating your system smooth and intuitive, especially if you're using a trackpad. With simple swipes, pinches, and taps, you can switch between desktops, zoom in on documents, open mission control, and more. These gestures make interacting with your Mac more dynamic and can significantly speed up your workflow once you get the hang of them. The Finder is the default file manager in macOS. It's where you'll spend a lot of your time browsing files, organizing documents, and managing apps. Finder gives you easy access to all the files on your Mac and any connected drives, making it simple to drag and drop, rename, or delete files. With features like Quick Look, you can also preview files without opening them. Remote Disk allows a Mac device without an optical drive to access CDs or DVDs in another computer's drive over a network connection. This feature is particularly useful for accessing data on a disk from a MacBook that doesn't have a built-in CD/DVD drive, as it enables remote access as if the disk were physically present. The dock is a customizable bar at the bottom of your screen that provides quick access to your favorite apps, open windows, and minimize documents. It serves as a convenient shortcut to essential tools like Finder, Trash, and other frequently used applications, enhancing your workflow efficiency. Disk Utility is a powerful tool for managing your Mac's disks and volumes, including tasks like formatting, repairing, and resizing partitions. This utility is essential for setting up new drives, troubleshooting disk issues, and performing tasks such as resizing a partition on your internal storage without data loss. File Vault is a macOS disk encryption feature that uses AES-128 encryption to secure your startup disk and protect your data from unauthorized access. When enabled, File Vault automatically encrypts everything on your drive, ensuring that only you can access your data, even if your Mac is lost or stolen. Terminal provides access to the command line interface, allowing advanced users to execute commands, run scripts, and configure system settings. Terminal is a powerful tool for those who prefer direct control over their system, offering capabilities beyond what's available through the graphical interface. Force Quit is a feature that allows you to close an application that has stopped responding or is frozen. If you encounter the spinning rainbow cursor, often called the beach ball of death, Force Quit enables you to close the unresponsive app without rebooting your entire system, helping you regain control quickly. Exam Objective 1.11 Identify common features and tools of the Linux Client Desktop OS. Linux Best Practices. As we move on from Mac OS and transition to the Linux OS, be sure to strap in, as you are about to get a big dose of déjà vu. Our topic will be Linux Best Practices, and this will be very similar to the video segment labeled Mac OS Best Practices. So, just like any other operating system, in Linux, backups are crucial for protecting your data from unexpected failures or corruption. Setting up regular, automated backups ensures that you can recover quickly from any disaster, whether it's personal files or critical system data. By maintaining a consistent backup routine, you'll minimize downtime and prevent data loss, allowing for easy recovery when needed. Although Linux is generally considered secure, using antivirus measures remains important, especially in environments where multiple operating systems are in use. While Linux is less susceptible to common malware, threats can still arise, particularly when sharing files across systems. Implementing antivirus strategies helps detect potential threats, protect against malware, and ensure the integrity of your system. Regular scans and good security practices can significantly reduce the risk of vulnerabilities. Keeping your Linux system updated is equally important for maintaining security and performance. Regular updates ensure that you benefit from the latest improvements, bug fixes, and security patches. Automating updates can help ensure critical patches are applied in a timely manner, reducing the risk of vulnerabilities. In larger environments, consistent update management across multiple machines is key to minimizing security risks and ensuring a stable, secure system. Exam Objective 1.11 Identify common features and tools of the Linux Client Desktop OS. Linux commands. Remember how we tackled Windows CLI commands back in Exam Objective 1.2? Well, this video segment will be very similar, with the exception that the commands we will cover now are designed to work within the Linux CLI. While we work through the list of commands that CompTIA wants us to know for the A Plus Core 2 certification exam, I will intentionally keep my explanation simple and brief. Once I am done, if you find yourself hungry for more, don't worry, there are Linux-specific certifications that dive deeper into these topics. To kick things off, the Linux CLI, composed of a terminal and shell, is where all the magic happens. The terminal is the interface that allows you to input text-based commands, and the shell is the program that processes those commands and tells the operating system what to do. In Linux, the most common shell is Bash, or Bourne-Again shell. Now that you know what the terminal and shell are, let's shift our focus to the commands themselves. Let's begin with the basics of navigating the Linux file system. To start, the ls command is your go-to tool for listing the contents of a directory. It's like taking a peek inside a folder to see what's there. Additionally, the ls-a command will display hidden files and directories that are usually kept out of sight. In Linux, hidden files and folders start with a period, so anytime you see a file like .profile, you know it's one of those undercover files that prefers to stay out of the spotlight. Once you know what's inside a directory, you might wonder where exactly you are in the grand scheme of things. That's where the pwd command comes in handy, revealing your current working directory. Using this command is a lot like asking your GPS, "Where am I now?" but in Linux terms. The pwd command responds with the directory you are currently located in, along with an exact file path to that directory, helping you keep your bearings. For the example behind me, we are able to determine that we are currently in the Jane user directory inside the home directory by using the pwd command. Now that you know where you are and what's in the directory, you might want to move some files around. For that, we have the mv command. This command allows you to move files from one location to another. It's essentially the cut and paste of the Linux CLI world. But wait, the mv command pulls double duty by also allowing you to rename files, so you get twice the functionality with just one command. As an example, let's say Jane has a file named draft.txt in her home directory. She wants to move this file to her Documents folder and rename it to final.txt at the same time. To accomplish this, the command she would use is mv/home/jane/draft.txt /home/jane/documents/final.txt. This accomplishes both moving the file to the Documents folder and renaming it in one step. In this command, mv is short for move. This is followed by the source file, and the last part is the destination path along with the new file name. If moving files isn't the answer you are looking for, maybe a quick copy will do. That's where the cp command comes into play. Cp is perfect for duplicating files or creating backups, while leaving the original file intact. For instance, if Jane wants to make a copy of report.txt from her home directory and place it in her backup folder, she would simply run cp /home/jane/report.txt /home/jane/backup/. This duplicates the file and stores the copy in the backup folder. Just like the mv command, the cp command is first followed by the source file, and then the destination directory where the copy will be placed. Of course, there comes a time when some files need to be deleted, and that's where the rm command steps in. Think of it as Linux's equivalent to the delete key, only here, there's no recycle bin to retrieve files from the abyss once they're gone. If Jane wants to remove report.txt, located in her home folder, she would simply type rm followed by /home/jane, report.txt, and poof, it's gone for good. This command is powerful, so handle it with care, because once it's executed, there's no turning back. When it comes to modifying file permissions, the chmod command is your go-to tool. It allows you to control who can read, write, or execute a file, giving you full power over who can access or change it. Permissions can be adjusted using either numerical codes or the plus and minus symbols. For example, if Jane wants to set permissions for script.sh so that she, as the owner, can read, write, and execute the file, while others can only read the file, she would use chmod 744 script.sh. The 744 is a numerical code that sets different levels of access, specifically full permissions for Jane, and read permissions for everyone else. On the other hand, if Jane simply wants to add execution rights for all users to script.sh, she would use chmod plus x script.sh, adding the execute permission without changing anything else. Don't worry too much about memorizing all the details for this command right now. At this point in your journey, it is sufficient to just know that the chmod command is used to manage file permissions. Now, let's talk about the chown command. This command is used to change the ownership of files and directories. Just like handing over the keys to a new owner, chown lets you transfer control of a file from one user or group to another. For example, if Jane wants to transfer ownership of project.txt from herself to another user named Bob, she would use the command chown bob project.txt. This makes Bob the new owner of the file. Simple, right? Now, let's dive into the su and sudo commands. The su command allows you to switch users entirely, like stepping into someone else's shoes. For instance, if Jane needs to switch to another user named Bob to manage his files or run commands as him, she can type su bob and then enter Bob's password. After entering Bob's password, Jane is now logged in as Bob and can run commands as him. As for sudo, this is more like borrowing someone's hat for a quick task rather than switching users entirely. When using sudo, Jane can execute a single command with elevated privileges without fully logging in as another user. For instance, if she wants to install software that requires elevated privileges, she would use sudo apt-get install, followed by the package name. After entering the appropriate password, the command is executed with superuser rights, but she remains logged in as herself. The difference is subtle but important. Su switches you to another user entirely, while sudo allows you to run specific commands with elevated privileges. Next, we have the apt-get command. We briefly saw this command in action with the sudo example, but now we will take a closer look. The apt-get command is a powerful package management tool for Debian-based Linux distributions, allowing you to install, update, and remove software directly from the command line. For instance, if Jane wants to install a new application, she would run sudo apt-get install, followed by the package name. The command would then fetch and install the specified package along with any required dependencies. But apt-get isn't just about installing software, it's also great for keeping your system updated. Jane can run sudo apt-get update to refresh the list of available packages, ensuring she's ready to install the latest versions. Then, if she wants to upgrade all of her installed packages to the newest versions, she would follow up with sudo apt-get upgrade. With apt-get, Jane has full control over her system's software management, making sure everything stays current and compatible. Now let's meet apt-get's twin, the yum command. While apt-get is the go-to for Debian-based Linux distributions, yum handles package management on RPM-based systems. Just like its twin, yum allows you to install, update, and remove applications and functionality through the command line. For example, if Jane is using a RPM-based system and wants to install an application, she would run sudo yum install, followed by the package name, and yum would handle downloading and installing the necessary packages. The yum command also helps with system maintenance. To make sure her package database is up to date, Jane can run sudo yum check update, which lists available updates for installed packages. To apply those updates, she can use sudo yum update, which upgrades all installed packages to the latest versions. Whether you're managing software or keeping your system fresh, yum is the reliable counterpart to apt-get in the world of RPM-based Linux distributions. Next up are the ifconfig and ip commands, two essential tools for networking in Linux. The ifconfig command is used to configure network interfaces. With it, you can manually set an IP address, view your system's MAC address, or bring network interfaces up or down. While it's still used in older systems and is a handy tool for network configuration, ifconfig has largely been replaced by the more modern IP command. The IP command offers more features and flexibility compared to ifconfig. It can do everything ifconfig does and more. For example, with IP, you can not only assign IP addresses and view MAC addresses, but also manage routing, tunnels, and much more. If Jane wants to check her network configuration using the modern approach, she would use the command IP A show. This specific command would provide a view of IP addresses and interfaces. In short, while ifconfig gets the job done, IP is the more powerful and current tool for managing network interfaces in Linux. Next up is the dig command, another essential networking tool, especially for DNS troubleshooting. The dig command allows you to perform DNS lookups, helping you troubleshoot domain name resolution issues. For example, if Jane wants to check the IP address associated with example.com, she would run dig example.com, and the command would return DNS records for the domain. Moving on, we have the df command, which helps you monitor your system's disk space usage. One such use of this command would be df-h. This gives you a quick overview of how much space is being used and how much is available on each mounted file system. For instance, when Jane runs df-h on her Linux system, she might see her root partition, denoted by a simple / is 63% full, while her home partition is at 79% capacity. This command is particularly useful when Jane wants to ensure her system isn't running low on space, which could lead to performance issues or crashes. By regularly checking disk usage, she can proactively manage her storage and avoid any unpleasant surprises. Now we have covered quite a few Linux commands so far. Hopefully, you are finding this both informative and fun. Let's keep the momentum going with some more useful commands that will further help you take charge of your Linux system. First up is the ps command, short for process status. This command gives you a snapshot of the currently running processes on your system. For example, running PSAUX will show a detailed list of processes, including the process ID, CPU usage, memory usage, and the command that started each process. This is perfect for quickly identifying what's running on your system and if any processes might be hogging resources. If you like the ps command but need something more dynamic, the top command can help. This command displays real-time system performance, including CPU and memory usage. I know the image behind me is static, but the data will refresh continuously with this command until you decide to move on. Using the top command is similar to having a live task manager right in your terminal. Our next command on the list is the find command. This powerful tool is used for locating files on your system. If Jane is trying to find report.txt that happens to be hidden somewhere within her home directory, she can simply run find/home/Jane-name report.txt, and the command will quickly pinpoint the file's location and show the full file path. This is a lifesaver when you're hunting down files in a maze of directories. Next, let's talk about the cat command, which it doesn't have anything to do with actual cats, but it does like to let your files out of the bag. The cat command is perfect for quickly displaying the text contents of a file directly in the terminal. For example, if Jane wants to take a quick peek inside notes.txt, she can run cat notes.txt, and the entire file will be printed right out in the terminal for her to read. No scratching or clawing necessary, just a simple and efficient way to view file contents without opening an editor. And in case you are wondering, an editor is a tool that allows users to create, view, and modify text files. In Linux, a simple terminal-based editor option would be Nano. Nano is a straightforward, easy-to-use editor built into the terminal, ideal for making quick changes to files without needing a full graphical interface. After viewing the contents of a file, Jane might want to search for a specific word or phrase within it. That's where the grep command comes in. Grep allows you to search through text for specific text patterns. For instance, if she's looking for all instances of the word error in log.txt, she can run grep error log.txt, and grep will display all the matching lines of text. This command is a powerful tool for digging through large files or logs and quickly finding the information you need. The final command in this segment is the man command, your built-in help system for Linux. Short for manual, the man command is your go-to resource for learning more about any other command, tool, or function in the Linux CLI. Whenever Jane is unsure about how a command works or what options it has, she can simply type man followed by the command name, like man grep, to pull up a detailed manual. This will give her a full breakdown of the command syntax, available options, and examples of usage. It's like having a command reference book at your fingertips, making man one of the most useful tools in any Linux user's toolbox. Guess I saved the best for last. Exam Objective 1.11 Identify common features and tools of the Linux Client Desktop OS. Samba. For this section, let's step into a discussion about samba. No, not the dance. Though if you want to move those hips, no judgment here. Samba, in the IT world, is a brilliant piece of software that lets Linux and Windows systems communicate with each other. Think of it as the ultimate peacekeeper, bridging the gap between these two competing operating systems and making them work together seamlessly, even though they speak different languages. To give you an idea of where Samba might be used, we will turn to Windows Active Directory. Imagine running a Linux server while the rest of your office is on Windows. By setting up Samba, you can make the Linux server share folders, printers, and resources just like a Windows server would. Now everyone can access the same files and devices, regardless of the OS they're using, courtesy of Samba translations. Now that we've covered Samba, you're officially multilingual in the world of OS communication. And guess what? You've also reached the end of Domain 1 of the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 certification training course. Congratulations! Domain 1 was tough, but you pushed through like a champ. The good news is, it's smooth sailing from here. Guess it is time for a celebration dance. Maybe make it a samba. Exam Objective 2.1 Summarize various security measures and their purposes. Physical security. Welcome to the start of Domain 2, where we dive headfirst into the world of security. This domain is all about safeguarding your IT environment from threats, and it's packed with essential knowledge that will not only help you ace the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 exam but also keep your systems secure in the real world. In this video segment, we're focusing on physical security, because no matter how tight your network defenses are, they won't help much if someone can just walk in and take what they want. So, before we jump into the specific tools and techniques, let's quickly define what physical security is. Physical security refers to the measures taken to protect the physical assets of an organization, such as buildings, equipment, and people, from unauthorized access, damage, or theft. Think of it as the layer of protection that guards the actual, physical location where your data and IT systems reside. Without it, even the most sophisticated cybersecurity strategies can be easily compromised. First on the list of physical security devices is the access control vestibule, sometimes known as a man-trap. This is a secure entry system with two gateways, only one of which is open at any one time. This is your go-to solution for restricting access to sensitive areas like a data center. Picture it, you step into a small room, the door behind you locks, and now you need to authenticate, whether it's with a badge, a fingerprint, or even a retinal scan, before you can proceed. If everything checks out, you're allowed in; if not, you're stuck until security arrives. This setup is considered the best way to control physical access to critical areas because it ensures that only authorized personnel get through, and there's a clear record of everyone who does. Next on the list is the badge reader. This handy device verifies an individual's identity by scanning their ID badge before granting access to restricted areas. It's quick and efficient, and logs every entry and exit. If something goes wrong, you'll have a record of who was where and when, which is vital for both security and accountability. However, one downside is that a badge can be stolen or lost, potentially allowing unauthorized access. This is why it's important to have additional layers of security to complement the use of badge readers. Video surveillance is another essential tool in physical security. Video surveillance involves using cameras to monitor and record activities in and around a facility, providing real-time observation and recorded evidence of incidents. Strategically placed cameras can deter unauthorized access and provide crucial evidence in the event of a security breach, making them a key component of any physical security strategy. Alarm systems are a security measure that triggers a response when unauthorized access is detected. Whether someone forces a door open or breaks a window, alarms can notify security personnel or even law enforcement in an instant. Paired with motion sensors, which detect movement in areas that should be secure, you have a robust system for detecting and responding to threats. Let's not forget about door locks, which are your first line of defense at any entry point. A door lock is a mechanical or electronic device used to secure a door and restrict access to authorized individuals. These can range from traditional keyed locks to advanced biometric systems that use fingerprints, facial recognition, or iris scans to grant access. Biometric locks are especially secure since they rely on something unique to each individual, making them much harder to bypass than a key or code. But it's not just doors you need to worry about. Your equipment should be under lock and key too. Equipment locks are a security device that physically secures equipment to prevent unauthorized removal or theft. Think of them as digital padlocks, easy to attach but tough to remove without the right tools. They're perfect for those high-traffic areas where you can't always keep an eye on your gear. Now let's not forget about the human element. While all the technology in the world is great, there's nothing quite like having a trained security guard on site. Guards are trained professionals responsible for protecting assets, monitoring for suspicious activity, and responding to security incidents. Generally, they provide a level of security that machines just can't match. They are often your first line of defense and your last one too. Finally, let's talk about bollards and fences. Bollards are those sturdy posts you see outside buildings, designed to prevent vehicles from driving into sensitive areas, like, say, the front entrance of your data center. They're tough enough to stop a truck, yet they don't get in the way of pedestrians or everyday traffic. Fences, on the other hand, are more about keeping out unwanted visitors on foot. A good, high fence with a secure gate can be a great deterrent. On that note, each of the physical security devices we covered serve as a foundation for a secure IT environment, ensuring that your digital defenses have the solid backing they need to be effective. Exam Objective 2.1 Summarize various security measures and their purposes. Physical security for staff. Whether it is employed staff, a customer, or a visitor, providing the means for them to enter or exit a controlled space can be accomplished using many different technologies. Let's see how we can manage these comings and goings in a secure and efficient way. First up, let's talk about keys. They might be old school, but keys are still a fundamental part of physical security. A key is a mechanical device that physically opens locks, granting access to doors, cabinets, and other secured areas. Despite their simplicity, keys are highly effective and widely used. However, their security is only as good as the control you have over them. Lose a key, and you might need to change the locks. But keys are reliable, easy to use, and don't require batteries or software updates, making them a go-to option in many scenarios. Moving into the modern age, we have key fobs. A key fob is a small electronic device that communicates with a reader to grant access to a secured area. They're convenient, often used for car doors or building access, and can be easily deactivated if lost or stolen. Then there are smart cards, which work similarly, embedding integrated circuits that can store and process data, making them more secure and versatile. Smart cards can not only grant access, but also store information like digital certificates, making them useful for both physical and digital security. Now, let's get into the cool stuff: biometrics. Biometrics use unique physical characteristics to verify identity, adding a layer of security that's tough to beat. There are several types to consider. One such type is a retina scanner. These scanners use the unique pattern of blood vessels in your eye to verify your identity. It's like having a personal, built-in barcode that's almost impossible to replicate. Fingerprint scanners are more common and use the unique ridges and patterns on your fingertips for identification. These are found everywhere from smartphones to high-security buildings. Palm print scanners take fingerprint scanners a step further by scanning the entire palm, capturing even more unique features than a fingerprint alone. This makes it an excellent option for environments where top-level security is needed. All these biometric systems are great because they rely on something that can't be easily lost or stolen: your body. Next, let's discuss an often overlooked, yet still very important security measure: lighting. Good lighting is more than just a way to see where you're going, it's a physical security tool. Well-placed lighting can deter unauthorized access by making it harder for intruders to hide in shadows. Motion-activated lights, for example, can startle would-be intruders and alert security staff to unexpected movement. Finally, we have magnetometers, which is just a fancy name for metal detectors. Magnetometers detect the presence of metal by sensing the magnetic fields generated by metallic objects, making them ideal for security checkpoints where you need to ensure no unauthorized items, like weapons, are being brought into a controlled area. They're common in places like airports, government buildings, and even some large corporate offices. So, whether you're using a traditional key, a smart card, or a retina scanner, the goal is always the same: secure the premises and keep everyone safe. Each of these technologies has its place in the security landscape, offering different levels of protection and convenience. Exam Objective 2.1 Summarize various security measures and their purposes. Logical security. While physical security protects the tangible aspects of an IT environment, logical security safeguards the intangibles. In other words, logical security is the protection of an organization's data and systems through software-based measures, ensuring that only authorized users can access digital resources. Logical security controls include everything from passwords and authentication methods to access rights and permissions. Now, before I get too carried away with logical security, I want to teach you about least privilege. The principle of least privilege is a foundational concept in logical security that involves giving users or systems only the permissions they need to perform a task or job function and nothing more. For example, if an employee needs to read but not edit certain files, they would only be granted read permissions. This principle is vital because it reduces the overall security risk within an organization, limiting the potential damage that can be caused by both accidental errors and malicious actions. Building upon least privilege, we have access control lists, or ACLs for short. An ACL is a critical tool used for enforcing security policies within an organization. An ACL is essentially a set of rules that specify the rights or privileges granted to users or systems. This includes an access list to objects, such as files, directories, or network resources, along with details as to what operations can be performed on those objects. For instance, an ACL for an NTFS file system might allow a user to read a document but not modify or delete it. ACLs are highly customizable, allowing administrators to specify permissions at a granular level, ensuring that only authorized users can access sensitive data. When accessing digital systems, we often encounter prompts asking for credentials. Using just one authentication factor, like a password, to verify your identity is known as single-factor authentication. This straightforward process, often abbreviated as SFA, verifies your identity using only one piece of evidence. However, as our security needs have evolved, so have our authentication methods. Enter multi-factor authentication, or MFA. This method requires two or more forms of authentication conforming to multiple authentication factors in order to verify your identity. MFA can involve a combination of elements, such as something you know, like a password, something you have, such as a smart card or mobile device receiving a code, something you are, like a fingerprint or retina scan, and somewhere you are. This layered approach to authentication significantly enhances security by ensuring that even if one factor is compromised, there are additional barriers to unauthorized access. One such MFA method in use today involves email, or more specifically, email tokens. With this option, a code or link is sent to your email address as a second step in verifying your identity. After entering your password, you receive an email containing a unique, time-sensitive code or a link that you must use to complete the login process. This added layer of security is crucial because even if an attacker knows your password, they would also need access to your email account to gain entry, making unauthorized access significantly more difficult. Next, there are hard tokens. A hard token is a physical device used as part of an MFA system to enhance security. It typically generates a unique, time-sensitive code that a user must enter in addition to their password when accessing a system. A soft token is a software-based version of a hard token that provides the same functionality, but without the need for a physical device. Soft tokens are typically implemented as an authenticator application on a smartphone or other mobile device. These authenticator applications generate a time-sensitive code for MFA. Because they are software-based, soft tokens are convenient and inexpensive, allowing organizations to implement strong authentication measures with minimal cost. SMS tokens are another MFA method, where a one-time passcode is sent to a user's mobile phone via text message. The user must enter this code in addition to their password to gain access to a system. And for one more MFA method, we have voice call tokens. Voice call authentication operates similarly to SMS-based authentication, but instead delivers the one-time passcode through a phone call. The user answers the call, listens to the code, and then enters it into the system. While any of these MFA methods can enhance security, their individual implementations need to be carefully considered based on the specific needs and vulnerabilities of your organization. It's important to choose the method that provides the best balance between security and user convenience, ensuring that your defenses are both robust and practical for everyday use. Exam Objective 2.1 Summarize various security measures and their purposes. MDM. Mobile Device Management, or MDM, is a technology that allows IT administrators to control, secure, and enforce policies on mobile devices. It serves as a critical software component focused on the administration and oversight of the mobile devices themselves, ensuring that each device adheres to the enterprise's security requirements. Mobile device management enables the centralized management of device settings, ensuring that all mobile devices are configured to the organization's standards. A perfect example would be configuring corporate email accounts to use encrypted protocols only. It also allows for the monitoring and enforcement of compliance, like requiring two-factor authentication, as well as the ability to remotely lock, erase, or wipe the contents of a device that is lost or stolen, thereby protecting sensitive corporate information. Now that we've covered the basics of mobile device management, let's dive into some specific security features that MDM solutions provide to keep your organization's data safe. One of the key functions of MDM is the ability to prevent a mobile device from being rooted or jailbroken. Rooting or jailbreaking a device removes the built-in security restrictions, allowing unauthorized access to the mobile device's operating system. This could potentially expose sensitive corporate data or allow malicious applications to bypass security measures. With MDM, IT administrators can detect if a mobile device has been rooted or jailbroken and take immediate action, such as restricting access to corporate resources or wiping the device to protect data. Another crucial feature of MDM is blocking the installation of third-party applications. By restricting which apps can be installed on mobile devices, MDM helps prevent the introduction of malicious software that could compromise the device's security or leak sensitive data. This ensures that only approved and trusted applications are used, keeping the device, and your organization's data, secure. Exam Objective 2.1 Summarize various security measures and their purposes. Active Directory. To revisit a concept we discussed earlier in this course, a domain is a network model where one or more servers, known as domain controllers, manage all computers, users, and security within the network centrally. This setup is ideal for larger organizations where centralized management and security are critical. When a domain is established, an organizational system must follow, and that's where Active Directory comes in. Active Directory is a database service, developed by Microsoft, that helps you organize and manage resources, users, and devices within a domain. It allows administrators to create and manage user accounts, set up permissions, and enforce security policies, all from a central location. Essentially, Active Directory serves as the backbone for managing the entire network within a domain. Before diving into the specific components of Active Directory, it's important to understand the fundamental concepts of an object. In Active Directory, everything that can be managed within a network is considered an object. Objects include users, computers, printers, shared folders, and even security groups. Each object in Active Directory is represented in the directory as a unique entity with its own set of attributes, such as name, permissions, and other settings. One of the most common types of objects in Active Directory is the user object. A user object represents an individual user within the network. This object contains all the information relevant to that user, such as their contact details, username, password, and permissions. When a user logs into the network, Active Directory verifies their identity using the credentials stored within their user object and then grants them access to the resources they're authorized to use. Other objects, like computers or printers, work similarly. They have their own set of attributes and permissions that determine how they interact within the domain. By organizing all these objects within a structured hierarchy, Active Directory allows for efficient management and control of the network's resources. With that foundation in mind, let's explore the key components of Active Directory that help maintain order and security within a domain. First, the login script is a set of commands that run automatically when a user logs into a domain, typically mapping network drives, printers, and other resources. If a user cannot connect to any network drives, it often signals that the login script has failed, possibly due to network issues or misconfigurations. Now, one of the most powerful features within Active Directory is group policy. This feature allows administrators to control and configure operating system settings and user environments across all objects in a domain. For example, group policy can ensure that all workstations have the same network drives, printers, and configurations, enforce password length requirements, or even modify the default homepage for all the workstations in a company. Organizational units are another crucial component, acting as containers within a domain that help organize users, groups, computers, and other resources. By placing different objects into organizational units, administrators can apply specific policies to different departments or groups within the organization, providing a more granular level of control. Next, we have the home folder. This is a personal folder assigned to a user where they can store files. Rather than being stored on the local computer, this folder is often stored on a central file server, making it easier to back up and secure. In a similar vein, folder redirection allows administrators to change the location of certain folders, such as desktop or documents, from the local machine to a network server, ensuring that important files are stored centrally and can be backed up regularly. Finally, security groups simplify the management of user permissions within the domain. By placing users into groups, administrators can easily assign permissions to resources like files, folders, or printers. This is especially useful in large environments, where managing permissions for many users individually would be time-consuming. Together, these components of Active Directory provide a robust framework for managing and securing resources across an entire organization, ensuring that everything from login scripts to security policies are centrally controlled and efficiently managed. Exam Objective 2.2 – Compare and contrast wireless security protocols and authentication methods. Wireless encryption. In this video segment, we will unravel the complexities of wireless encryption standards, which are crucial for safeguarding your wireless network. Over the years, these protocols have evolved, with each iteration aiming to provide stronger security against the ever-growing landscape of cyber threats. So let's explore the ins and outs of these protocols, starting with the earliest and moving to the most advanced. Wired Equivalent Privacy, or WEP, was the original standard, designed to make wireless networks as secure as their wired counterparts. However, WEP quickly became infamous for its vulnerabilities. Using the RC4 stream cipher, WEP's biggest flaw was its use of static encryption keys that were too short, making it an easy target for hackers. With freely available tools, even a beginner could crack a WEP key in a matter of minutes, rendering any wireless network relying on it highly insecure. If you come across a network still using WEP, consider it a relic of the past and upgrade it immediately. Next in line is Wi-Fi Protected Access, or WPA. This standard was introduced as a temporary fix to the glaring issues of WEP. WPA utilized Temporal Key Integrity Protocol, known as TKIP, which significantly improved security by dynamically changing encryption keys. Unlike WEP static keys, TKIP provided an additional layer of security, making it more difficult for intruders to break in. However, WPA still had its limitations and vulnerabilities, particularly as TKIP was eventually found to have weaknesses of its own, making WPA an interim solution rather than a long-term fix. This led to the development of WPA2, which has been the standard for wireless security for many years. WPA2 introduced the Advanced Encryption Standard, abbreviated as AES, which is a far more secure encryption protocol than TKIP. AES is a symmetric key algorithm that has become the benchmark for secure encryption, not just in Wi-Fi networks but across various security applications. An added feature of WPA2 is its support for fast roaming, which allows devices to move seamlessly between different networks without needing to re-authenticate, a feature especially beneficial in enterprise environments. However, as cyber threats continue to evolve, so must our defenses, leading us to WPA3, the latest and most secure wireless security protocol. Released in 2018, WPA3 builds on the strengths of WPA2 and introduces several advanced features, such as simultaneous authentication of equals, or SAE. SAE is much more resistant to brute force attacks, where an attacker might attempt to guess the network password repeatedly. Despite WPA3's robust security, it's important to consider device compatibility. Many older devices may not support WPA3, which could necessitate using WPA2 instead. While WPA3 is undoubtedly the most secure choice, ensuring that all your devices can connect is equally important. So, if you're managing a mixed environment with both new and old devices, WPA2 with AES might still be your best option. Exam Objective 2.2 Compare and contrast wireless security protocols and authentication methods. Wireless authentication. Picture this: you're trying to connect to a wireless network, and it hits you with a prompt for a username and password, or maybe just a password. Ever wonder why? Well, the network wants to make sure you're really you. It's a process called authentication. Think of it like the bouncer at a club asking for your ID. Authentication is how the wireless network checks, who are you? And makes sure only the right people get access. So, how do wireless networks work their magic? They use what's known as an authentication factor, which is fancy talk for the method that proves you're legit. These factors can be something you know, like a password, something you have, something you are, or even somewhere you are. Now, let's break it down and check out some of the most common ways in which wireless networks decide whether to let you in. For starters, there are two main types of wireless authentication: personal and enterprise. Personal authentication is what most of us are familiar with. It's the classic Wi-Fi password, also known as a passphrase, pre-shared key, or PSK. You've probably done this 100 times. The network requires you to enter a password before connecting. Once you're in, the network assumes everyone with that password is trusted. It's simple and effective for home networks or small setups, but it's not ideal for larger organizations where tighter security is needed. For those scenarios, we would use enterprise authentication. Enterprise authentication uses a more complex setup. Instead of just a password, it relies on specialized protocols to manage individual user access. This is where authentication methods like Radius, CompTIA A Plus, and Kerberos really shine. These methods don't just ask for a simple password, they require a username and password combo, and sometimes more. These credentials are then verified by an authentication server. Actually, let me take a second to break down these enterprise authentication methods a bit more. Radius, short for Remote Authentication Dial-In User Service, is a protocol that handles authentication, authorization, and accounting for users who connect to a network. It acts like a middleman that talks between the network and a central database of authorized users. When someone tries to log in, Radius checks if their username and password are on the list, then grants or denies access based on the result. It's commonly used in larger organizations to centrally manage network access. Terminal Access Controller Access Control System Plus, or TAC-AX Plus for short, is a proprietary protocol, developed by Cisco, that is used for authenticating and controlling access to network devices, such as routers and switches. It provides more granular control than Radius by separating authentication, authorization, and accounting. TAC-AX Plus not only verifies who you are, but also determines what actions you're allowed to perform. This makes it useful for managing access to network infrastructure and keeping detailed logs of what each device is doing. TAC-AX Plus is often used in Cisco environments for managing administrative access to network devices, but third-party implementations of this authentication method do exist. Kerberos is a network authentication protocol that uses tickets to verify user identities. When you log in, Kerberos gives you a ticket that proves your identity. You can then use this ticket to access multiple services on the network without having to re-enter your credentials. It's like getting a pass that allows you to move freely within the network, making Kerberos a good choice for environments with multiple systems. Now, let's talk about multi-factor authentication, or MFA, which is where things get extra secure. MFA adds another layer of verification on top of the basic username and password. Whether you're using a personal Wi-Fi password or enterprise methods like Radius, TAC-AX Plus, or Kerberos, you can still apply MFA. This ensures that even if someone gets hold of a password, they still need that second piece of verification to access the network. Exam Objective 2.3 Given a scenario, detect, remove, and prevent malware using the appropriate tools and methods. Types of malware. When it comes to malware, think of it like that one friend who crashes your party uninvited, devours all your snacks, and leaves behind a total mess. But instead of crumbs, malware leaves a trail of chaos through your system. Now, before we discuss some of the specific types of malware, let's start with a simple definition for malware as a whole. Malware is malicious software designed to damage, disrupt, or gain unauthorized access to a computer system. Perfect. Now that you know what malware is at a high level, we can begin to break down the types of malware wreaking havoc in our digital world. First up, we have viruses. A virus is the classic form of malware that replicates by attaching itself to clean files or programs. When those files or programs are executed, the virus activates and spreads further. Its behavior is all about multiplying and infecting as many files as possible, like a digital contagion. Viruses can corrupt data, slow down your system, and even destroy files. Next, we have a Trojan. A Trojan is malware disguised as legitimate software, tricking users into installing it. Unlike a virus, it doesn't replicate itself, but rather uses deception to sneak into your system. Once it's inside, it can open backdoors for other malware, steal data, or even take control of the infected device. It's like downloading what you think is an awesome game, only to find out it's secretly letting hackers rummage through your files. Moving on, we have rootkits. A rootkit is malware that hides its presence on your system, often embedding itself within your operating system's root files. Rootkits operate at the core, or root, of the operating system, manipulating system processes to allow unauthorized access while remaining hidden from most antivirus tools. These are the digital ninjas of the malware world. They're stealthy and dangerous. Ransomware is like a digital hostage taker. It infiltrates your system, encrypts your files, and demands a ransom, typically in cryptocurrency, in exchange for unlocking them. The behavior of ransomware is simple yet catastrophic. It denies you access to your own data, holding it for ransom, and even if you pay, there's no guarantee that the attacker will actually return your files. It's the ultimate cyber extortion, leaving victims with limited options unless they have secure backups in place. Spyware is a particularly stealthy form of malware that operates in the background, gathering information without the user's knowledge. Its primary goal is to collect data, anything from browsing habits to sensitive personal information, like usernames, passwords, or credit card numbers. The danger of spyware lies in its ability to stay hidden for long periods, all while quietly stealing data. One specific type of spyware is a keylogger. A keylogger is malware that records every keystroke the user makes, tracking passwords, login information, and even messages. Keyloggers give attackers a front-row seat to your every move, turning even mundane tasks like typing an email into a security risk. Additionally, one common delivery method for keyloggers is through a small physical device that can be plugged into a USB port, usually between the keyboard and the computer. It sits quietly between the two, intercepting and recording everything typed on the keyboard. The worst part? Since it's a physical device, traditional antivirus software won't detect it because it doesn't interact with the operating system. So keep your eyes peeled. A boot sector virus infects the boot sector of a hard drive, making it extremely persistent and difficult to remove. Even if you wipe the OS, the virus can remain, reinfecting the system as soon as it boots up. The behavior is particularly nasty because it affects the core of the system, where the OS loads from. Last up, we will cover crypto miners. Crypto miners secretly use your system's resources, specifically your CPU or GPU, to mine cryptocurrency. These parasites slow down your system, overheat your hardware, and can drastically reduce your device's performance. You may not notice at first, but if your computer feels like it's running through molasses, you might have a crypto miner leeching off your resources. Exam Objective 2.3 Given a scenario, detect, remove, and prevent malware using the appropriate tools and methods. Malware removal tools. Now that we've explored the different types of malware, it's time to dive into something just as important: how to detect, remove, and prevent these threats. In this video segment, we will look at a variety of tools and methods that are not only essential for protecting systems in the real world, but are also key for acing the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 exam. Whether you're managing IT in a business environment or prepping for your certification, mastering these techniques is a must. So let's jump into how some common tools and methods can keep our critical IT systems safe and secure, starting with Windows recovery mode. In Windows, when malware takes over your system and you can't boot it up normally, recovery mode can be your best friend. This specialized boot environment allows you to troubleshoot without interference from malicious software. It gives you access to a variety of system recovery tools, such as System Restore, Startup Repair, Command Prompt, and even the ability to reinstall the operating system. Recovery mode is often used when there is a critical issue preventing the system from starting normally, such as severe malware infections or corrupted system files. This environment operates outside the main operating system, which means it doesn't load most of your system's drivers or software, including any malware that may be installed. For example, if ransomware locks down your entire computer, booting into recovery mode may allow you to regain access and start the cleanup process. In the vast realm of information technology, the security of your device stands as a paramount concern. Just as you wouldn't leave the door to your home unlocked, you shouldn't leave your devices unprotected. To accomplish this, we have a few different tools. First up is antivirus software, which is often the first line of defense against malware. It works by scanning files for known viruses and blocking them before they cause harm. However, antivirus programs aren't foolproof. New or evolving malware strains can sometimes slip past them, which is why it's essential to keep the software updated and run regular scans. But what if the antivirus doesn't catch everything? That's where anti-malware tools step in. While antivirus focuses on viruses, anti-malware tools cast a wider net, targeting threats like spyware, adware, and ransomware. If you're dealing with more advanced threats, such as ransomware that encrypts your files, anti-malware software can be your go-to solution. Both antivirus and anti-malware are software tools designed to detect, prevent, and remove malicious software. With an up-to-date antivirus and anti-malware in place, the next component used in securing a device is a software firewall. This is another type of software that is installed on a device, designed to monitor and control incoming and outgoing network traffic to prevent unauthorized access to your system. By filtering incoming and outgoing traffic, a firewall can ensure that harmful data packets are blocked, while safe ones are allowed through. This is particularly helpful in preventing malware from sneaking in or stealing sensitive data. Configuring a firewall properly ensures that your files and network remain safe from external threats. However, no tool can substitute for well-informed users. This is where user education becomes critical. Training users to recognize potential threats is one of the most effective ways to prevent malware infections. Teaching employees how to avoid phishing scams, identify suspicious links, and practice safe browsing can drastically reduce the company's risk. Even the most secure system can be compromised by a single careless click. And since phishing remains one of the most common entry points for malware, anti-phishing training is a must. Anti-phishing training helps users identify deceptive emails that could lead to malware infections. Management teams are often concerned that employees might open these malicious messages and infect the entire network. By educating staff to spot suspicious emails, double-check the sender's address, and avoid clicking on unknown links, you can significantly reduce the risk of a phishing attack. But what happens if malware manages to get in anyway, especially in the form of a rootkit? This is where drastic measures like OS reinstallation might be necessary. Sometimes, malware can burrow so deeply into the system that it becomes impossible to remove, particularly in the case of rootkits, which can hide in critical system files. When malware can't be eliminated, reinstalling the operating system might be the only way to wipe it out completely. For instance, if a rootkit compromises your system beyond repair, a fresh OS reinstallation will give you a clean slate. But keep in mind, while performing an OS reinstallation is commonly a last resort that will work for most malware infections, it still might not be enough to get rid of a pesky boot sector virus. Exam Objective 2.4 Explain common social engineering attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities. Social engineering. Are you good at getting people to do what you want? If so, you are probably a natural when it comes to social engineering. So what is social engineering and how does it apply to IT? Well, to put it plainly, social engineering is the act of manipulating individuals into divulging confidential information or performing actions that compromise security. This often involves exploiting human trust or emotional responses to gain unauthorized access to sensitive data or systems. Or, as I like to call it, hacking the human. If you are not already aware, all the firewalls, encryption, and multi-factor authentication in the world can't save you if someone tricks you into willingly handing over your keys. Now, social engineering can take many forms, so let's kick things off with phishing, one of the most common social engineering attacks. Phishing is where an attacker sends fraudulent communications, typically via email, that appear to come from a legitimate source, maybe your bank, your boss, or even your favorite online store, all with the hope of reeling in your personal info. For example, you might get an email saying, "Urgent, your account has been compromised. Click here to reset your password." Spoiler alert, that link leads straight to a hacker's website. The best way to prevent phishing? Utilize an email spam filter. It's like setting up a bouncer at the door of your inbox, making sure the shady characters stay outside. On top of that, don't forget about the anti-phishing training we discussed in Exam Objective 2.3. This too can help minimize the chance of getting caught, hook, line, and sinker, by one of these fraudulent emails. After you've tackled phishing, say hello to its text-savvy sibling, smishing. This is phishing's SMS-based counterpart. Basically, the same scam, just a different medium. Instead of hitting you up via email, the hacker does their dirty work, using SMS text messages. And if the need to stay on your toes with email and text messages were not enough, we also have to be leery of phishing. This is where the attack comes in the form of a phone call or voice message. Imagine this, you're minding your business, and suddenly you get a call from tech support claiming there's a virus on your computer. The friendly voice on the other end offers to help fix it, but what they're really doing is phishing for your sensitive information. To prevent falling for a phishing attack, it's simple, only accept calls from known people. If someone claims to be from a company, hang up and call them back using the official number listed on their website. As for any unknown or random callers, why not send them straight to voicemail? Remember, better safe than sorry. After phishing, we have one more phishing variant to discuss, and that is whaling. Whaling is a more targeted and high-stakes version of phishing. Instead of going after regular employees or the general public, attackers aim for the big fish or whales. These targets are usually executives or high-profile individuals within an organization. In these attacks, scammers craft highly personalized emails or messages. For example, a CEO might receive an urgent request from the chief financial officer asking them to approve a large wire transfer. The best defense against whaling? Encourage higher-ups to verify any sensitive requests through a second method, like a phone call or in-person confirmation. It's all about making sure even the whales are aware of the bait. Now most of us have a healthy distrust of strangers. That is why hackers typically resort to impersonation to increase their chances of success. Many hackers are gifted in their ability to pretend to be someone else entirely, either in person or online. In an effort to trick you, the hacker pretends to be a trusted entity, such as a colleague, authority figure, or service provider, to gain unauthorized access to sensitive information or systems. They might show up in person, send you an email, text, or give you a phone call with the ultimate goal of convincing you that they're someone you know and trust, to get you to spill the goods. Next up, we have tailgating. This is a physical security breach in which an unauthorized person follows an authorized individual into a restricted area without their knowledge. The attacker exploits the moment when someone with legitimate access opens a secure door, gate, or entrance. They slip in right behind, blending in and bypassing the need for any credentials like a keycard or passcode. In these scenarios, the sneaky attacker gains access without needing to break through security systems. They're simply walking through the door after someone else. Speaking of sneaky, you'll want to keep an eye out for shoulder surfing too. Shoulder surfing is a social engineering technique where an attacker physically observes an individual inputting sensitive information, such as a password or PIN, by watching over their shoulder. This attack typically occurs in public or crowded spaces, like at ATMs, or while using mobile devices in public. Pretty much anywhere an attacker can easily see the information being input without the victim's knowledge. Ever catch someone glancing over your shoulder while you're typing in your password? If so, then perhaps you have been the victim of shoulder surfing. If you thought social engineers were sneaky with emails and phone calls, impersonation, tailgating, or even shoulder surfing, wait until you hear about dumpster diving. Yes, this one is exactly what it sounds like. Hackers will quite literally search through trash or discarded materials to find sensitive information. Those bank statements, invoices, or anything with personal information can be a gold mine for an attacker. Want to avoid this gross, yet effective attack? Shred any sensitive documents before they hit the trash. It's your personal paper trail that leads hackers right into your accounts. Finally, I got one more for you. The evil twin attack. This one is a bit more digital and a little less tradecraft. The evil twin is a wireless network attack where an attacker sets up a rogue Wi-Fi access point that mimics a legitimate network. With this attack, the network name, or SSID, of the evil access point will appear nearly identical to the genuine access point, be it a wireless network at your office or your favorite coffee shop. Once you connect, thinking you're safe, the attacker is able to monitor everything you do online. The key here is to double-check those network names and avoid connecting to anything suspicious, especially in public places. When it comes to Wi-Fi, sometimes two isn't better than one, especially when one of them is evil. Exam Objective 2.4 Explain common social engineering attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities. Threats. According to CompTIA, a threat is anything that has the potential to cause harm to a system, network, or data. These threats come in many forms, from attacks that overload a system to malicious insiders with access to sensitive information. We have even covered one type of threat already, social engineering. Now, let's dive into some of the more technical threats that IT professionals must be ready to handle. Let's start with a denial of service, or DOS attack. This is a type of attack in which the attacker seeks to make a machine or network resource unavailable to its intended users. There are many ways a DOS attack can be launched. These tactics include causing a power outage, a hardware failure, or even a disruption to network connectivity, but the most common scenario involves bombarding a company's web server with so much traffic that it becomes unavailable to the general public. In other words, the attacker overwhelms the server with traffic by flooding it with requests for resources. In turn, the server can't handle all the requests, and as a result, it crashes or slows to a crawl, leaving legitimate clients frustrated. Now, if a DOS attack is a solo mission, then distributed denial of service, or DDoS attack is an all-out party, except the only one having fun is the attacker. In this attack, it's not just one computer trying to crash the system. Instead, there are multiple attackers or multiple devices controlled by the attacker, working together to carry out the attack. Think of it as a global flash mob, but instead of people dancing in unison, you've got hackers coordinating their attacks to bring a website to its knees. Now, here's where it gets interesting. Those computers involved in the attack aren't always participating willingly. Some of these devices may be part of what's called a botnet, a vast network of compromised computers that have been infected with malware, allowing attackers to remotely control them. These infected machines, often referred to as zombies, execute commands sent from a remote attacker. The owners of these compromised computers are usually unaware that their devices are being used as part of a large-scale attack. Instead, they are most likely scrolling through their social media while their computer is out wreaking havoc on some poor web server. The beauty of a DDoS attack, at least for the attacker, lies in its sheer volume. By using so many different devices from around the world, they make it much harder to stop the attack. The distributed nature of the attack also means that the targeted server can quickly become overwhelmed, unable to keep up with all the bogus requests, causing legitimate users to be locked out. And while all this is happening, the attacker sits back and watches the chaos unfold, with the zombie army doing all the heavy lifting. Next up, we've got the mysterious zero-day attack. This is the one that keeps security professionals up at night. A zero-day attack takes advantage of a software vulnerability that hasn't been discovered yet by the software developers, meaning there's no patch or fix available at the time of the attack. Think of it like finding a secret backdoor to a building before anyone else even knows it exists. By the time the developers release a patch, the damage could already be done. Moving on, we have spoofing, which is a type of attack in which an individual or system masquerades as another by falsifying data. Essentially, the attacker pretends to be someone or something they're not. It's the digital version of wearing a disguise, except instead of fake mustaches, we're talking fake IP addresses, email headers, or websites. This digital form of impersonation is designed to trick you into believing that a message or connection is legitimate, so you hand over sensitive information or interact with a compromised system. Whether it's an email that looks like it's from your boss or a website that mirrors your bank's login page, spoofing is all about deception, and it's one of the key tools attackers use to infiltrate systems and steal valuable data. An on-path attack, formerly known as man-in-the-middle, is an attack where an attacker positions themselves between two parties to secretly intercept, monitor, or alter communications. Picture this: you think you're having a private conversation with your bank's website, but the attacker is sitting in the middle, eavesdropping on the entire exchange. They can intercept your data, inject malicious code, or even alter the communication without either side knowing. Next, we have the brute force attack. This is an authentication-based attack where the attacker systematically tries to uncover a password by guessing one password at a time. It's essentially the digital equivalent of trying every key on a keychain until finding the one that unlocks the door. In a brute force attack, the attacker doesn't rely on clever tricks or social engineering. Instead, they depend on sheer persistence, attempting every possible combination of letters, numbers, and symbols until they succeed. While it may sound tedious, computers are built for this kind of task. They can attempt thousands, even millions, of combinations in a short time. If your password is something weak like password 123, the attacker could gain access very quickly. That's why strong passwords, multi-factor authentication, and account lockout policies after several failed attempts are essential. Without these protections, a brute force attack is like giving a determined thief a box of keys and unlimited time to unlock the door. If brute force is about trying every possible key, then the dictionary attack is about trying the most common ones first. The attacker uses a precompiled list of words and guesses your password based on that. If your password is something simple, well, you're not going to be safe for long. Now, not all threats come from external hackers. Some of the most dangerous attacks come from the inside. An insider threat is a security risk that originates from within the organization. Typically, this involves an employee, contractor, or business partner who has legitimate access to the organization's data or systems. This individual may misuse their access, either intentionally or unintentionally, to cause harm, steal sensitive information, or sabotage systems. These threats are particularly dangerous because insiders already have access to sensitive information and systems, making it much easier for them to wreak havoc. Okay, time to get a bit more technical with our next attack type, structured query language, or SQL injection. In this type of attack, the hacker inserts malicious code into a SQL query in order to manipulate a database. Imagine you've got a login form, where a user enters their username and password. Instead of entering valid credentials, the attacker might inject some specially crafted code into the form's input fields. That code could trick the database into thinking that it should bypass authentication altogether, allowing the hacker to gain unauthorized access to sensitive data. SQL injection attacks can be incredibly damaging because they can target the core of a system, the data. Once inside, the attacker might be able to view, modify, or even delete critical information. In some cases, they could even gain complete control over the database. The best defense against SQL injection is input validation. This involves making sure that only the correct type of data, such as text for a username, or a string of numbers for a phone number, can be entered into form fields. By restricting what can be entered, you can block attackers from inserting malicious code and prevent it from being executed against your database. Last up on our list of threats, we've got cross-site scripting. This attack takes advantage of vulnerable websites and involves an attacker injecting malicious scripts into web pages viewed by other users. These scripts run in the victim's browsers and can steal sensitive data like cookies, session tokens, or even trick the user into performing unintended actions. This attack works by sending arbitrary characters in a web page request, allowing the attacker to sneak harmful scripts into the web page's code. When other users load the page, the malicious script runs in their browser, usually without them knowing. For instance, an attacker might insert a script that steals cookies or session data from users visiting the page. This could give them access to the user's account or other private information. Like SQL injection, the best defense against cross-site scripting is to validate user inputs, making sure any data entered into a form or URL doesn't contain harmful code. By validating inputs, you can prevent attackers from injecting their malicious scripts and protect users from unauthorized access or data theft. Exam Objective 2.4 Explain common social engineering attacks, threats, and vulnerabilities. Vulnerabilities. A vulnerability is a weakness or flaw in a system, network, or application that can be exploited to gain unauthorized access or cause harm. Or to put it another way, these are the gaps in security that attackers actively look for. In this video segment, I'm going to highlight some of the most common security vulnerabilities that often go unnoticed. And hopefully, by the end, you'll have a solid understanding of how vulnerabilities work, why they matter, and what steps you can take to address them. First up on our list of common vulnerabilities, we have non-compliant systems. A non-compliant system is one that doesn't meet the necessary security policies or industry standards. Think of it like a factory that's missing key safety protocols. Eventually, something is going to go wrong. In IT, non-compliance could mean improper configurations or possibly the use of unauthorized applications. These systems are sitting ducks for attackers. Thus, ensuring compliance with organizational policies and regulatory requirements is crucial to reducing risk and keeping systems safe. Next, let's talk about unpatched systems. Whether you're working with an operating system, business software, or even your favorite computer game, security patches are released regularly to address vulnerabilities that have been identified. These patches help fix bugs, improve performance, and most importantly, close security gaps that hackers can exploit. When these updates are not applied, systems are left exposed to known exploits, making them easy targets for attackers. Now we can move on to unprotected systems. These are devices running without essential security measures like antivirus software or a firewall. Think of antivirus as your system's immune system, constantly scanning for malicious software. When detected, the antivirus works to neutralize and remove the threat before it can cause any damage. On the other hand, a firewall acts as the gatekeeper for your network. It monitors incoming and outgoing traffic, deciding what's allowed to pass through based on predefined security rules. Without a firewall, your system is wide open to unauthorized access. Without both antivirus protection and a firewall in place, your system is vulnerable to everything from malware infections to hacking attempts. Another major vulnerability is using end-of-life operating systems. When an OS reaches the end of its life, the manufacturer stops providing updates, including those critical security patches. End-of-life systems are prime targets for attackers because they know no new defenses are being rolled out. If your system is running an end-of-life OS, it's time to plan for an upgrade to ensure ongoing protection. Finally, let's talk about allowing employees to use their own devices at work. While this can boost productivity and flexibility, it also introduces significant security risks. These personal devices might not have the same level of security as company-managed devices. Without strict security policies and proper configuration, these employee-owned devices can open doors to malware, data leaks, and unauthorized access to the network. Exam Objective 2.5, given a scenario, manage and configure basic security settings in the Microsoft Windows OS. Defender Antivirus. Windows Defender Antivirus is your built-in security guard for Windows, constantly running in the background to protect your system from viruses, malware, and other threats. This feature is controlled independently, but is still part of Windows Defender. Now most of the time, it takes care of itself, but knowing how to activate, deactivate, and update it ensures your system stays secure when it matters most. By default, Windows Defender Antivirus is already active, but there might be times when you need to turn it off. Perhaps you're installing another antivirus program or troubleshooting a particular issue. To manage Windows Defender Antivirus, start by opening Windows Settings and select Update and Security. From there, choose Windows Security. And then click on Virus and Threat Protection. Once you have navigated this far, you will see an option labeled Manage Settings. Once you select Manage Settings, you will be presented with the option to activate and deactivate real-time protection with an on-off toggle button. Just remember, turning off real-time protection leaves your system exposed, so only do it when absolutely necessary and reactivate it as soon as possible. Now, let's talk about updates. Keeping your virus definitions current is essential because that is how Windows Defender Antivirus knows what new threats to watch out for. Thankfully, this feature updates automatically through Windows Update, but you can also check for updates manually if needed. To do this, we will head back to the Virus and Threat Protection section. Here you will see an option to check for updates. By clicking through and performing a manual update, you will ensure that you are always using the latest virus definitions, which keeps your system protected against even the newest forms of malware. Exam Objective 2.5, given a scenario, manage and configure basic security settings in the Microsoft Windows OS. Defender Firewall Management. Windows Defender Firewall is yet another built-in Windows security feature. It acts as your system's first line of defense when managing network traffic. The firewall controls what comes in and goes out, ensuring your system is safe from unauthorized access. Just like antivirus software, the firewall plays a key role in security, but instead of identifying malware, it focuses on monitoring your network connections. Now, we've discussed firewalls, and more specifically Windows Defender Firewall, earlier in this course, but this time I will focus on how to activate and deactivate this security feature. I'll also dive into port security, providing a real-world example, and wrap things up by explaining how you can control application-specific access to your Windows device. Let's start with a walkthrough on how to activate or deactivate your Windows Defender Firewall. By default, this feature is turned on, but there may be times when you need to temporarily disable it, such as when troubleshooting or testing network configurations. To do this, head to Settings, then click on Update and Security. From here select Windows Security. Then click Firewall and Network Protection. If you followed the steps correctly, you will now see options to activate or deactivate the firewall for different network profiles. Just click on Domain, Private, or Public and you will be able to toggle the firewall for each network profile on or off. Just remember, turning off the firewall leaves your system exposed to potential threats, so it's a good idea to turn it back on as soon as you're done. Next, let's talk about port security. Ports are essentially the communication channels your system uses to send and receive data, and securing these ports is critical to keeping your network safe. Certain services use specific ports, like DNS, which operates on port 53, or RDP, which uses port 3389 for remote access. Port security is one way for a firewall to control network traffic. By allowing traffic only on necessary ports, you limit the opportunities attackers have to gain unauthorized access to your system. And just in case you are not sure which ports you should have committed to memory at this point in your learning journey, I posted a list behind me. Moving on, let's imagine you have a web server with the IP address 10.10.0.45. The server is currently set up with some open ports, like 53 for DNS, 80 for HTTP, and 443 for HTTPS. However, a technician needs to remotely access this server for troubleshooting and they want to establish an RDP session. Well, RDP will use port 3389 for this remote connection. And since the port isn't currently open on this server, the technician won't be able to connect. Therefore, to allow the technician to establish an RDP session with the web server, you will need to open port 3389 on the firewall. This will allow the communication channel between the technician's device and the server to work properly, letting them securely connect to the server from a remote location. After the work is done, it's a good idea to close this port again to reduce any potential security risks from leaving it open unnecessarily. Finally, let's cover application security. Some applications need network access to function properly, but allowing unrestricted access can be risky. Windows Defender Firewall lets you control which apps can communicate over the network. To manage this, go to Firewall and Network Protection and click Allow an app through the firewall. You'll see a list of apps and features, and from here, you can choose to allow or block them. You can also decide whether an app is allowed on private or public networks. This way, you reduce the risk of unauthorized apps or malware connecting to external servers. Exam Objective 2.5, given a scenario, manage and configure basic security settings in the Microsoft Windows OS. Users and groups. For our next topic, let's talk about users and groups in Windows. Whether it's a home PC or a corporate environment, managing user accounts is essential for maintaining security and functionality. As such, I think it would be prudent to go over the different types of accounts, the concept of least privilege, and the key differences between user access groups. First up, when setting up a Windows user, you have two main account options, a Microsoft account or a local account. When comparing the two options, a Microsoft account connects your login credentials to your online Microsoft profile, giving you access to a wide range of cloud-based services and features. This account type links your system with Microsoft's ecosystem, enabling you to use services like OneDrive for cloud storage, the Microsoft Store for app and software downloads, and let's not forget the ability to synchronize across multiple devices. For instance, your Windows settings, files, and even browser bookmarks can sync across your laptop, desktop, or even your phone. This can be particularly useful if you frequently switch between devices or if you want the convenience of accessing your files from anywhere. On the other hand, a local account is tied only to the device itself. It doesn't offer the cloud syncing options that a Microsoft account provides. Instead, everything stays local to that specific device. A local account is ideal for someone who prefers a more traditional, offline experience, doesn't need cloud services, or wants to keep their data completely local and independent from Microsoft's cloud infrastructure. This is often the choice for users who prioritize privacy or who use their computer in a more isolated, offline environment. Once you have selected between a Microsoft or a local account, your next decision will hinge on user permissions. But before we discuss user access groups, I want to bring up an important security principle, known as least privilege. The idea behind least privilege is simple: users should have just enough access to do their jobs, and no more. This minimizes the risk of accidental changes or unauthorized actions that could harm the system. When users have only the permissions they need, it limits the chances of malware spreading or sensitive information being accessed due to user error or a compromised account. By applying least privilege, you reduce the attack surface of your system and keep it more secure overall. Now that we understand the concept of least privilege, let's look at the different user access groups and how they fit into this principle, starting from the least access and moving up to administrative access. First up, we have the guest user account. This user group is the most limited in terms of access and is a great example of least privilege in action. This account is designed for temporary use, allowing basic tasks such as browsing the web or accessing shared files, without the ability to install software or make any system changes. This type of access is ideal for situations where you need to provide short-term access without risking any significant modifications to the system. Next, we have the standard account. This is the default account type for most users. It allows them to perform common tasks like browsing the internet, running applications, and managing personal files. However, standard users cannot install software or change key system settings, which helps prevent accidental damage or unauthorized modifications. This account is designed to balance usability with security, giving users enough access for everyday tasks while limiting the potential for harm. Moving on, we have the power user role. This access group provides more flexibility than a standard account but still doesn't offer full administrative control. Power users can install programs and adjust certain system settings, but are restricted from making critical changes that could impact the entire system. Though this role is less common in modern systems, power users have more authority than standard users, making this role a middle ground for those who need some additional access without full admin rights. Last up, the administrator account offers the highest level of control over the system. Administrators can install and uninstall software, modify system-wide settings, and manage other user accounts. Just keep in mind, with great power comes great responsibility. Because of this, it is crucial to limit administrator access to only those who truly need it, as this level of privilege makes the system more vulnerable to potential security risks. By following the principle of least privilege, administrator access should be reserved for specific tasks to minimize exposure to attacks or unwanted changes. Next up, I will cover a special security feature that is tied into user permissions, known as User Account Control, or UAC for short. This is a built-in Windows security feature that helps prevent unauthorized changes to your system. Anytime a program attempts to make system-level changes, like installing software or altering settings, UAC prompts you to confirm the action. Even administrator accounts will see these prompts, which acts as a safeguard to ensure that changes are deliberate. This feature is crucial in keeping your system secure from unwanted alterations, whether caused by malware or user error. One more feature that is tied into user access groups is the Run as Administrator option. If you are logged in as a standard user and need to run a program with administrative privileges, you can use the Run as Administrator option. By right-clicking on a program and selecting this option, you grant the necessary administrative permissions for that specific task without having to log into an administrator account. This is particularly helpful when performing one-off administrative tasks without giving full control to a user. Run as Administrator allows you to execute only the tasks that require admin privileges, keeping the overall system secure while getting the job done. In summary, by understanding user access groups, applying the principle of least privilege, and using features like User Account Control and Run as Administrator, you can effectively manage permissions while keeping your system secure. These tools ensure users can perform necessary tasks without compromising the integrity of the system. Exam Objective 2.5, given a scenario, manage and configure basic security settings in the Microsoft Windows OS. Windows Login Options. When it comes to securing your system, the login options can be quite diverse. Windows 10 offers several ways to log in, each with varying levels of security and convenience. In this video, I'll walk you through the different login methods available and where to find them in the Settings menu. To access your login options, go to the Settings menu in Windows 10 and select Accounts. Then select Sign In Options. From here, you'll be able to set up or modify any of the following methods to secure your device. First on the list is facial recognition, which Windows has dubbed Windows Hello Face. Facial recognition is a convenient, hands-free login option available through Windows Hello. Using an infrared camera, this method scans your face to securely unlock your device. It's quick and highly secure, offering seamless access without the need to type anything. You can set this up in the sign-in options by selecting Windows Hello Face and following the prompts to register your face. Next, we have fingerprint authentication, another Windows Hello feature. This method lets you unlock your device by placing a finger on a fingerprint reader. To set it up, go to Sign-in options, select Windows Hello Fingerprint, and follow the prompts by placing your finger on the reader repeatedly until the setup is complete. This is a fast and secure way to log in, ensuring that only you can access your system. A personal identification number, PIN, is a simpler alternative to a password, and it's unique to your device. Unlike a password, a PIN stays local to your machine and cannot be used on other devices or online services, making it a bit more secure in certain contexts. To set it up, go to Sign-in options, select Windows Hello PIN, and create your PIN. A security key is a physical device that provides an additional layer of protection. When logging in, just insert the key into your device. It's an excellent option for those seeking enhanced security, as it requires both the physical key and your presence. You can set this up under Sign-in options by selecting Security Key and following the steps to pair the key with your device. The password remains the most traditional login option. It's widely used, but it's also one of the most vulnerable methods due to the risk of weak or reused passwords. To maximize security, always use strong, unique passwords for each device. You can also update or change your password by selecting the password option in Sign-in options. For a more creative login option, you can set up a picture password. This method allows you to choose an image and draw a series of gestures on it, such as circles or lines, which you then use to unlock your device. It's less common but provides a fun, personalized way to log in. You can set this up in Sign-in options by selecting Picture Password and following the steps to configure your gestures. Windows 10 offers a wide variety of login options, from biometric methods like facial recognition and fingerprint to more traditional choices like a PIN, password, and even a picture password. You can also add an extra layer of security with a security key. Each option provides different levels of protection, so choose the method that best suits your needs and preferences for both convenience and security. Exam Objective 2.5, given a scenario, manage and configure basic security settings in the Microsoft Windows OS. Single sign-on. How often do you find yourself juggling multiple accounts, each with its own unique username and password? This can become cumbersome and challenging to manage. That is where single sign-on comes in. Single sign-on, commonly referred to as SSO, is a user authentication service that permits a user to use one set of login credentials, like a username and password, to access multiple applications. Think of it as a master key that unlocks several doors, eliminating the need to have multiple keys for each door. So, how does single sign-on work? Well, when you first log into an application that uses single sign-on or SSO, the system checks if you've been authenticated by the central SSO solution. If you haven't, it prompts you to log in. Once you provide your credentials, the SSO system validates them against a central database. Upon successful validation, the SSO system issues a token, a kind of digital stamp of approval. This token is then used for subsequent authentication requests during that session. As you navigate to another integrated application, instead of asking for your credentials again, the system requests the SSO solution to verify the token's validity. If the token is recognized and still valid, the second application grants you access without requiring another login. This process of token verification repeats for all integrated applications, ensuring a smooth and uninterrupted user experience. Now, that makes things much easier, doesn't it? And if you work in a corporate environment, using SSO is also likely to reduce the number of help desk tickets due to users forgetting their passwords. Exam Objective 2.5, given a scenario, manage and configure basic security settings in the Microsoft Windows OS. NTFS versus share permissions. When managing files and folders in a Windows environment, you will need to understand the difference between NTFS permissions and share permissions. Both play a role in determining who can access and modify your data, but they apply in different contexts. Let's dive into what each type of permission does, and how they work together to control access. NTFS permissions control access to files and folders on locally stored drives, formatted with the NTFS or New Technology File System. These permissions dictate what users can do with the files and folders, whether they're on a local machine or shared over the network. NTFS permissions apply no matter how a file or folder is accessed, making them particularly important for data security. The basic NTFS permissions include read, allowing users to view the contents of a file or folder, but not modify it, write, giving users the ability to modify and save changes, read and execute, which enables users to view and execute files, list folder contents, allowing users to see the names of files and subfolders within a folder, modify, which combines read, write, execute, and delete capabilities, and finally, full control, granting users complete authority over files, including the ability to modify permissions. In contrast to NTFS permissions, share permissions control access to files and folders shared over a network. These permissions are applied to shared folders and determine what network users can do when accessing these folders remotely. The basic share permissions are read, allowing users to view and open files but not modify or delete them, change, which grants users the ability to read, modify, and delete files, and full control, which gives users the highest level of access, including managing share permissions. It's important to remember that share permissions apply only when accessing resources over the network. If files or folders are accessed locally, only NTFS permissions come into play. When both NTFS and share permissions are in place, the most restrictive permission between them will apply. For example, if a user is accessing a file remotely and has full control through share permissions but only read access when it comes to NTFS permissions, they will only be able to read the file. In addition to permissions, files and folders in Windows have attributes that control how they behave. Common attributes include read-only, which allows files to be viewed but not modified, and hidden, which hides files from normal view unless the option to display hidden items is enabled. These attributes add an extra layer of control, beyond basic permissions. Another important concept is inheritance, which simplifies permission management. When you set permissions on a folder and have inheritance enabled, those permissions are automatically inherited by all subfolders and files within that folder. This is helpful for managing large folder structures, because it eliminates the need to manually apply permissions to each file or subfolder. For instance, if you have a folder with read permissions, any new subfolder created within it will inherit the same read permission. Understanding the differences between NTFS permissions and share permissions is crucial for managing file security in a Windows environment. NTFS permissions apply both locally and over the network, while share permissions control access for remote users. When both are used, the most restrictive permissions will take precedence. Combine this with file attributes and inheritance, and you have a powerful set of tools to fine-tune access and ensure the security of your data. Exam Objective 2.6. Given a scenario, configure a workstation to meet best practices for security. Data at rest encryption. Imagine a calm, serene lake with the sun setting in the background. The stillness of the water is reminiscent of data at rest in the world of information technology. Simply put, data at rest refers to data stored on devices like computers or servers, not actively being used or transmitted. More specifically, it is the files and documents that sit quietly on your storage drive. However, this stillness doesn't guarantee safety. That's where data at rest encryption comes in. The first type of data at rest encryption we will discuss is file-level encryption. Additionally referred to as file-based encryption or file folder encryption, this method is distinct in its approach to data protection. Instead of encrypting an entire storage medium or device, file-level encryption zeroes in on individual files or directories, encrypting them directly through the file system. One commonly used tool for this type of encryption is Encrypting File System, which is built into Windows. Encrypting File System, or EFS for short, allows you to encrypt specific files or folders on an NTFS formatted drive, providing a layer of security without needing to encrypt the entire drive. To encrypt a single folder, you simply right-click the folder, select Properties, and then select the Advanced tab. This will open another window. From here, you just check the option for Encrypt Contents to secure data, and voila, you have just enabled EFS. Once encrypted, only users with the correct decryption key or access rights can view or modify the files, ensuring that sensitive data remains protected even on a shared system. While file-level encryption protects specific files or folders, disk-level encryption, also known as full disk encryption, offers a more comprehensive solution. Think of disk-level encryption as a protective shield that covers the entire storage device, whether it's your computer's hard drive or an external disk. If your goal is to protect everything on your device, from system files to personal data, disk-level encryption is the ideal choice. To understand why disk-level encryption is so important, consider the example of a stolen laptop. Because of their portability, laptops are prime targets for theft. But often, the true value for the thief isn't the device itself, it's the data stored inside. This could include anything from personal photos to sensitive business documents or financial information. Without encryption, a skilled thief could easily access this data by removing the hard drive and connecting it to another device, leading to privacy breaches or financial loss. One of the most commonly used tools for this level of protection in Windows is BitLocker. BitLocker encrypts the entire drive, ensuring that everything, from the operating system to personal files, remains secure. It works by scrambling the data on the disk, making it unreadable to anyone without the correct decryption key. This level of encryption provides peace of mind, particularly for users who store sensitive information on their devices. A key point to remember is that if the system undergoes significant changes, such as a major repair, OS reinstallation, or even certain BIOS updates, you may be required to use a recovery key to regain access to the encrypted data. This recovery key is essential because, without it, even the rightful owner can be locked out of their own data. Therefore, it's crucial to store this recovery key in a safe, accessible location to avoid being permanently locked out of your encrypted system. For portable storage, we also have BitLocker to Go, which extends BitLocker's powerful encryption capabilities to removable devices like USB drives. This ensures that sensitive information transferred using USB drives remains secure, even if the drive is lost or stolen. Users can easily protect their data by encrypting the entire USB drive with BitLocker to Go, requiring a password or recovery key to unlock it on any device. Data at rest encryption plays a significant role in securing information that's not actively in use. File-level encryption, through tools like EFS, protects specific files and folders, while disk-level encryption, using methods like BitLocker, safeguards entire storage devices. Whether it's protecting individual files or ensuring that an entire system is secure, encryption is a powerful defense against unauthorized access. And for portable devices, let's not forget about BitLocker to Go, which ensures that sensitive data remains encrypted and safe, even when stored on USB drives. Together, these methods provide a robust solution to keep your data safe, no matter where it rests. Exam Objective 2.6. Given a scenario, configure a workstation to meet best practices for security. Password best practices. Passwords serve as a primary method of authentication, but surprisingly, many individuals often overlook their significance. Some might attribute this to complacency, while others simply might not be aware of the importance. Fortunately, there are established password policies and best practices that guide users in creating robust passwords, ensuring enhanced protection for both personal and professional data in our digital landscape. First and foremost, why are good password practices so essential? Think of passwords as the keys to your digital home. Just as you wouldn't want a flimsy lock on your front door, you wouldn't want a weak password guarding your personal and professional data. Strong password practices ensure that your digital doors remain locked against potential intruders. Now, let's look into some key password policies, which are designed to fortify our digital security. To kick things off, I will start with a well-known policy, the password length policy. This policy is an uncomplicated yet vital aspect of digital security. At its essence, this policy determines the minimum and maximum number of characters that a password should contain. Picture this in terms of a physical safe. Just as a physical safe might have a combination code of varying lengths, a password has its own length criteria. The analogy runs deeper when you consider the security implications. For a physical safe, a longer combination, with more numbers or sequences to guess, naturally becomes more challenging for a thief to decipher. Similarly, in the digital realm, a longer password inherently possesses more potential combinations of characters. This increased variability makes it exponentially harder for malicious actors to guess or use brute force attack methods against your password. In close relation to password length, a password complexity policy is also common practice. This policy emphasizes the need for a diverse mix of characters in your password. It recommends using a combination of uppercase letters, lowercase letters, numbers, and special characters. Such a varied composition not only ensures your password's uniqueness, but also strengthens its defense against typical hacking methods. A password with this mix is much harder for hackers to guess or breach using brute force techniques. It's also crucial to avoid using dictionary words in your password, regardless of their length. Hackers often use dictionary attacks, where they methodically test variations of common dictionary words to decipher passwords. By incorporating a variety of character types and steering clear of standard dictionary words, you substantially lower the chances of falling victim to password guessing attacks. Next, we have the password history policy. This policy's primary objective is to deter users from reusing their recent passwords. By monitoring and remembering your past passwords, the system can ensure that when you're prompted to update your password, you're guided towards crafting a new and unique one. This proactive approach to password management is designed for mitigating risks. For example, if an old password was ever compromised, ensuring it's not reused eliminates the chance of that particular password ever becomes a recurring security weak point. In a nutshell, the password history policy serves as a protective measure, encouraging users to consistently renew their passwords, thereby enhancing their overall digital security. Our next policy, the password expiration policy, complements the previously discussed password history policy by setting an expiration date on your passwords, ensuring they don't remain static for too long. This forces users to refresh their passwords at regular intervals, reducing the time a potentially compromised password can be exploited. Much like regular maintenance on machinery or software, changing your passwords regularly is essential to keeping your digital security strong. This consistent cycle of change also reduces the window of opportunity for malicious actors to exploit a possibly compromised password. Now, let's talk about the password lockout policy. Have you ever mistyped your password several times and got locked out of your account? Well, that is this policy at work. The primary purpose of the password lockout policy is to hinder unauthorized users from endlessly guessing your password. The policy works in a straightforward manner. After a set number of incorrect login attempts, the account gets locked and remains inaccessible for a certain time or until an admin unlocks it. This strategy not only stops hackers in their tracks, but also signals potential unauthorized access attempts to administrators. Beyond password policies, additional practices further enhance our digital security. One key practice is setting a BIOS or UEFI password. These passwords add a critical layer of security before the operating system even starts, preventing unauthorized users from accessing the system's core settings located in the BIOS or UEFI of the system. Having this type of password in place can block actions like enabling or disabling hardware components or even enabling hardware virtualization. So be sure to set up a BIOS or UEFI password if you want to ensure that only authorized individuals can make such changes. Another important practice is to change the default administrator's user account and password. Many systems, including routers and network devices, come with a default admin account and password, which are well known to attackers. Changing this default password reduces the risk of unauthorized access and adds an additional layer of defense. Lastly, we have multi-factor authentication, or MFA. By enabling MFA, you require users to provide not only a password but also a secondary form of authentication, like a fingerprint, facial recognition, or a code sent to their phone. This added step makes it exponentially harder for attackers to access your accounts, even if they manage to get hold of your password. Together, these password best practices work to create a robust defense against unauthorized access, protecting your personal and professional data in today's digital landscape. Exam Objective 2.6. Given a scenario, configure a workstation to meet best practices for security. End-user best practices. When it comes to keeping your data and devices secure, it's not just about passwords. Good security also includes a few end-user best practices. That is why this video segment will have us exploring some key habits and tools that every end user should implement for a more secure IT environment. One of the easiest ways to enhance security is by enabling a screensaver lock. A timeout or screen lock ensures that after a period of inactivity, your computer automatically locks, returning the user to the login screen. This is particularly helpful if you step away from your computer but forget to manually log out. In Windows 10, you can set this up by accessing your lock screen settings. Just make sure that the screensaver is configured to require a password when the computer wakes up from sleep or resumes after a period of inactivity. By using this simple feature, you ensure that your session remains protected, and no one can access your device without re-entering the appropriate password. Another key best practice is to always log off or lock your computer when it's not in use. The quickest way to do this is by using a key combination. For Windows, you can press Windows plus the L key to instantly log out as a user. This prevents anyone from accessing your system while you're away, even for a short time. It's a quick, simple action, and does not rely on a wait timer, like the screensaver lock. Securing your physical devices is just as important as securing your data. Laptops, for instance, are highly portable, making them easy targets for theft. Whether you're at home, in the office, or traveling, always ensure your laptop is stored securely when not in use. Consider using physical locks, security cables, or carrying your laptop in a bag that doesn't draw attention. Additionally, if your laptop contains sensitive data, ensure it's encrypted or secured with tools like BitLocker or FileVault. Finally, protecting your personally identifiable information and passwords is crucial. Never store passwords in plain text, whether on your computer or written down. Instead, use a password manager to generate and securely store complex passwords. Also, be cautious about where and how you share personally identifiable information, both online and in person. The more careful you are with your sensitive information, the less likely it is to be compromised. By incorporating these simple, end-user best practices, you can greatly reduce the risk of unauthorized access and keep your data safe. These habits are essential for every end user, regardless of the device or system they use. Exam Objective 2.6. Given a scenario, configure a workstation to meet best practices for security. Account management. We've already covered password best practices to ensure your passwords are strong enough to withstand attack, and we dove into end-user best practices to lock down and protect your devices. Now, we're moving on to account management best practices, because what's the point of having a strong password if you're letting everyone roam free in your system? In this segment, we'll explore how to restrict access, manage user permissions, and keep those digital doors tightly shut. First things first, let's talk about restricting user permissions. Not everyone needs access to everything, and that's where the principle of least privilege, which we discussed earlier, comes into play. This principle ensures that users only have the access necessary to perform their specific tasks, nothing more. By limiting permissions, you reduce the risk of unauthorized access or accidental changes to critical areas of the system. While making sure users only have access to what they need is a great start, managing access doesn't stop there. Permissions alone aren't enough to fully secure your system. That's where restricting login times comes into play. Limiting when users can log in adds another layer of control. Imagine your system as a building with office hours. Outside those hours, no one should be wandering in or out. Setting login windows, like no access on the weekends, ensures that users can only log in during specific times when their work is expected. This prevents anyone from trying to access the system during off hours when it's most vulnerable. It's an extra safeguard that ensures your system remains protected, even when everyone else has clocked out. Building on this concept of reducing unnecessary access, it's also important to disable the guest account. The guest account is like leaving a spare key under the mat. It is convenient, sure, but it is also an open invitation for anyone to come in. By disabling the guest account, you prevent unauthorized users from slipping in unnoticed and gaining temporary access to your system. Locking down this entry point ensures that no one without a proper account can sneak in. While managing user access is crucial, securing your system goes beyond that, especially when it comes to external devices. This is where disabling auto-run and autoplay becomes vital. To clarify for those who may not be familiar with these features, auto-run automatically runs a program when a device is connected, while autoplay allows audiovisual content to start playing automatically. As far as security is concerned, both can be risky. Imagine plugging in a USB drive and having a malicious file automatically execute. By disabling auto-run and autoplay, you ensure that no file can run or open without your explicit permission. This simple action blocks potentially harmful software from sneaking in. So, to sum it all up, you should restrict user permissions, limit login times, disable the guest account, and disable auto-run and autoplay to prevent malicious files from automatically opening. With these account management best practices, you'll have your system running tighter than Fort Knox. Exam Objective 2.7 Explain common methods for securing mobile and embedded devices. Mobile device security. When it comes to securing your mobile devices, the tools and techniques aren't that different from what we use for workstations. In fact, you'll probably recognize many of these best practices from our earlier discussion on workstation security. So let's jump in and start exploring the key security measures that apply to mobile devices and how they can help protect your data. A great starting point for our mobile device security discussion is the use of screen locks, which acts as a first line of defense against unauthorized access. Just like on a workstation, a screen lock ensures that your mobile device is protected when left unattended. Whether you choose facial recognition, fingerprint, pen codes, pattern, or swipe as your authentication method, each method offers varying levels of security. While options like facial recognition and fingerprint are more secure and convenient, methods like swipe offer very little protection and are best avoided for securing sensitive information. In addition to screen locks, mobile devices should be equipped with failed login attempt restrictions. This is a key feature that locks out a user after several incorrect password attempts, protecting against brute force attacks, where hackers repeatedly guess login credentials. Just like on a workstation, this simple but effective safeguard prevents unauthorized users from gaining access by sheer persistence. If your device is ever lost or stolen, locator applications can be a lifesaver. Features like Find My iPhone or Find My Device allow you to track the location of your mobile device, giving you a chance to recover it quickly. These tools provide peace of mind by helping you locate your mobile device in real time, whether it's misplaced or taken. But what if recovery isn't possible? That's where Remote Wipe comes in. With this feature, you can remotely erase all the data on your lost or stolen device. This ensures that even if the hardware is gone, your sensitive data remains safe, inaccessible to whoever might have your device. It's a last resort measure, but one that's critical for protecting your personal or professional information. Speaking of data protection, device encryption is another essential layer of security. Just like on workstations, encrypting your mobile device ensures that all data stored on it is unreadable without the proper credentials. If your device falls into the wrong hands, encryption guarantees that even with physical access, the data remains secure and protected. Now, you might recall the acronym FDE, which typically stands for Full Disk Encryption. This is common on workstations, but on mobile devices, it's often referred to as Full Device Encryption. This means that the entire contents of your mobile device, whether it's apps, contacts, or personal files, are fully encrypted, safeguarding everything from unauthorized access. Next, we have backups. Backing up your data is just as important for mobile devices as it is for workstations. Remote backup applications such as iCloud or Google Drive allow you to store your mobile device data securely in the cloud. In the event of data loss, Having these backups ensures that your important files, photos, and contacts can be easily restored, giving you an extra safety net. Of course, mobile devices are also vulnerable to malware, which is why antivirus or anti-malware software is critical. Just like on a workstation, these tools help detect and block malicious apps before they can cause harm. Installing a reliable antivirus solution is essential, especially if you download apps from third-party sources. Some mobile devices also support firewalls, which can be a helpful tool for monitoring and controlling network traffic. A firewall can alert you when an unapproved app tries to communicate with the internet, adding another layer of security to prevent unauthorized data transfers or breaches. Finally, keeping your device's software up to date is key. OS updates are crucial for patching vulnerabilities and protecting against known exploits. Just like with workstations, regularly updating your mobile device ensures that it has the latest security enhancements, making it much harder for attackers to exploit weaknesses in outdated software. Exam Objective 2.7 Explain common methods for securing mobile and embedded devices. BYOD versus corporate-owned. Mobile devices have become a vital part of corporate environments, offering flexibility, communication, and productivity on the go. From emails to business apps, these devices are indispensable. But with this increasing reliance comes a critical decision for organizations: whether to issue corporate-owned devices or allow employees to use their own personal devices, also known as Bring Your Own Device, or BYOD for short. When a company provides mobile devices to employees, it retains full control over their configuration and usage. These devices are typically preloaded with necessary software and security settings, ensuring they meet the organization's specific needs. With corporate-owned devices, companies can enforce strict profile security requirements, limiting which apps can be installed and ensuring sensitive data is encrypted. This approach also allows for full monitoring of the device's activity, ensuring compliance with corporate policies. The downside? Employees may feel restricted by the policies enforced on corporate-owned devices, and it can be costly for the company to purchase and maintain an entire fleet of devices. Bring Your Own Device, or BYOD, provides an alternative to corporate-owned devices, allowing employees to use their personal devices for work. Basically, it is a policy that permits employees to bring personally owned devices to the workplace and use them to access company resources. This setup has some definite perks. Companies don't need to invest as heavily in device purchases, and employees often appreciate using familiar devices. However, this freedom comes with potential risks. Security is a major concern, as personal devices might not meet the same security standards as corporate-owned ones. It's harder to enforce consistent updates, data encryption, or limit apps on a personal device. Additionally, separating personal data from corporate data can be challenging, raising concerns about privacy for both the company and the employee. So, what's the solution to the security pitfalls of BYOD? Simple. That would be mobile device management. This was a topic we discussed back in Exam Objective 2.1, but I can certainly cover it again since it is relevant here too. Mobile Device Management, or MDM, is a technology that allows IT administrators to control, secure, and enforce policies on mobile devices. MDM is the key to managing and securing not just BYOD devices, but corporate-owned devices as well. With MDM, companies can enforce compliance on mobile devices by applying consistent security policies across the board. This ensures that all devices, whether corporate-issued or personally owned, meet the same stringent security requirements. An MDM works by allowing administrators to remotely control certain aspects of a mobile device, such as managing application installations, enforcing encryption, and setting security protocols. For example, a company can specify which apps are allowed to be installed and block unauthorized or risky apps. Additionally, encryption policies can be enforced to safeguard company data, ensuring that sensitive information is protected even if a device is lost or stolen. One of the biggest advantages of MDM is its ability to perform remote wipes. If a device is compromised, lost, or stolen, MDM can remotely delete sensitive data from the device, protecting the company from potential breaches. This feature is particularly important in a BYOD environment, where personal and corporate data may coexist on the same device. But wait, there's more. MDM can track the device's location and ensure it remains compliant with security protocols such as regular OS updates, password strength, and access control settings. With all these MDM features, organizations can minimize risks associated with mobile devices, be it corporate issued or personally owned. Exam Objective 2.7 Explain common methods for securing mobile and embedded devices. IoT device security. The Internet of Things, also known by the acronym IoT, refers to a network of physical devices, objects, and sensors that are connected to the Internet, allowing them to collect, exchange, and transmit data. These devices include home appliances, IP cameras, home automation systems, streaming media devices, modern car electronics, and medical devices. Many of these IoT devices are also considered embedded devices, which means they are designed to perform specific tasks. Unlike general-purpose computers, embedded devices typically run specialized software to interact with hardware and accomplish dedicated functions. While IoT and embedded devices bring significant convenience and automation to everyday life, they also present serious security challenges, as many are not designed with security in mind. To reiterate, one of the key security issues with IoT and embedded devices is that their manufacturers often prioritize functionality over security. This focus can result in devices that come with weak default passwords, lack proper encryption, or miss out on regular updates and security patches. Additionally, embedded devices are typically built to perform specific tasks, meaning they often run outdated software and have limited hardware resources, making it difficult to implement more advanced security features. Because these devices often share the same network as more critical systems, attackers can exploit the vulnerabilities in IoT and embedded devices in order to gain entry into your network. Improving the security of IoT and embedded devices involves a few key best practices. First, changing the default usernames and passwords on these devices is crucial to prevent unauthorized access. Many devices ship with known default credentials, making them an easy target for attackers. Regularly updating the firmware and applying security patches can also protect against known vulnerabilities. In addition, network segmentation is an effective strategy for isolating IoT devices from more sensitive systems, reducing the potential damage in the event of a breach. Finally, implementing encryption for data transmission is important for ensuring that intercepted data remains secure. Exam Objective 2.8 Given a scenario, use common data destruction and disposal methods. When it comes to getting rid of old hard drives or devices, simply tossing them in the trash won't cut it, unless you want your company's data floating around for anyone to find. Whether you're decluttering or managing a company's end-of-life hardware, you should know how to securely destroy or repurpose data. Let's explore the best methods to ensure that your data is not only deleted, but gone for good. Sometimes, the most effective way to guarantee that data is permanently unrecoverable is through physical destruction, especially when a hard drive or device no longer needs to be reused. Physical destruction ensures that the storage media itself is damaged or destroyed in such a way that any attempt to recover data is impossible. Let's start with one of the least secure methods, drilling. This would involve drilling holes through the platters of a hard disk drive. This is often seen as a quick and satisfying approach because it physically damages the core components of the drive. However, it's not always foolproof. If the holes don't destroy enough of the platters or critical sections, there is still a chance that data from the undamaged areas can be retrieved using specialized recovery tools. A more secure option for HDDs is degaussing. This method involves the uses a powerful magnetic field to disrupt the data stored on the drive's magnetic platters. By scrambling the magnetic charges, degaussing renders the data unreadable. For those looking for even more thorough destruction, shredding is an excellent option. In this method, the drive is fed into a machine that breaks it into tiny fragments, much like how a paper shredder works. Once the drive is shredded, the pieces are so small that reassembling and recovering data is practically impossible. This method is ideal for companies that need to destroy large volumes of drives and want peace of mind that their data is gone for good. Lastly, if you want absolute certainty, you can turn to incineration. Incinerating the drive involves melting the drive down in a high-heat environment. This method leaves no chance for data recovery and is typically reserved for situations where the highest level of data security is required. But what if you want to reuse the drive? In that case, recycling or repurposing is a better approach, allowing you to make use of the hardware again while ensuring that sensitive data doesn't fall into the wrong hands. Before you can safely reuse a drive, it's essential to securely sanitize any existing data, especially if the drive was used to store confidential information. There are several methods available, each with varying degrees of security. One common method is standard formatting, often referred to as a quick format. This method is quick and easy, and it's readily available in most operating systems. During a standard format, the system essentially removes the references or pointers to the files on the drive, making the data appear inaccessible. However, it's important to note that the actual data remains on the drive, hidden beneath the surface. With the right data recovery tools, that information can often be restored. Standard formatting is sufficient for scenarios where speed is prioritized, and the drive isn't storing sensitive data. For a more secure option, consider erasing or wiping the drive. In this process, the drive's data is overwritten with random patterns of zeros and ones, effectively scrambling the original information and making it much harder to recover. While this takes a bit more time, erasing or wiping the data is a much safer choice when you need to prevent unauthorized access to previously stored information. The overwritten data becomes jumbled and unreadable, reducing the risk of recovery through conventional means. When dealing with highly sensitive data, the most secure method of data sanitization is low-level formatting. This process goes beyond just removing file references and overwriting data. Low-level formatting resets the drive to its original, factory condition by rewriting every single sector of the drive with zeros and ones, essentially wiping the slate clean. This method makes it almost impossible to recover any data, even with advanced forensic tools. Low-level formatting is often used when repurposing drives that previously contained critical information, such as financial records or personally identifiable information. It's the go-to solution when the stakes are high, and data security is non-negotiable. In certain cases, companies may prefer to outsource data destruction to a third-party vendor. When doing this, it's important to ensure that the vendor provides a certification of destruction, confirming that the data has been securely destroyed or that the drives have been properly recycled. This is especially important when dealing with sensitive or regulated data, as it provides peace of mind and proof of compliance. Exam Objective 2.9. Given a scenario, configure appropriate security settings on small office, home office, wireless, and wired networks. Home router settings. When setting up or securing a small office, home office, also referred to as a SOHO network, proper security configurations are critical. It safeguards your network from unauthorized access, maintains reliable connectivity, and keeps your data secure. In this video segment, we'll explore key security settings for SOHO networks, following along with CompTIA A Plus Core 2 Exam Objective 2.9. So get ready, your network security is about to get an upgrade. First things first, your SOHO router is the bouncer of your network. It stands between your devices and the vast, wild internet, making it your first line of defense against potential intrusions. In order to protect this device from would-be attackers, a quick change to the default username and password should be performed ASAP. Most routers come with generic admin credentials that make it way too easy for hackers to crash your digital party. Many routers will even nudge you to do this during setup, so don't ignore it, and instead put it first on the list. Now that your router's credentials are locked down, let's talk about MAC filtering. No, this isn't about restricting access to Apple devices. This type of MAC filtering, it's all about restricting access based on a device's media access control address, also known as a MAC address. Think of a MAC address like the fingerprint of each device on your network. By enabling MAC filtering, you can create a guest list of approved devices, meaning only trusted devices will be allowed to join your network. It's a solid extra layer of security, because if someone tries to sneak in without an invite, they'll be promptly shown the door. Now, when was the last time you updated your router's firmware? Much like how you wouldn't let your smartphone run on outdated software, your router's firmware needs attention too. Firmware updates often include critical security patches and improvements, keeping your network one step ahead of the bad guys. Next up, we have content filtering. If you're running a family-friendly network, or just trying to keep distractions in check, content filtering is a handy feature. This lets you block certain websites or content categories, sift through emails, or monitor network traffic based on specified rules. So whether the intention is to keep inappropriate materials at bay, or just ensuring your employees don't spend all day watching cat videos, content filtering is your ally. Oh, and don't forget about physical security. It's not just about fancy encryption and passwords. Make sure your router is in a secure location, preferably not somewhere anyone can easily tamper with it. Leaving it out in the open is like hiding the keys to the house under the welcome mat. Don't make it that easy. On the network side, we have DHCP reservations. But before we get too technical, let's break this down. DHCP, or Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, is a networking service that automates the configuration of devices on an IP network. If that sounds confusing, just think of it as your network's personal valet service. Every time a device joins the network, DHCP hands it an IP address from a reserved pool, similar to a valet providing parking in a reserved parking lot. It's automated, simple, and hassle-free. But sometimes, you may want a specific device, like your printer or a server, to always have the same IP address. That's where DHCP reservations come in handy. By using a device's unique MAC address, you can reserve a specific IP address for that device. This ensures that every time the device connects, it gets the same IP address, which is particularly useful for remote access or when you need a stable, reliable connection. In addition to setting a DHCP reservation for a local IP address, there may be times when setting up a static WAN, or wide area network IP address for the router will be necessary. If you've got services that need a consistent public IP address, like a web server, setting up a static wide area network IP ensures that your network's front door to the internet doesn't move. Imagine running a business where the store's physical address keeps changing every day. Customers would get frustrated trying to find you, and eventually, they might just give up. In the same way, if your wide area network IP address keeps changing, it's like your digital storefront is constantly relocating, making it hard for customers to find you. A static IP is like locking down that address, ensuring your store stays in the same spot, so visitors know exactly where to find your website or services every time. It brings consistency and reliability to your internet presence, much like a fixed address does for a brick-and-mortar store. Next up, a word of caution about Universal Plug and Play. Universal Plug and Play, which is abbreviated as UPnP, is a set of networking protocols that allows devices on the same network to discover and automatically connect to each other. Sounds like a dream, right? Devices on your network automatically finding and connecting with each other? But hold up. While UPnP makes it easy for a device, like your smart TV, to talk to another device, like a media server, it can also leave the door wide open for malicious devices to sneak in and open ports without your permission. So, unless you really need it, it's best to disable UPnP and avoid giving hackers a free pass to your network. Last but not least, let's talk about creating a screen subnet, also known as a DMZ, or demilitarized zone. Imagine your network as a secure building, with the most critical systems and sensitive data stored inside. Now, picture a fenced-off area outside the building where you can place devices that need to interact with the public, like web servers or email servers. This fenced-off area, or DMZ, allows those devices to engage with the outside world while keeping them at a safe distance from your main network. Think of it like this. Visitors can access services in the fenced area, but they can't just stroll into the building where your important systems are kept. If anything in the DMZ, like a web server or email server, gets compromised, it's confined to that outer area, preventing intruders from getting past the fence and reaching the heart of your network. This adds a crucial layer of security, ensuring that even if something goes wrong in the DMZ, the rest of your network remains protected. The DMZ is perfect for situations where you need to expose services to the internet without putting the core of your network at risk. To sum it all up, securing your Soho network isn't just about locking the front door, it's about building a multi-layered defense that keeps the bad guys out and your data safe. From changing default passwords to keeping your router's firmware up to date, enabling MAC filtering, and setting up a DMZ, each step brings you closer to a secure, reliable network. And remember, whether you're protecting a small business or your own home network, a little proactive effort goes a long way in keeping everything running smoothly. Exam Objective 2.9. Given a scenario, configure appropriate security settings on small office, home office, wireless, and wired networks. Wireless settings. Whether you are setting up and configuring an access point, a wireless router, or a SOHO router, there are common tasks that should be performed to maintain the security of your wireless network. And this list can be extensive. But for now, we will be focusing on just a few configuration settings. For starters, let's focus on changing the SSID and disabling SSID broadcast. I will assume for a moment that you are unfamiliar with the term SSID and will therefore explain what it is. The term SSID stands for Service Set Identifier. The SSID is a unique alphanumeric identifier given to a wireless local area network. The SSID serves as the name or label for the network, allowing devices like computers, smartphones, and other Wi-Fi-enabled devices to recognize and connect to it. The SSID is essential because it helps devices identify and connect to the correct wireless network. When you want to join a Wi-Fi network, you select its SSID from a list, like the one behind me. Look familiar? Now that you know what an SSID is, why should you change it when setting up and configuring a new wireless network device? Changing the SSID when first configuring a wireless device is a security best practice that is designed to enhance the overall security of your network. Most routers come with default SSIDs set by the manufacturer. These default names are often well known and can be easily identified. Malicious actors might use this information to specifically target networks with default settings for potential attacks. In addition to changing the default SSID, you should also consider whether or not to disable SSID broadcast. Disabling SSID broadcast means your network's name won't appear when nearby devices scan for available Wi-Fi. This can be beneficial as it adds a layer of obscurity to your network, making it less visible to casual users or potential attackers who might target easily detectable networks. It's a simple way to enhance security by keeping your network under the radar. However, disabling SSID broadcast can also be inconvenient. Devices won't automatically detect your network, so you'll have to manually configure each device with the network name, which can be time-consuming, especially if you have multiple devices. Additionally, this won't stop more sophisticated attackers who use tools to discover hidden networks. So while disabling SSID broadcast may give you a bit of extra peace of mind, it's not a foolproof solution and should be combined with other security measures like strong encryption. Speaking of encryption, when configuring a wireless network device, you will be presented with a very important security option. And that is whether or not you want to encrypt your wireless network. Now, before you jump right in and say, "Of course I want to encrypt," I will cover a few cases where you might want to leave your wireless network unencrypted. Leaving your wireless network unencrypted, or having what is called open authentication, allows unrestricted access to the network without requiring a password or authentication credentials. This can be useful in public spaces or guest environments to offer convenient and seamless internet access to a wide range of users. A perfect example would be a popular coffee shop in the heart of the city. With an open authentication wireless network in place, customers can easily connect to the internet without the need for a password or any authentication process. This makes it hassle-free for patrons to use their laptops, smartphones, or tablets. In doing so, users do need to be aware that they are responsible for their own data security while using the open network. Using an unencrypted wireless network is risky due to lack of password security protocols. Without encryption, information on the network can be seen by others. So try not to log into your bank account while connected to one of these networks. Since we have covered the unencrypted option, let's switch over to encrypted networks. We will be covering 4 key encryption standards: WEP, WPA, WPA2, and WPA3. Now, as I briefly work my way through these 4 wireless encryption standards, use the table behind me to keep yourself organized. I will start at the top and work my way down. First up, we have WEP, or Wired Equivalent Privacy. This is the oldest and weakest of the encryption standards. WEP used an RC4 encryption mechanism, which had some serious security flaws and could be easily cracked by determined hackers. So, it's best to avoid using WEP and opt for a more secure option. Next, we have WPA, or Wi-Fi Protected Access. WPA was an improvement over WEP and offered better security. It used a more robust encryption mechanism known as TKIP. This made it a bit harder for attackers to break into your network. However, like WEP, WPA is also considered outdated and not the best choice for modern Wi-Fi security. Moving on to WPA2, or Wi-Fi Protected Access 2. This is a more modern standard for securing Wi-Fi networks and has been widely used for years. WPA2 uses a stronger encryption mechanism known as AES. AES is highly secure and much more difficult for attackers to crack. If you have a relatively new router, it will likely support WPA2. And now for the latest encryption standard, WPA3. WPA3 is the most advanced wireless encryption standard to date. WPA3 builds on the strengths of WPA2 and adds even more security features, such as the SAE encryption mechanism. WPA3 is currently the gold standard for Wi-Fi security, and if your wireless network device supports it, it is the best choice for keeping your network safe. After discussing encryption, there's another important setting that often gets overlooked but plays a crucial role in protecting your network. And that is whether or not to allow guest access. Many routers offer a guest network option, which might seem like a friendly feature to allow visitors to use your Wi-Fi without giving them access to your main network. However, from a security perspective, leaving guest access enabled can open up vulnerabilities if not properly managed. Guest networks often have weaker security settings, and someone with malicious intent could exploit this open door to attempt attacks on your primary network or even on connected devices. By disabling guest access, you ensure that only devices with proper credentials can access your network, adding another layer of security. Now, if you do need to provide internet access to visitors, consider setting up a secure guest network with a strong password that you update regularly. This way, you still maintain control without sacrificing security for convenience. But what if you've got the security features all set up and you're still dealing with performance issues? That brings us to another important aspect of configuring a wireless network. And that is channel selection. Imagine tuning into a radio station, where each station is set to a specific frequency for clear reception. Similarly, in wireless networking, a wireless frequency channel is a designated band of frequencies used for transmitting and receiving data, each separated in order to prevent interference and ensure smooth communications. By changing the wireless channel to a less crowded one, you can improve your network's performance. For example, channels 1, 6, and 11 are usually the best options in the 2.4 GHz range because they don't overlap. If you're using a router that operates in the 5 GHz frequency range, you'll have even more channel options with less interference. Using network scanning tools can help you determine which channels are the least crowded in your area, allowing you to switch to a clearer channel and boost your Wi-Fi performance. Exam Objective 2.9. Given a scenario, configure appropriate security settings on small office, home office, wireless, and wired networks. SOHO Firewall Settings. When setting up a small office or home office network, configuring your SOHO firewall is yet another way to ensure security. The firewall acts as the network's gatekeeper, controlling which data is allowed in and out of the local area network, helping to prevent unauthorized access while allowing legitimate traffic through. In this video segment, we're going to focus on two key firewall settings that directly impact how your SOHO router network handles network traffic. First, we will talk about disabling unused ports. Ports are like virtual doors on your network that allow specific types of data in and out. If a door, or port, is open but not being used, it can become a security risk, as attackers might exploit it to gain unauthorized access. By disabling these unused ports, you're essentially closing those doors, tightening the security of your network and limiting access to only the essential traffic. Once you've explicitly allowed the ports that are necessary for your network's functionality, such as those needed for web traffic or email, it's a best practice to implement a deny all rule for any other ports. This means that only the specified, permitted ports are open, and all other traffic is automatically blocked. By taking this approach, you further reduce the chances of unauthorized access and make your network more secure. One final point: Universal Plug and Play, or UPnP, can automatically open ports. If you want to maintain strict control over which ports are open, you may need to disable this feature to ensure that only your specified ports are allowed. Now, let's move on to port forwarding, which is important when you need to allow external traffic to access a specific service inside your network. Port forwarding, sometimes referred to as port mapping, is the process of redirecting communication requests from one address and port number to another. This occurs when data packets are received by the network gateway. To say it another way, port forwarding allows external devices to connect to a particular service or device within your network by mapping the external port to the internal IP address of the device hosting the service. For example, what if your company hosts a public website on an internal server, but customers need to access it from outside the local area network? If that is the case, then port forwarding would ensure that incoming web traffic is routed directly to the web server inside your network. Exam Objective 2.10. Given a scenario, install and configure browsers and relevant security settings. Browser downloads. When downloading files through a browser or from the internet, it's important to be mindful of security to protect your computer. For starters, whenever possible, you should download files from websites you know and trust. These include official sites like Microsoft, Adobe, or other well-known platforms. When you download from these places, you can feel confident that the download file hasn't been tampered with. For example, if you need Adobe Reader, you should go directly to Adobe's website instead of a random download link you found online. This is because trusted sources significantly lower the risk of downloading something harmful. Now, what about untrusted sources? These are sites that might look legitimate but are unfamiliar or come from unknown links in emails or social media. Downloading files from these places is risky. Even if the file looks like what you wanted, it could be hiding malware, viruses, or spyware. So, if you're ever unsure about where a file is coming from, it's better to be safe and avoid downloading it. After downloading a file, there's an extra step you can take to ensure it's safe before installing it on your system. This is where hashing comes in. Hashing is a process that takes the contents of a file and runs it through a mathematical algorithm to create a unique string of characters, known as a hash or checksum. This hash is like a digital fingerprint, with no two files having the same hash unless their contents are exactly identical. Developers often provide this hash next to the download link on their website. Once you've downloaded the file, you can generate the hash on your computer and compare it to the one provided by the developer. If the two match, you know the file is exactly as it should be. But if the hash is different, that means something has changed. Maybe the file was corrupted during the download, or worse, tampered with by someone trying to add harmful code. Exam Objective 2.10. Given a scenario, install and configure browsers and relevant security settings. Browser extensions. Browser extensions, also known as add-ons or plugins, are software programs that integrate with your web browser. They are designed to extend the functionality of the browser and provide extra features for tasks like ad and script blocking, language translation, password management, and much more. While extensions and plugins can be extremely useful, it's important to be cautious about where you get them, as they can also pose security risks. When adding extensions to your browser, it's always best to use trusted sources. This typically means using the official extension store for your browser, like the Chrome Web Store, Firefox add-ons, or Microsoft Edge add-on site. Extensions found here have usually undergone some form of review process to ensure they're safe to use. Trusted sources provide extensions that are more likely to be secure, updated regularly, and compatible with your browser. Also, be sure to check the permissions requested by the extension. For example, if an ad blocker is asking for permission to access all your data, that's a red flag. On the other hand, installing extensions from untrusted sources can lead to serious security issues. Extensions from unofficial websites, random links, or even shady email attachments can be risky. They might contain malware, spyware, or code that tracks your online activity. Some malicious extensions even masquerade as useful tools but can hijack your browser, redirecting you to unwanted sites or bombarding you with pop-ups. To stay safe, avoid installing extensions from sites you don't recognize or links that weren't directly recommended by a trusted source. Even if an extension looks legitimate, its code might be altered or designed to steal your data. Stick to well-known and reviewed extensions, and if something seems suspicious, it's best to steer clear. Exam Objective 2.10. Given a scenario, install and configure browsers and relevant security settings. Password managers. Password managers are essential tools that can significantly improve your online security by helping you create, store, and manage strong, unique passwords for all your accounts. A password manager is a software application that securely stores your login credentials in an encrypted format. It acts like a digital vault, keeping all your passwords safe in one place while allowing you easy access to them when needed. Using a password manager reduces the risk of using weak or reused passwords, which are common mistakes that make accounts vulnerable to hackers. Instead, it allows you to generate complex passwords for each of your accounts, making it harder for attackers to break in, even if one account is compromised. Password managers also eliminate the need to remember multiple passwords since they can automatically fill in your login details for websites and apps. This feature not only boosts your security but also saves time. Beyond password storage and generation, many password managers offer additional features to enhance your security. For instance, they can securely store sensitive information like credit card details, private notes, and even documents. Some password managers will also notify you if a saved password has been exposed in a data breach, prompting you to update it. Others offer secure password sharing, allowing you to share account access safely with family, friends, or colleagues without revealing the actual password. Integrating a password manager into your daily routine can greatly improve both security and convenience. Whether built into your web browser, part of your operating system, or a standalone app, a password manager is a simple but powerful way to manage your digital identity more securely. It encourages good password habits, protects against common cyber threats, and reduces the chances of unauthorized access to your accounts. Exam Objective 2.10. Given a scenario, install and configure browsers and relevant security settings. Website security certificates. To begin this video segment, let's discuss what a website security certificate is. You can think of a certificate as a digital ID card for a website. Just like you need identification to verify who you are, websites need certificates to prove their authenticity and ensure secure communication. Imagine you're about to enter a secure website. Your web browser checks this certificate to confirm the site's identity, like a virtual handshake, before it establishes a secure connection. These certificates are crucial in safeguarding sensitive data, such as personal information or credit card details, from falling into the wrong hands. So how are certificates acquired? Certificates are issued and managed by trusted third-party entities known as certificate authorities or CAs. These CAs act as digital notaries, verifying the identity and authenticity of a website. When a website owner wants a certificate, they go through a validation process with the CA. The CA will verify the website owner's identity and domain ownership to ensure they are legitimate. Once the validation is successful, the CA issues a digital certificate containing the website's public encryption key and other essential information. When you access a website using HTTPS in the URL, your web browser recognizes this and checks for a valid certificate. If the certificate is valid and trusted, your browser establishes a secure, encrypted connection with the website's server. The lock icon you see in the browser's address bar indicates a secure connection. It means your data, such as login credentials or credit card information, is encrypted while being transmitted, making it extremely difficult for hackers to intercept or decipher. But be careful, not all certificates are trustworthy. Let's talk about valid and invalid certificates. A valid certificate is one that has been issued by a reputable CA and is within its validity date range. On the other hand, an invalid certificate raises a red flag. When you encounter an invalid certificate, your browser will display a warning message like, "Your connection is not private," or, "The security certificate presented by this website has expired or is not yet valid." This is a safety measure to protect you from potential threats, such as phishing attacks, data interception, or malware, and it is generally best to avoid proceeding to such a website unless you're certain it's safe. One common issue that might cause a certificate to appear invalid, even though it may be valid, is when a computer's date and time settings are incorrect. If this is the case, it can interfere with certificate validation, making it appear as a certificate has expired or is not yet valid, even though it may be fine. Exam Objective 2.10. Given a scenario, install and configure browsers and relevant security settings. Browser settings. Before we wrap up our study of Domain 2, security, let's take a look at one more topic. In this video segment, we will explore key browser settings that help manage your browsing experience while maintaining security. From blocking pop-ups to using private browsing, these features are designed to improve usability and privacy while keeping you safe online. Most of you may already know what a pop-up is, but let's be thorough. In the context of a web browser, a pop-up is a small window that appears over the main browser window, often showing ads, notifications, or forms. While some pop-ups are useful, many are intrusive and can even pose security risks. This is where pop-up blockers come in. They prevent unwanted pop-ups from appearing, making your browsing experience less cluttered and more secure. When enabled, a pop-up blocker scans the page for scripts that try to generate pop-ups and stops them from appearing. You can also adjust your settings to allow pop-ups from trusted websites, ensuring that you don't miss important prompts or notifications when needed. Building on the idea of blocking unwanted content, we have ad blockers. Unlike pop-up blockers that target separate windows, ad blockers focus on removing ads embedded directly into web pages. Ads can be a nuisance, but they can also slow down browsing speeds or carry malware. By filtering out ad content, ad blockers enhance both performance and security. Just be aware that some websites may restrict access if they detect ad blocking software. Adjusting your ad blocker settings to allow ads on trusted sites can support their content without compromising your safety. As you continue browsing, your browser collects information like your history, cookies, and form data. This can be useful, as it makes browsing more convenient, like autofilling forms or remembering login details. However, storing this data can be risky, especially on shared or public computers, as it could expose sensitive information. Clearing browsing data removes the stored information, reducing the chances of someone else accessing it. Doing this regularly is a good habit to protect your privacy and keep your browser running smoothly. While browsing data includes things like history and cookies, the cache is another important piece of the puzzle. The cache is essentially a temporary storage space where your browser saves copies of websites, images, and other resources to make future visits faster. But over time, cached data can become outdated, causing websites to load incorrectly or even creating security risks if sensitive data is cached. Clearing your cache ensures you're seeing the most up-to-date content and minimizes potential privacy risks. It also frees up storage space, which can improve your device's performance. If you want to prevent your browser from saving any history or data during a session, private browsing mode is the way to go. Also known as incognito mode, this feature stops your browser from storing history, cookies, or temporary files while you browse. This is useful for sensitive activities, like logging into a bank account on a shared computer, since no traces are left behind after you close the session. Keep in mind, though, that private browsing only prevents local tracking. It won't stop your network administrator or internet service provider from seeing your activity. Finally, let's talk about browser data synchronization. This feature allows you to sync your bookmarks, passwords, and browsing history across devices, making it easy to access your settings no matter where you're browsing from. While this adds convenience, it also comes with risks. If someone gains access to your browser account, they could potentially see synced data from all your devices. Exam Objective 3.1. Given a scenario, troubleshoot common Windows OS problems. With this video segment, we're kicking off Domain 3, Software Troubleshooting. You've already made amazing progress, working through the ins and outs of the CompTIA A Plus Core 2 exam objectives. So, take a moment to appreciate all the hard work you've put in so far. Go ahead, take a deep breath, and give yourself a well-deserved pat on the back. The great news about Domain 3 is that you'll be building on what you've already learned in Domains 1 and 2, so this section should feel like a breeze. Ready to tackle software troubleshooting with confidence? Great! To begin, we will start with the infamous Windows blue screen of death, or BSOD for short. When the blue screen of death appears, it's the system's way of telling you that a critical error has occurred. It usually comes with a stop code that provides clues about what went wrong. This stop code is your starting point for diagnosing the issue, as it can indicate problems related to drivers, hardware, or the operating system itself. To troubleshoot a BSOD, the first thing you should do is make a note of the stop code displayed on the screen. This code can help identify the type of error and guide your next steps. If the issue started recently, try using System Restore to revert the system to an earlier state, undoing any changes that might have caused the problem. Another common fix is to roll back drivers or updates, as outdated or incompatible updates can trigger BSODs. If new hardware or software was added before the BSOD appeared, remove them to see if the error resolves. You should also ensure that all hardware components and cables are properly connected, as loose connections can cause system failures. Running built-in tools like hardware diagnostics, or check disk to check the integrity of the hard drive, and a malware scan can help rule out hardware faults or malicious software as potential causes. Lastly, don't overlook the possibility of overheating as a root cause. To rule this out, ensure that the system's fans and ventilation are working effectively to maintain safe operating temperatures. Moving on, if your system displays a No OS Found message, it's typically due to a boot drive issue. This error suggests that the computer is unable to locate an operating system to start up from. To troubleshoot this issue, first enter the BIOS and verify that the boot drive is recognized. If the drive is not listed, check the physical connections to ensure the drive is properly connected, then try rebooting the system. Next, check the boot order in the BIOS settings to confirm that the correct drive is set as the primary boot device. Additionally, this error can occur if a USB drive or other removable media is left connected during boot, so make sure to remove any unnecessary devices and restart the system. If the issue persists, run a disk diagnostic using tools like Check Disk to identify and repair potential drive errors. You may also need to use OS Loader repair tools to fix the boot sector or master boot record. If the drive itself has failed, replacing the drive and reimaging the workstation with a fresh copy of the operating system may be necessary to restore functionality. Now, let's look at general boot problems, which can range from simple glitches to more serious errors like boot manager is missing or the system failing to load altogether. If possible, start troubleshooting by opening the Startup tab in Task Manager and begin to disable startup items one by one, rebooting after each change. This helps identify if a particular program is causing the issue. If that doesn't help or is not possible, load the system into safe mode. This limited environment allows you to run boot logging, which records driver and service loading during startup. Review the log for any errors that could point to driver issues. If you find any problematic drivers, uninstall or update them. If the problem persists, use Windows recovery tools and run Startup Repair to automatically fix common boot issues, such as missing or corrupted system files. If these steps fail, you may need to check the BIOS settings to ensure the correct boot drive is set. For more severe cases, consider reimaging the workstation to reinstall the OS and clear any lingering software issues. If the system frequently shuts down unexpectedly or exhibits instability, such as freezing, crashing, or erratic behavior, it could be caused by hardware issues, overheating, or malware. Begin by checking the system event logs for error messages that could provide clues about the root cause. Make sure the system has proper cooling and a stable power supply, as overheating or power fluctuations can contribute to shutdowns and instability. If the issue persists, consider the possibility of malware disrupting processes, corrupting files, or consuming system resources. Run a full malware scan using up-to-date antivirus software and remove any detected threats. After cleaning the system, reboot to see if stability is restored. If problems continue, it may be necessary to repair Windows or, in severe cases, reimage the workstation. Reimaging ensures a clean start by reinstalling the operating system, removing any lingering malware or corrupted files that might be causing the ongoing issues. If the system is experiencing sluggish performance, it may be due to high CPU usage, limited RAM, or software issues. Start by rebooting the system to clear temporary files and reset memory usage. Next, open Task Manager to view resource utilization, identify any processes consuming excessive resources, and stop or restart those processes as needed. If performance remains slow, consider adding resources, such as increasing the system's RAM, to better handle demanding tasks. Additionally, uninstall unnecessary applications that may be consuming resources in the background. Running a system file check can also identify and repair corrupted system files that may be contributing to performance issues. When the system displays a warning for low memory, it usually indicates a memory leak or excessive resource consumption. A memory leak occurs when an application fails to release memory it no longer needs, causing the system to run out of available memory over time. Start by rebooting the system to clear temporary memory use and monitor background processes in Task Manager. Identify any applications consuming excessive memory, and uninstall, reinstall, or update them to see if that resolves the issue. If the problem persists, consider increasing the system's available memory. You can do this by adding physical RAM to handle more tasks simultaneously or by increasing virtual memory, which allows the system to use part of the hard drive as additional memory. USB controller resource warnings occur when there are conflicts or limitations in the system's ability to allocate resources to connected USB devices. These warnings may arise from too many USB devices competing for limited resources, outdated drivers, hardware limitations, or even using an unpowered USB hub, which cannot provide enough power to all connected devices. To troubleshoot USB controller resource warnings, start by rebooting the system. This can clear temporary conflicts and reset resource allocation. After rebooting, open Device Manager and look for errors or warning symbols related to USB controllers or devices. If issues are found, update the USB drivers to ensure they're compatible and functioning correctly. Next, check whether the system's hardware meets the requirements for the connected USB devices, as older systems may struggle to handle multiple or high-demand USB devices. In such cases, try to reduce the number of connected devices to see if performance improves. Using an unpowered USB hub can also contribute to resource conflicts, so consider switching to a powered USB hub, which provides its own power supply and can better handle multiple devices. If the issue persists, consider adding a separate USB controller card to the system to provide additional USB ports and resources. When Windows services fail to start, it can impact system functions and applications that depend on those services. Start troubleshooting by opening the Services utility, where you can view and manage services. Locate the affected service and try to restart it. If it fails to respond or stops immediately, it could be due to compatibility issues caused by recent updates. If restarting doesn't work, next you can try to roll back recent updates that might be affecting the service. Sometimes updates can conflict with services, leading to failures. Additionally, check if the service has sufficient privileges to run. Some services require administrative rights or specific user accounts to function properly. As a last measure, consider repairing Windows using recovery tools. When applications are crashing frequently, it often indicates software conflicts, corrupted files, or compatibility issues. Start by checking for any recent patches or updates that might have been installed before the crashes began, as they could be introducing conflicts or bugs. To troubleshoot, roll back updates one at a time, testing the application after each rollback to identify if a particular update is causing the issue. If the problem persists, try uninstalling and reinstalling the application to replace any corrupted files or settings. If a user's profile loads slowly, try to determine if the issue is user-specific or system-wide. If it is user-specific, it could be caused by a user profile containing corrupted files, excessive startup programs, or profile misconfigurations. Corrupted files within the user profile can slow down the loading process, as the system may struggle to read or access the necessary data. Similarly, having too many startup programs tied to a user profile can significantly delay the login process, as these programs attempt to launch all at once during login. To address this, first, review the startup items associated with the user's profile. Disabling unnecessary startup programs can improve login times and reduce the load on the system. If this step does not fully resolve the issue, it's likely that the user profile has become corrupted or misconfigured. In this case, rebuilding the Windows profile is often the most effective solution. This process involves creating a new user profile, which eliminates corrupted data and provides a clean slate. The new profile typically results in faster loading times and improved overall performance for the user, as it starts fresh without any lingering issues from the old profile. Finally, let's address time drift, which occurs when the system clock falls out of sync with the real time. While this may sound trivial, it can lead to a variety of issues. The system clock plays a critical role in maintaining the accuracy and integrity of time-dependent processes, such as verifying website certificates, coordinating with authentication servers, and synchronizing with other systems. When time drift happens, it can cause problems like invalid certificates, failed authentication attempts, and errors when connecting to network resources. The most common causes of time drift include network connectivity issues, misconfigured time settings, or interrupted synchronization with a time server. To begin troubleshooting, reboot the system and check that the date and time settings are correct. Pay special attention to the time zone, as incorrect settings here can also cause time-related errors. Persistent time drift may require further action, such as restoring the system to a previous point to undo recent changes that could be affecting the clock. If the issue still isn't resolved, you might need to repair Windows to address deeper system file issues that impact timekeeping. By addressing each of these common symptoms step by step, you can troubleshoot and resolve a variety of Windows OS problems. Of course, this isn't the complete list for every issue you might encounter. Each problem could have its own quirky twists, but these troubleshooting steps will certainly get you started and headed in the right direction. Exam Objective 3.2 Given a scenario, troubleshoot common PC security issues. In the last video segment, we focused on tackling common Windows OS problems. Now, let's dive into PC security issues. Like before, we'll go through the most common symptoms, explore likely causes, and walk through troubleshooting steps to help secure your system. This time, however, we'll tackle security issues that could not only disrupt your system, but also compromise your data. First up, let's discuss network access issues. If a user can't connect to a network, start by checking the network cable connection. Sometimes the smallest issues, like a loose or disconnected cable, can be the culprit. If the physical connection is fine, take a look at firewall settings, as they may be blocking access due to security rules. Also, check IP configurations and network drivers. These components play key roles in maintaining secure network access, and a simple misconfiguration can often disrupt connectivity. Next, let's talk about OS update failures. An unpatched system isn't just inconvenient, it's a security risk. Failed updates can happen due to network issues, corrupted update files, or even malware interference. If you experience this type of failure, start by clearing the update cache to remove any corrupted files and ensure the network connection is stable. Additionally, since some malware is designed to block updates intentionally to keep your system vulnerable, run a malware scan to ensure nothing is interfering with your ability to perform updates. Now onto a bigger red flag. Altered files. If users report files that are missing, renamed, or changed, it's often a sign of malware, such as ransomware or a virus. Ransomware is particularly severe, as it encrypts files and demands payment for their release. Meanwhile, viruses can be equally disruptive, corrupting, deleting, or altering files entirely. Both types of malware have serious implications for data security. Start by running a comprehensive malware scan with reliable antivirus software to identify and neutralize the threat. If ransomware is detected, avoid engaging with ransom demands, as paying doesn't guarantee recovery and only encourages further attacks. For lost or encrypted files, restore from secure backups if available. This situation underscores the importance of maintaining regular, reliable backups to defend against data loss. Now that we've covered altered files, let's shift to alerts and notifications. Alerts can come in many forms, and while some serve a legitimate security purpose, others are either annoyances or outright threats. To troubleshoot effectively, it's essential to understand the differences between desktop alerts, unwanted notifications, false antivirus alerts, and random browser pop-ups. Each type of alert has unique characteristics, and knowing how to respond to each can help you better protect your system. Let's break down each type so you'll know exactly what you're dealing with when one of these threats comes knocking. First, let's talk about desktop alerts. These usually take the form of user account control, or UAC alerts, which are security prompts that ask for confirmation when you make a system change or install software. UAC acts as a gatekeeper, double-checking that you're aware of changes that might affect system settings or security. If you're installing a new program or adjusting settings, a UAC alert is doing exactly what it's supposed to, keeping your system safe by ensuring you authorize any major changes. One key point to watch out for with regards to UAC prompts is unknown publishers. When a UAC alert appears for software from an unfamiliar or unverified publisher, take a moment to double-check before granting permission. Unknown publishers can sometimes be a red flag for malware or unwanted software, so it's always wise to research the program or source if you're unsure. In these cases, when in doubt, it's safer to cancel the installation and verify the program's legitimacy first. Next, we have unwanted notifications within the OS, which usually take the form of push notifications. These come from applications, websites, or even adware. Think of them as digital junk mail, with alerts ranging from offers and updates to warnings designed to make you click. Some are legitimate, but many are generated by adware or malicious software. To tackle these, run a full antivirus scan and consider using anti-adware tools to remove unwanted programs cluttering your notifications. Now we will move into some more risky territory and address fake antivirus alerts. These are scams designed to trick users into thinking their system is infected. They'll often display alarming messages urging immediate action, which often leads to malware being installed, disguised as a legitimate security tool. If you see these kinds of alerts, run a full antivirus scan immediately to identify and remove any rogue programs. It is also beneficial to educate other users on these scams so they can recognize and avoid them too. Lastly, there are browser pop-ups. If these are appearing randomly and frequently, adware or a browser hijacker is likely at play. Run a full antivirus scan to identify and remove any malicious extensions or unwanted programs causing these disruptions. And remember, avoid clicking on unfamiliar links or pop-ups, as these can direct you to harmful sites or install additional unwanted software. Another browser-related security issue involves certificate warnings, a critical security feature in your browser. These warnings often appear due to expired certificates, misconfigured websites, or even an out-of-sync system clock. If you encounter a certificate warning, the safest course of action is to navigate away from the site immediately and exit the browser to clear the session. Also, don't forget to check the system's date and time settings, as incorrect settings can trigger false certificate warnings. One last browser-related symptom to look out for is redirection, which occurs when your browser unexpectedly takes you to an unintended URL. This is often caused by malware or unauthorized alterations to the host's file. To address this issue, start by verifying the URL in the browser's address bar is correct. Then, follow this action up by checking the host's file for unauthorized entries. If you are not familiar with the host's file, don't worry, I will cover that next. The host's file is essentially a local directory for your computer that functions as a simple plain text file, mapping domain names to IP addresses. Before reaching out to a DNS server, your computer checks the host's file to see if there's already a known IP address for a specific website. Typically, the host's file is used in network administration to manage local network resources, but it can also become a target for attackers. By modifying the host's file, malicious actors can map, and therefore redirect, legitimate website URLs to harmful IP addresses, leading unsuspecting users to phishing sites, malware downloads, or other threats. To safeguard against unauthorized changes, it is a good idea to regularly review the host's file, restrict its permissions, and ensure users understand its role in network security. The symptoms we've discussed are just a few you may encounter, but new vulnerabilities are always emerging. Therefore, the best approach is to stay alert, keep your security tools up to date, and never underestimate the creativity of malicious actors. With a proactive approach, you can keep your PC secure and respond quickly to any new threats that come your way. Exam Objective 3.3 Given a scenario, use best practice procedures for malware removal. When it comes to malware removal, a systematic approach is key. Think of it like solving a mystery. First, gather clues, then isolate the suspect, clean up the scene, and finally, set up defenses to prevent future crime. Similarly, following a step-by-step approach for malware removal can save time, stress, and a lot of headaches for everyone involved. For this topic, you will find that CompTIA has broken the malware removal process into 7 distinct steps. Step 1. Investigate and verify malware symptoms. Step 2. Quarantine infected systems. Step 3. Disable system restore in Windows. Step 4. Remediate infected systems. Step 5. Schedule scans and run updates. Step 6. Enable system restore and create a restore point in Windows. And Step 7. Educate the end user. The first step is where you get to play detective and investigate the malware symptoms. If your computer suddenly develops a fascination with strange pop-ups, or experiences slowdowns, mysterious changes in settings, or starts behaving like it's possessed, you may have malware. By putting on your detective's hat and investigating these symptoms, you should be able to confirm if malware is to blame, or if a recent update is just having a bad day. Once you've verified malware is present, it's time to quarantine the infected system. This involves disconnecting the device from the network, whether Wi-Fi or Ethernet, to prevent the malware from reaching out to other systems or calling in reinforcements from the internet. Think of it like putting the infected system in a bubble. No emails, no messages, just the device on its own while you prepare to clean up. If you are unable to quarantine the device, consider powering it off while it awaits remediation. Before diving into remediation on a Windows device, it's important to take an extra step and disable the system restore feature. This step might seem counterintuitive, but it stops the computer from backing up the infection. Picture going through all the trouble of deep cleaning a room only for someone to hit a restore button, bringing all the mess right back. Turning off system restore ensures that Windows won't accidentally reintroduce malware after the system is cleaned, preventing an unintentional reversal of all your hard work. With system restore disabled, it's time to remediate the infected system. Start by ensuring that your anti-malware software and definitions are up to date. Once ready, run a thorough system scan to locate and remove any threats. During this step, it can be helpful to review event logs for any suspicious activity or clues about how the malware has been behaving. For particularly stubborn infections, booting into safe mode can give you an advantage. Safe mode only loads essential services, disabling most malware. This makes it easier to find and remove. After the system is cleaned, it's wise to schedule regular scans and enable automatic updates. Setting up these automated defenses ensures that the computer receives regular checkups and stays up to date on security patches. This proactive approach strengthens the system's security, making it less likely that future malware will slip through the cracks. With the cleanup complete and future scans and updates scheduled, the next step for Windows-specific devices is to re-enable system restore and create a fresh, malware-free restore point. This restore point acts as a clean snapshot of the system, so if anything goes wrong later, you can quickly roll back to a safe, malware-free state. Finally, as a last step, take some time to educate the end user. A little bit of guidance can go a long way in preventing future infections. Explain the importance of avoiding suspicious links, strange pop-ups, and unverified downloads. By sharing practical advice, like using strong passwords and steering clear of risky sites, users become more aware of the risks and are less likely to unintentionally introduce malware again. If I can say one thing about this topic, it would be to commit these malware removal steps to memory, in the exact order they were presented. By following these steps, you're not only removing the malware but also setting up the system and its users for future success. This systematic approach tackles the problem of malware effectively while also reinforcing defenses. And if that is not reason enough, you should also know that CompTIA loves to ask questions about each of these steps on their A Plus Core 2 certification exam. So why not be prepared? Exam Objective 3.4, given a scenario, troubleshoot common mobile OS and application issues. Troubleshooting issues on a mobile OS can feel a bit different from dealing with Windows or other PC operating systems, but there are a lot of similarities. In both cases, you're playing detective, identifying symptoms, ruling out possible causes, and applying fixes one step at a time. Just like in Windows, where you might check for updates, look at system resources, or reboot your device as part of routine troubleshooting, mobile troubleshooting follows a similar path. Now, let's break down some common mobile OS issues and discuss appropriate troubleshooting steps to get things back on track. To begin, one common mobile OS issue is when an application fails to launch. Sometimes, no matter how many times you tap on an app, it just won't open. If this happens to you, first try to launch it again. Then if it still doesn't cooperate, a quick reboot of the device can often resolve the issue. Is it still not launching? Then escalate to clearing the application's cache file or as a final step, reinstall the application altogether. Another frequent issue is when an application fails to close or crashes unexpectedly. Often, a failure to close can be resolved by utilizing the force stop option that is available through the app settings. This force stop option completely shuts down the app and will clear any temporary glitches. As for crashes, these can occur if the app's temporary storage, or cache, becomes cluttered with old data. Clearing the application cache or storage usually resolves these issues, as it removes unnecessary data that may be causing the app to misbehave. After clearing the cache, check if there's an available update for the app, as updates frequently address crash-related bugs. If the problem persists, a device reboot may clear out any residual issues. As a last resort, try reinstalling the app, or, if multiple apps are crashing, perform a factory reset, which restores the device to its original factory settings. Occasionally, you may encounter a situation where an application refuses to update. Typically, this happens because the device is running low on storage, leaving no room for the update. Clearing out unused apps or files to free up storage often solves the problem. If storage isn't the issue and updates still fail to load, try a quick reboot to reset the update process. If all else fails, uninstalling and reinstalling the app would be an appropriate next step. Next, updating your device's OS, just like updating apps, can also lead to update failures. To address OS update failures, start by taking a look at available storage space, as devices will need extra room to install update files. Another factor is compatibility. You will often find that older devices may not support the latest OS version, requiring users to stick with the current version. It's also important to connect the device to a stable power source during an update, as a power interruption can disrupt the update process. If the update still won't install after performing these steps, try rebooting the device. And as a last resort, back up your data and perform a factory reset. This will restore the device to its original factory settings, providing a clean slate for the OS update. Another common complaint is when mobile devices become slow to respond. This can often be due to too many background processes running at once. Responsiveness can be improved and resources can be reclaimed by closing unnecessary apps or performing a reboot. Sometimes, the slowdown can be due to overheating or a low battery, as devices may throttle performance to conserve power or prevent damage from heat. Additionally, malware can impact the device's speed. This can be checked by performing a malware scan with a trusted security app. If none of these steps resolve the slowdown, a factory reset may provide a fresh start. If battery life is an issue, there are a few adjustments that can help. Closing background applications not only frees up processing power, but also conserves battery life. Reducing screen brightness and shortening screen timeout settings can also make a big difference in extending battery life. In cases where battery issues remain even after these changes, a replacement battery may be necessary, especially if the device is older. Sometimes devices experience random reboots, which can be alarming and are often tied to hardware issues. Overheating, low battery charge, or a faulty battery can cause sudden reboots. If you suspect overheating, remove any protective case to improve airflow and give the device time to cool down. If the battery is older and known to have issues, a replacement could solve the problem. In some cases, faulty hardware beyond the battery could be the cause. If all of these suggested fixes have yet to help, a factory reset could once again come to the rescue. When it comes to connectivity issues, each type of connection has its own quirks. Whether you're dealing with weak Wi-Fi signals, Bluetooth dropouts, or trouble completing an NFC payment, a few simple steps can often get things back on track. If you're noticing intermittent connectivity, start by checking for weak signals or signal interference. Moving closer to the router or signal source can help. Also, double-check your network configuration settings. If you have saved networks or custom settings, resetting them may improve stability. For Wi-Fi, the frequency band can also affect connection quality. Many routers and devices support two bands, 2.4 GHz and 5 GHz. The 2.4 GHz band offers a longer range, which is helpful for larger areas, but may be slower if there's interference. Meanwhile, 5 GHz provides faster speeds with a shorter range, making it ideal for smaller spaces. Switching bands based on your location can improve signal strength and stability. With Bluetooth, the quickest fix is often turning Bluetooth off and back on. If that doesn't work, try forgetting the device within the Bluetooth settings, then pair the device again. This resets the connection and often resolves lingering issues. For NFC, which is predominantly used for payment processing, start by ensuring your payment app is up to date, as updates often resolve bugs. Make sure the device is properly aligned with the payment terminal, as misalignment can interfere with transactions. Also, make sure NFC is enabled, as it is often disabled by default. Finally, if connectivity issues persist, double-check that airplane mode is off. When airplane mode is enabled, it disables all wireless connections, including Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, cellular data, and NFC, all at once. One feature, unique to Apple devices, is AirDrop. This feature lets you quickly and securely share files, photos, and other content with other nearby Apple devices. Think of it as a way to wirelessly move, or drop, files from one device to another without needing an internet connection. While AirDrop is unique to Apple devices, it is not without its own set of issues. If AirDrop isn't working, start by ensuring it's enabled. You can set AirDrop to reject all transfers, except transfers from contacts only, where only people saved in your contacts can send you files, or allow transfers from everyone. If AirDrop is set to contacts only, make sure the sender is saved in your device's contact list, and that both devices are signed into iCloud. If AirDrop still won't connect, try toggling AirDrop off and on or restarting both devices to reset the connection. Another common feature-related issue is when the screen doesn't auto-rotate. Auto-rotation allows the screen to adjust its orientation as you turn the device from portrait to landscape. This function relies on built-in sensors like the accelerometer and gyroscope to detect the device's position. If the screen won't rotate, start by checking that auto-rotate is enabled, then consider a sensor recalibration. If the screen still won't rotate after calibration, a quick reboot can help refresh the sensors. In rare cases, if auto-rotation remains unresponsive, a factory reset might be necessary to restore full functionality. And there you have it. Troubleshooting mobile OS issues doesn't have to be a mystery. With these steps, you'll be prepared to handle common problems like application crashes, connectivity issues, and more. Remember, while each issue may have varied troubleshooting steps, a quick reboot can often work wonders. And if all else fails, a factory reset can give your mobile device a fresh start. Exam Objective 3.5. Given a scenario, troubleshoot common mobile OS and application security issues. Welcome to our last stop in Domain 3, Software Troubleshooting. In this video, we'll tackle some of the most important aspects of mobile OS security. Our mobile devices are powerful, handy, and unfortunately, prime targets for malware, spyware, and other nasty threats. From app spoofing to data leaks, the security risks are real. So let's explore these concerns, learn how to spot warning signs, and troubleshoot these issues like a pro. Let's begin by looking at some of the common security concerns that make mobile OS security a challenge. Understanding these risks is crucial for protecting both the device and its data, whether it's for personal use or professional settings. Starting off, we have APK source concerns. For Android users, apps are generally downloaded from the Google Play Store, which screens apps for security threats. However, Android also allows users to sideload APK files, installing apps from sources outside the Play Store. To break it down, APK stands for Android Package Kit. It's the file format that Android uses to distribute and install applications. Think of it like an installer file that includes all the components needed for an app to run. When you download an app from the Google Play Store, the APK file is automatically installed in the background, with security checks already in place. But with sideloading, you're manually downloading the APK from a third-party site and bypassing the Play Store entirely. Sideloading is often used to access apps that aren't available on the Play Store, sometimes because they're region-restricted, still in beta, or offer features not allowed under Google's policies. While sideloading opens up additional app options, it comes with significant security risks. Unlike apps on the Play Store, these third-party APKs haven't been through Google's security screening process, which means they can easily contain hidden malware or malicious code designed to compromise the device, steal data, or install unwanted software. For security-conscious users, it's generally safest to stick to the official App Store, while sideloading should be avoided unless absolutely necessary, and even then, you should only use trusted sources. Next up, Developer Mode. Many mobile OSs offer a developer mode, intended to give more control over the device's settings, often for debugging or testing purposes. However, enabling developer mode can make a device more vulnerable, as it bypasses certain default security restrictions. While it's a powerful tool for developers, users should be cautious enabling this setting, especially if they aren't sure how to manage the security trade-offs. Moving on, we have root access for Android and jailbreaking for Apple iOS. These are both modifications that allow users to access the device's root or core system files, effectively unlocking the device's full potential. Although it sounds exciting, this process bypasses critical security layers and makes the device more susceptible to malware and unauthorized access. In professional settings, this is a big no-no. For that reason, many companies rely on MDM, or mobile device management systems, to prevent employees from rooting or jailbreaking their devices, ensuring that these modifications don't pose a security threat to the company. Another risk is installing bootleg or malicious applications. These are typically low-cost or free versions of popular apps offered by shady sources to avoid paying for the legitimate versions. Often, these apps are designed to mimic the look and feel of real apps, but may come with hidden malware. Just note that bootleg apps can harm devices by tracking user activity, stealing data, or allowing hackers to control the device remotely, so be careful. Closely related is application spoofing. This is when a malicious app imitates the name, look, or features of legitimate apps to trick users into downloading it. Common signs of application spoofing include slightly misspelled app names or a ton of fake, 5-star reviews that often sound too good to be true. Even if an app is on an approved store, it's wise to check the developer's name for legitimacy, especially if the app is unfamiliar. Security-conscious users know that some imposters can slip through App Store defenses, so a bit of caution goes a long way. Now that we've covered security concerns, let's move on to the warning signs and common symptoms of mobile OS security issues. These symptoms, or clues, can help you identify when something's off with a device, indicating that further investigation is needed. High on the list of warning signs is high network traffic. If your device suddenly starts using more data than usual, it may have a fraudulent app running in the background. This is a classic sign of a compromised device. Malware types like spyware, adware, or botnet software often stay hidden while consuming data to transmit information. To troubleshoot, check your device's data usage to identify any suspicious or unfamiliar apps consuming excessive data, and if found, uninstall them immediately. Next, running a security scan with antivirus software can help detect hidden threats. Additionally, restricting background data for non-essential apps can further secure your device against unauthorized data usage. Keeping in line with high network traffic, Be on the lookout for data usage, limit notifications, as these can indicate a potential security issue. If your device hits its data cap and suddenly can't access emails or the internet, though calls and texts still work, a compromised application may be using data in the background, or malware could be generating high data use to overload your device. To troubleshoot, start by reviewing your data usage. Check for apps with unusually high data consumption. You should also uninstall any suspicious apps, as they may be using data without permission. Next, update your OS and apps to close security gaps, and run a security scan with a trusted mobile antivirus. If issues persist, perform a factory reset to clear harmful apps. Just be sure to back up any important data first, as this will erase all personal files. Another common symptom to look out for is sluggish response times. If the device feels unusually slow, it could be a result of malware quietly using up system resources. Once malware becomes embedded on your device, it can consume memory, processing power, and even battery life, leading to a device that feels like it's constantly lagging or struggling to keep up. You might notice extended load times, delays when switching apps, or even difficulty handling basic tasks like opening messages or browsing the web. These signs can all indicate that malicious software is running in the background, draining resources, and potentially collecting sensitive information. To troubleshoot, begin by restarting the device, as this can temporarily halt malware processes and free up resources. Next, review running apps and processes in your settings. Suspicious or unfamiliar applications consuming significant memory or CPU might be to blame. Uninstall any unfamiliar or recently installed apps that seem suspicious, as malware often hides in seemingly legitimate programs. Updating the operating system and applications is another key step, as it closes security gaps that malware may exploit. Running a security scan with a trusted mobile antivirus can help detect and remove malicious software. If these steps don't resolve the issue, a factory reset may be necessary to restore the device to its original settings and eliminate the malware. Again, remember to back up your data first. If you are experiencing limited or no internet connectivity, this can indicate a security issue as well. Common causes of this issue include malware that has altered network settings, disabled essential system services, or is interfering with the firewall. In some cases, malware may cause excessive background data usage, blocking normal internet access. Additionally, DNS corruption or redirection attacks can also contribute to connectivity issues by rerouting URL requests to malicious sites. To troubleshoot, start by restarting both your device and router to refresh the connection. Review network settings, including DNS and proxy configurations, and reset them to default if you notice unfamiliar entries. Ensure your OS and apps are updated to close security gaps that malware could exploit. Run a security scan with a trusted antivirus to identify potential infections. Switching to a trusted DNS server may also help. As a last step, if connectivity problems continue, a factory reset may be required to remove embedded malware. Another telltale sign of malware is fake security warnings. These warnings usually come with aggressive pop-ups, urging users to download a security app or antivirus tool, which is in fact malware disguised as protection software. The scare tactics are designed to create a sense of urgency, prompting users to take immediate action without verifying the legitimacy of the warning. Once downloaded, this malicious software can cause even more harm, from data theft to further infection of the device. To troubleshoot, start by closing any suspicious pop-ups without clicking on them. Uninstall any recently added or unfamiliar apps, especially security apps you didn't intentionally install. Then run a security scan with a trusted antivirus app to detect and remove malicious software. As a last resort, perform a factory reset to remove any embedded malware. Unexpected application behavior is another major warning sign. If an app suddenly starts opening on its own, showing bizarre graphics, crashing all the time, or freezing for no reason, it might be more than just buggy code, it could be malware. Sometimes, these oddities happen when malware is hiding in an app or when the app itself is a bootleg copy designed to worm its way into your device's controls. This type of malware may snoop around your data, monitor your activities, or even try to gain system-level access. If you haven't already noticed, the troubleshooting process for all these issues is pretty similar with just a few tweaks. You might even be able to guess what's coming next, but just to be thorough, here's the troubleshooting breakdown once again. To troubleshoot your possessed app, start by closing it if it's currently open and acting strangely. Uninstall any unfamiliar or recently installed apps that you didn't intentionally add, as they could be causing the issue. After removing any suspicious apps, restart your device to ensure no residual processes are running. Run a security scan with a trusted antivirus to check for any embedded malware. Also, make sure your OS and all apps are updated. And if these attempts at an app exorcism don't do the trick, consider a factory reset to remove deeply embedded malware. Lastly, one of the most alarming signs of malware is when personal files or data is leaked or shared without your permission. If you notice that photos, contacts, messages, or other sensitive information has been accessed or shared without your authorization, it could indicate a serious data breach. This can occur if malware is actively harvesting data from your device or if compromised credentials have allowed someone unauthorized access to your accounts. In either case, it's a clear warning that your security has been breached and immediate action is required. To troubleshoot and secure your data, start by changing passwords on affected accounts, replacing them with strong, complex, unique passwords. Enabling multi-factor authentication, MFA, wherever possible, adds an extra layer of protection by requiring an additional verification step, even if a password is compromised. Next, review account activity to check for unauthorized logins or suspicious actions, such as login attempts from unfamiliar locations or devices. If you find any, log out of all active sessions immediately. Run a security scan on your device using a trusted antivirus or anti-malware app to detect and remove any malicious software that might be collecting or sharing your data. Additionally, revoke app permissions for any apps that don't need access to your personal files, particularly photos, contacts, and messages. And finally, ensure that OS and app updates are installed to protect against vulnerabilities that malware might exploit. As we wrap up Domain 3, remember that mobile OS and application security issues are critical topics for both the exam and real-world troubleshooting. Spotting symptoms and understanding the root cause of an issue can save a device from major damage and keep personal data secure. From knowing the dangers of side-loaded APKs and spoofed apps to recognizing warning signs like sluggish performance, you now have a basic toolkit for handling mobile security issues. And with that, congratulations on completing Domain 3. Stay sharp, and be sure to keep these skills handy as you move forward in your CompTIA A Plus Core 2 learning journey. Exam Objective 4.1. Given a scenario, implement best practices associated with documentation and support systems information management. Ticketing systems. In this video segment, we're stepping into the world of documentation and support systems for information management, an essential aspect of any IT role. This segment is also kicking off Domain 4, Operational Procedures. To start, let's explore the concept of a ticketing system. Imagine you're running an IT help desk. Issues come at you from all directions. My printer's not working, my computer's freezing, how do I reset my password? This constant stream of requests can be overwhelming. A ticketing system helps manage and organize these service requests, ensuring nothing falls through the cracks. Each ticket represents an individual issue, creating a clear record that allows you and your team to track, manage, and resolve issues efficiently. With a ticketing system, every ticket has a unique ticket identifier. This identifier, which is quite often a numerical value, eliminates confusion when issues are similar or involve multiple departments. Alongside the ticket ID, user information, like the name and contact details, and device information, such as the specific PC or printer in question, provide context, enabling technicians to zero in on the affected user and device quickly. This is then followed by ticket details, which hold critical information on the individual issue. These ticket details include severity or priority levels, indicating the urgency of the issue. For instance, a printing problem may be low priority, but if the CEO's laptop won't boot before a big meeting, that's a high-severity issue. Tickets also have categories to help teams quickly identify the type of problem, whether it's a software issue, hardware failure, or network issue. If the problem is complex, the ticket might need to be escalated. Most IT help desks will have escalation levels for this, where issues are routed to more experienced technicians or even other departments when needed. Having this type of escalation in place ensures that no one wastes hours on a problem they're unequipped to handle. Communication is also a key component to a functional ticketing system. Each ticket will include text fields for a problem description, progress notes, and a problem resolution, as well as the ability to attach files for additional documentation. The problem description should be clear and concise, detailing the symptoms of the issue. As for progress notes, these are like breadcrumbs, recording every action taken. These notes are crucial when handing off an issue or escalating it, as they let the next technician pick up right where the previous one left off. Finally, the problem resolution section explains how the issue was resolved, providing closure and a valuable reference if the same issue pops up again. Finally, we reach the topic of knowledge bases, the true IT treasure trove. A knowledge base is a self-serve library of information, packed with articles that answer common questions or detail solutions to previously encountered issues. IT teams often build these knowledge bases from tickets they've already resolved, manufacturer documentation, or just solid research. With a knowledge base, both techs and end users can find answers to known problems, saving time and frustration. Exam Objective 4.1. Given a scenario, implement best practices associated with documentation and support systems information management. Asset management. Let's jump into asset management with a quick overview of what it is and why it matters. In IT, asset management is all about tracking and managing every piece of technology in the organization, keeping an eye on devices, software licenses, warranties, and even who's using what. Why does this matter? Well, when you know exactly what assets are on hand and how they're used, it's easier to prevent unnecessary spending, troubleshoot issues, and even boost security. In other words, asset management isn't just keeping a list, it's about having an organized system that empowers you to respond quickly and strategically to any situation. At the heart of asset management, there is usually a central database system, where every detail of each asset is organized, categorized, and accessible. Think of it as the brain of your IT environment. This system holds everything, such as asset information, warranty information, software licenses, assigned users, and much more. Whether you need to check who has a specific laptop, track warranty status, or verify licensing compliance, the database system centralizes all of this information for quick access. Now that we know the value of a central database system, let's talk about what populates it. The most obvious being an inventory list of assets. This list is like a catalog for every piece of IT equipment, from desktops and laptops to network gear and software licenses. This list should be constantly updated to reflect the real-time status of each asset, whether it's newly purchased, reassigned, or ready for retirement. With a detailed inventory list, you can quickly access the specifics of any device, making it easier to budget, plan upgrades, or troubleshoot issues. The inventory list is the foundation of every effective asset management system, giving IT teams a reliable snapshot of the tools at their disposal. Next, imagine walking into a storeroom filled with identical laptops. How do you know which one belongs where? Asset tags and IDs solve this puzzle. Each device gets a unique identifier, often as a barcode, QR code, or RFID tag, linked to its profile in the database. This means a quick scan reveals everything about the device, its model, who's using it, purchase date, and maintenance history. Tags and IDs make locating and identifying devices fast and foolproof, ensuring every asset is always accounted for. Proper asset management should also account for a device's lifespan. The procurement lifecycle is all about understanding when a piece of equipment was purchased, how long it's expected to last, and when it should be replaced. By tracking this lifecycle, you can budget, plan, and make effective decisions. Therefore, the procurement lifecycle allows you to stay proactive when upgrading, maintaining, and replacing tech assets. Zeroing in on the procurement lifecycle, we come to warranties and licensing. A warranty is essentially a promise from the manufacturer to repair or replace a product if it encounters specific issues, within a set period of time. This protection can be a lifesaver for IT departments, as it keeps repair costs low and ensures that devices are kept in optimal condition, without extra expenses. Imagine needing a repair only to discover the device is still under warranty. That's a big win. By tracking warranties, you can avoid unnecessary expenses and ensure every device is serviced in a cost-effective manner. Zeroing in on the purchase portion of the procurement lifecycle, we come to warranties and licensing. A warranty is essentially a promise from the manufacturer to repair or replace a product if it encounters specific issues within a set period. This protection can be a lifesaver, as it keeps repair costs low and ensures that devices are kept in optimal condition without extra expenses. Imagine needing a repair only to discover the device is still under warranty. That's a win. By tracking warranties, you avoid unnecessary expenses and ensures every device is serviced cost-effectively. Licensing is just as essential, as it keeps software usage above board. Licenses specify the legal terms for using software, defining how and where it can be used. Tracking licenses ensures software compliance and prevents penalties from unauthorized or expired usage. Keeping track of both warranties and licenses lets you focus on problem solving instead of red tape. Finally, we have assigned users. This step matches every device that is in use to a designated user responsible for it, creating accountability and aiding in security. By having assigned users, if a device is misplaced, you know who to check with. Assigning users to devices also helps you manage access, prevent unauthorized use, and ensure that each asset is used as intended. Exam Objective 4.1. Given a scenario, implement best practices associated with documentation and support systems information management. Types of documents. In IT, documentation is as vital as the technology itself, keeping everyone on the same page and making sure everything runs smoothly. There are many different types of documents, each serving a unique role in supporting operations, security, and compliance. Let's explore a few key types, starting with the Acceptable Use Policy, or AUP for short. An AUP is essentially a set of rules that define how an organization's computer network, website, or other technology resources can be used. It defines what's allowed and what's not, helping prevent security breaches and maintaining a productive work environment. For example, an AUP might specify that users shouldn't mine cryptocurrency on work computers or log into a device with another user's credentials. It could also outline which websites are accessible from work devices or even set rules for using generative AI solutions responsibly. Every employee is generally required to agree to the AUP before gaining access to company resources, setting clear expectations and boundaries. Next up, we have the network topology diagram. This is a visual representation of a network's devices, connections, and paths, showing the structure of an organization's network. It's like a map, but instead of roads and cities, it showcases routers, switches, servers, and other end devices, along with the connections between them. Network topology diagrams play a crucial role in troubleshooting, planning, and securing network infrastructure. When IT teams need to troubleshoot issues, a well-maintained network diagram helps them quickly identify where potential problems might lie. For example, if a specific department is experiencing connectivity issues, the topology diagram can reveal the path data packets take from the affected devices to the network's core, making it easier to pinpoint where things might be going wrong. For that reason, anytime the network changes, like adding a new switch, moving a server, or removing an old device, those changes should be promptly updated in the network topology diagram. Regulatory compliance requirements also play a vital role in ensuring an organization adheres to various legal and industry standards. These requirements are particularly important in industries that handle sensitive information, such as healthcare, finance, and government. Compliance documents outline the practices, protocols, and standards necessary to meet local, federal, or international laws and regulations. By adhering to these requirements, organizations not only protect themselves from potential legal penalties, but also build trust with clients and users. Moving on, we come to Standard Operating Procedures. Abbreviated as SOP, Standard Operating Procedures provide a set of step-by-step instructions for performing routine activities. Think of them as detailed, how-to guides, designed to make complex or repetitive tasks straightforward and accessible to all team members, regardless of experience. SOPs play a key role in maintaining quality and minimizing errors by establishing a standard approach for each task. For example, an SOP for a custom software installation might include each step needed to install, configure, and test the software, complete with screenshots, commands, and troubleshooting tips. This way, even if an IT technician encounters an unexpected issue, the SOP can guide them back on track. With every detail outlined, SOPs ensure that each installation follows the same process, maintaining consistency across multiple devices and reducing the chance of configuration errors that could lead to system instability or security vulnerabilities. If an error is committed, or worse, you experience a security breach, technical failure, or other negative event, having a well-documented incident report can be a lifesaver. Incident reports capture the critical details of any unexpected events that impact a system, providing a structured way to analyze and learn from mistakes. By documenting each incident thoroughly, organizations can gain insights into their vulnerabilities and strengthen their defenses, making future occurrences less likely. An incident report typically includes a clear account of what happened, such as the date and time of the occurrence, the affected systems, and a description of the incident. It also covers how the issue was identified, the steps taken to resolve it, and any immediate or long-term fixes applied. This detailed information provides valuable context, helping teams to understand the sequence of events and identify contributing factors. In addition to these foundational documents, we have the new user setup checklist and the end user termination checklist, two critical tools that streamline the onboarding and offboarding process. The new user setup checklist helps ensure that each new employee is set up efficiently and securely from day one. This checklist typically includes setting up user accounts, configuring permissions, providing necessary software, and verifying access to relevant systems. By following a standardized onboarding process, IT teams can minimize delays, making sure new hires have the resources they need right from the start. On the other end, the end-user termination checklist is just as essential for offboarding. When an employee leaves the organization, it's vital to promptly revoke access to systems and accounts to protect sensitive data. The termination checklist ensures that all access points, such as email, VPN, and any specialized applications, are disabled. It may also cover steps like retrieving company-issued devices and deactivating licenses. By maintaining these checklists as part of the onboarding and offboarding processes, organizations reduce errors, improve security, and ensure compliance with policies, keeping the digital environment well organized and protected. Exam Objective 4.2 Explain basic change management best practices. Change management is a structured approach through which changes are implemented within an organization. In the IT world, change is inevitable, whether it's a system upgrade, a new process, or addressing unforeseen issues. By utilizing change management, organizations can minimize risks, ensure resources are properly allocated, and keep everyone on the same page. At the core of each change lies the change request form, a pivotal document that acts as both a blueprint and a communication tool for the entire change process. This formal document captures the essence of the proposed change, answering critical questions about its necessity, objectives, and implementation plan. Whether the change is prompted by the need to resolve a pressing issue, enhance existing capabilities, or align with evolving business requirements, the change request form ensures that every detail is documented and considered. One of the first components presented in the form is the purpose of the change, which addresses the question, why? This section provides the justification for the effort, explaining the specific problem the change seeks to solve or the opportunity it aims to seize. A well-articulated purpose not only highlights the change's importance, but also helps stakeholders understand its value and relevance. The next component we will discuss is the scope of the change, which defines the what. This section covers the extent of the change, detailing the specific systems, applications, or processes it will impact. By outlining the boundaries of the change, the scope ensures that teams can accurately assess its feasibility and prepare for its implications. It also helps avoid misunderstandings by clearly defining what is included, and what is not, in the proposed effort. A comprehensive scope keeps the project focused, avoids scope creep, and ensures resources are effectively allocated to the areas where they are needed most. Together, the purpose and scope form the foundation of a well-structured change request, paving the way for thoughtful planning and execution. Once the purpose and scope of a change are clearly defined, the next critical step is to perform a risk analysis. This step ensures teams aren't blindsided by potential issues during implementation. Risk analysis is about more than just identifying challenges, it's about understanding them and proactively creating a plan to address them. Key considerations include whether the change could disrupt vital business operations, if it relies on other systems that might fail, or if there's a likelihood of user error or unforeseen technical glitches. Additionally, by assigning risk levels, low, medium, or high, teams can prioritize actions to mitigate these issues. Risk analysis gives the change process its armor, equipping the team to handle challenges effectively before they become problems. Even with the best preparation, not every change goes as planned, which is why a robust rollback plan is indispensable. Where risk analysis prepares for potential problems, the rollback plan ensures there's a clear path to recovery if something goes wrong. This safety net is meticulously detailed, outlining the exact actions required to undo the change and restore systems to their previous state. A well-crafted rollback plan doesn't just address the technical steps to be taken, but also identifies the specific conditions under which a rollback should be initiated. It designates responsibilities among team members and includes post-rollback testing to confirm stability. Think of it as the life raft of change management, rarely used but always essential. A thorough rollback plan allows teams to move forward with confidence, knowing they have a reliable way to recover if things don't go as expected. Once a change request form is prepared, it enters the critical review stage, where it is assessed by the Change Advisory Board. The Change Advisory Board is a dedicated team of stakeholders and decision-makers who serve as the gatekeepers of the change management process. Their primary responsibility is to ensure that the proposed change aligns with organizational goals, adheres to established policies, and minimizes risks or disruptions. This step is essential for maintaining control over changes and preventing unnecessary or poorly planned changes from being implemented. If approved, the change moves forward to sandbox testing, a critical phase in the change management process where the proposed modifications are evaluated in a controlled, isolated environment. A sandbox is essentially a replica of the live system, but without any connection to production environments or end-user operations. This separation ensures that testing can be conducted safely, with zero risk to active business processes or live data. The primary goal of sandbox testing is to identify potential problems, validate functionality, and assess the change's impact before it is implemented in the production environment. In this phase, IT teams can thoroughly evaluate the proposed change under real-world conditions, running simulations, stress tests, and compatibility checks to ensure everything works as expected. When the testing phase is completed, the change moves into the implementation phase, where the approved modifications are applied to the live environment. In this stage, timing is crucial. The date and time of the change are strategically chosen, often during off-peak hours, to minimize disruption and ensure a smooth rollout. A designated staff member is often appointed to oversee the implementation process, ensuring every step is carefully executed and documented. This documentation includes the precise timing of change-related actions and any challenges encountered, promoting transparency and creating a valuable reference for future changes. After implementation, the spotlight shifts to the end user, as their experience ultimately determines the success of the change. End-user acceptance involves thoroughly verifying that the change works as intended in the live environment and meets all the outlined objectives. This step ensures that the change integrates seamlessly into daily operations and delivers its intended value without disrupting workflows. A key part of this process is gathering feedback from users to confirm that the new system, feature, or process operates smoothly and aligns with their needs. If issues arise, such as unexpected behavior, performance concerns, or usability challenges, these can be addressed promptly to avoid long-term disruptions. Providing training or support during this phase is equally critical, especially if the change introduces new tools, interfaces, or processes. Training sessions, documentation, or one-on-one guidance can help users understand and adopt the change with confidence. Finally, it never hurts to conclude your change process by documenting lessons learned. This step involves reflecting on what worked well, identifying what didn't go as planned, and determining how similar changes can be improved in the future. These insights are invaluable for strengthening future projects, enhancing processes, and reducing the likelihood of repeating a mistake. Exam Objective 4.3. Given a scenario, implement workstation backup and recovery methods. Imagine the nightmare of losing all your critical data in the blink of an eye. From cherished photos to vital business files, the mere thought of it can make anyone feel uneasy. That is where backups come in and provide you a little digital insurance. But not all backups work the same way, and choosing the right one depends on your needs. Let's break down the 4 main types of backups, which are full, differential, incremental, and synthetic, in a way that's simple to understand. A full backup is exactly what it sounds like. It creates a complete copy of everything on your system. Imagine it as taking a snapshot of your entire digital world, including files, applications, and settings. This snapshot becomes the foundation for all other backups. Here's why it's important. If something goes wrong and you need to restore your data, a full backup has everything in one place, ready to go. You don't need to search for pieces or combine data from different backups. It's fast and simple when it comes to recovery. However, creating a full backup takes time and requires a lot of storage space because you're copying everything. For this reason, full backups are usually done less frequently and are often paired with other, more efficient backup types to save time and storage space. After you've created a full backup, you have the option to let differential backups take over in order to save time and storage space. Unlike a full backup, which copies everything, a differential backup only records the changes made since the last full backup. If you've added new files or updated existing ones, the differential backup captures those changes. The first difference you will encounter is when you go to restore your data. If you have elected to use differential backups, you will now need 2 things: the last full backup and the most recent differential backup. While this process is straightforward, it's not as simple as restoring from a full backup alone. Remember, a full backup contains everything in one place, making restoration a single-step process. With a differential backup, you must retrieve and combine data from 2 sources, adding a bit of complexity to the recovery process. The trade-off for this added recovery step is efficiency during backup creation. Differential backups avoid copying unchanged data, focusing only on new or modified files. However, as time passes, differential backups can grow larger because they continuously accumulate all changes since the last full backup. For example, a differential backup made 5 days after a full backup includes changes from days 1 through 5, making it larger than a differential backup taken after a single day. For these reasons, differential backups are an excellent choice when frequent full backups aren't practical, but simplicity in recovery remains important. While not as fast to restore as a full backup, they strike a balance between storage efficiency and ease of recovery, offering a middle ground between full backups and our next type, incremental backups. If differential backups are known for striking a balance, incremental backups push efficiency even further. Like the differential backup type, incremental backups start with a full backup. However, instead of tracking all changes since the last full backup, incremental backups only record the changes made since the last backup of any type, whether it was full, differential, or incremental. Imagine a daily backup routine. On Sunday, you perform a full backup. On Monday, an incremental backup saves only the changes made since Sunday. On Tuesday, it saves only the changes made since Monday, and so on. Each incremental backup is smaller and quicker to create because it only captures the most recent changes, making it highly efficient in terms of storage and time. The downside? Restoring from incremental backups is more complex. To recover your data, you'll need the full backup as well as every incremental backup made since. Think of it like assembling a puzzle, where every piece must fit together perfectly to recreate your data. This complexity makes incremental backups better suited for systems where changes occur frequently, storage efficiency is critical, and recovery speed is less of a priority. Incremental backups shine when you want to minimize backup time and storage usage, but their trade-offs in recovery complexity mean they require careful management to ensure all pieces are accounted for when restoring your data. If incremental backups are all about maximizing efficiency, synthetic backups take things a step further by combining the best of full and incremental methods. Synthetic backups start with a full backup, just like any other method. However, instead of relying solely on incremental backups for changes, synthetic backups merge the data from incremental backups into a single, fully restorable backup file. Think of it this way: rather than manually piecing together all the changes from incremental backups during recovery, the synthetic backup does that work for you ahead of time. It essentially creates a new, up-to-date full backup without the need to recopy all your data. This process happens automatically during the backup routine, reducing the strain on your network and saving you from a tedious recovery process. The major advantage of synthetic backups is how they simplify recovery. Like a full backup, everything you need is in one place, making the restore process fast and straightforward. However, because synthetic backups use incremental backups to build new full backups, they significantly reduce the time and resources needed to create them compared to starting from scratch. Synthetic backups are particularly useful in environments where minimizing network impact is critical, such as in businesses with large amounts of data or limited bandwidth. However, they require advanced backup software and careful setup, making them better suited for organizations or individuals with more demanding backup needs. Creating backups is an essential step in protecting your data, but having a backup isn't enough. You need to make sure that your backups will actually work when you need them most. This is where backup testing comes into play. Think of it as giving your safety net a practice run before you rely on it during a real fall. Backup testing is the process of verifying that your backups are complete, accessible, and restorable. Without regular testing, you could be left with a false sense of security. Imagine going to restore your data only to discover that a critical backup was corrupted, incomplete, or improperly configured. What a nightmare that would be. So, how often should you test your backups? The frequency of backup testing depends on how often your data changes and how critical it is to your operations. For personal data or small-scale backups, testing once a month might suffice. In professional environments, especially where data is critical, testing should happen more frequently. The goal is to ensure that your backup process is functioning correctly and your recovery plan can be executed smoothly. Once you've decided how to back up your data, the next question is where to store it. On-site backups, stored locally, offer speed and convenience. Restoring from a local source is typically faster, and you have direct oversight of the backup process and data. However, on-site backups are vulnerable to physical damage from unforeseen disasters like fires or floods, and can also be targets for theft. Additionally, the limited capacity of physical storage devices can pose challenges as data grows. Off-site backups, such as cloud storage, address many of these vulnerabilities. Cloud backups provide accessibility from virtually anywhere with an internet connection, scalability to meet your changing storage needs, and protection against localized disasters. However, they come with their own challenges. A stable internet connection is essential, and there are ongoing subscription costs to consider. While cloud providers prioritize security, no system is entirely immune to breaches, making it critical to choose a trusted provider. For the best protection, many organizations use a hybrid approach, combining on-site backups for quick recovery and off-site backups to safeguard against catastrophic events. This strategy ensures data is both accessible and secure, no matter what challenges arise. After deciding where to store your backups, the next step is organizing those backups in a way that balances accessibility, redundancy, and storage management. This is where GFS, or the grandfather, father, son backup rotation, comes into play. GFS is a structured backup rotation scheme that organizes backups into 3 levels, labeled grandfather, father, and son. It works in tandem with full, differential, and incremental backups, providing a framework for when backups are created, and for how long they are retained. In this hierarchy, son backups are created most frequently and capture changes from the most recent activity. These backups are replaced regularly to keep storage requirements manageable. Father backups are created less frequently and provide a broader snapshot of your data, retaining changes over a longer period. Finally, grandfather backups are created the least frequently and preserved for the longest duration, acting as an archive of your data over time. GFS ensures that you always have multiple recovery points at different intervals. If you need to recover something recent, a SUN backup will typically have the necessary data. For changes or files that are further in the past, a father or grandfather backup can step in. This tiered system reduces the risk of data loss, as older backups can serve as a fallback if a newer one is unavailable or corrupted. One of the main advantages of GFS is its ability to optimize storage space while maintaining sufficient redundancy. Instead of keeping every backup indefinitely, GFS prioritizes the most recent backups for quick access and retains higher-level backups less frequently for long-term protection. This makes it a versatile strategy suitable for both on-site and off-site storage solutions, offering a reliable safety net for your data no matter where it resides. To wrap things up, I will talk briefly about the 3-2-1 backup rule, which provides a simple yet highly effective guideline for structuring your overall backup strategy. This rule ensures your data remains secure by emphasizing redundancy, diversity, and geographic separation. According to the 3-2-1 rule, you should always have 3 copies of your data, the original and 2 backups. At least 2 of these copies should be stored on different types of media, such as an external hard drive and cloud storage, to reduce the risk of simultaneous failure. Additionally, one of these backups should be stored off-site, ensuring your data is safe from local disasters like fires, floods, or theft. The beauty of the 3-2-1 rule lies in its adaptability. For example, you could keep 1 copy on your computer, another on an external hard drive stored locally, and a third in the cloud. This approach helps protect your data from hardware failures, natural disasters, and even ransomware attacks, providing a comprehensive safety net that's both practical and effective. Now that you have learned about backup types, backup testing, backup locations, GFS, and the 3-2-1 rule, I want you to know this. It's not about picking just one method, it's about layering them together to create a fortress of redundancy and recovery options. That way you never have to experience the nightmare of losing critical data. Exam Objective 4.4, given a scenario, use common safety procedures. Safety procedures play a significant role in the IT industry, just as they do in any other industry. Therefore, we will take a look at some common safety-related issues specific to IT, starting with electrostatic discharge. Electrostatic discharge, or ESD, is the invisible villain of IT work. It is the sudden flow of static electricity between 2 objects with different charges. It happens when static electricity builds up on a surface and then discharges, often damaging sensitive electronic components. To combat ESD effectively, ESD wrist straps are an essential tool. These specialized wristbands are designed to connect you directly to a grounded surface, such as the metal frame of a PC case or a designated grounding point. This connection ensures that any static electricity building up on your body is safely discharged, preventing you from damaging sensitive electronic components when handled. Complementing these wrist straps are ESD mats, which create a static-neutral workspace. These mats are designed to dissipate static from anything placed on them, providing an added layer of protection against accidental discharges. Together, ESD wrist straps and mats form a robust defense against ESD. However, none of this works without proper equipment grounding, a critical step that ensures your devices and workspace are electrically safe and ready for work before you even touch them. Once the risk of static electricity has been addressed, the next crucial step is proper power handling to ensure safety. Before working on any device, always make sure it is completely disconnected from its power source. This means unplugging the device from the wall outlet or power strip, and, if you're dealing with a laptop, removing the battery if it is detachable. Taking these precautions eliminates the risk of electrical shock and accidental damage to the device. Remember, a device that is fully powered down and disconnected is the only truly safe device to handle during repairs or upgrades. When handling sensitive components, treat them with the utmost care. Components, such as RAM modules or motherboards, are not only delicate but also highly susceptible to damage from mishandling. Always store unused components in anti-static bags, which are specifically designed to shield them from the dangers of electrostatic discharge. Proper storage ensures their integrity until they're ready for use. When it's time to handle these parts, always hold them by their edges, avoiding contact with the circuitry or connectors. This technique minimizes the risk of physical damage and prevents oils or residue from your hands from contaminating the sensitive surfaces. Even trace amounts of natural oils can corrode metal contacts over time, leading to connectivity issues or performance degradation. By following these precautions, you ensure that every component remains in peak condition, ready for smooth installation or testing. Beyond protecting components, staying compliant with government regulations keeps your work professional and above board. Regulations may include health and safety laws, building codes, and environmental regulations that govern the proper disposal methods for electronic waste. Electronic waste, or e-waste, refers to discarded electronic devices and components such as old computers, monitors, hard drives, or batteries. Improper disposal of e-waste poses significant environmental risks, as these items often contain hazardous materials. To stay compliant, IT professionals must follow established guidelines for recycling and disposing of e-waste responsibly. Personal safety should also be a top priority when working with computers and other electronic devices. Once again, start by disconnecting the power before repairing a PC to reduce the risk of electric shock. Additionally, if the device is heavy, use proper lifting techniques to protect yourself. Bend your knees, keep your back straight, and lift with your legs, not your back. For extremely heavy items, such as servers, don't hesitate to ask for assistance to avoid unnecessary strain or injury. Electrical fire safety is another critical aspect. Water should never be used to extinguish an electrical fire, as it can worsen the situation. Instead, always have a Class C fire extinguisher nearby, specifically designed for electrical fires, and ensure it is in good working condition. Finally, for tasks like soldering or working in dusty environments, personal protective equipment is key. Safety goggles are essential for shielding your eyes from flying debris, while an air filtration mask prevents the inhalation of harmful particles. Taking these precautions ensures that you stay safe and healthy while maintaining a professional and secure workspace. Exam Objective 4.5 Summarize environmental impacts and local environmental controls. With this video segment, we're diving into a topic that doesn't just make you a better IT professional, it makes you a more eco-conscious one too. Managing IT equipment isn't only about keeping things running, it's about making smarter choices that reduce environmental impacts and ensure the longevity of your gear. From properly disposing of outdated devices, to controlling the environment where your equipment operates, and guarding against power issues, these practices are vital for responsible IT management. So let's start with the basics: how we handle and dispose of the tools and materials that power our technology. Many items, like batteries and toner cartridges, or older equipment, like CRT monitors, can't just be tossed into the trash, they require special disposal methods. That's where material safety data sheets come in. Think of a material safety data sheet as the ultimate cheat sheet for handling potentially hazardous materials. A material safety data sheet, or MSDS for short, is a detailed document that provides essential information about the properties of a material, its potential hazards, safe handling and storage requirements, as well as disposal practices. It even includes guidance on dealing with fire risks, explosion dangers, and first aid measures. Whether you're figuring out how to recycle a laptop battery or dispose of an old CRT monitor, a material safety data sheet ensures you're doing it safely and responsibly. Now, let's look at a few real-world examples. Batteries, especially those utilizing lithium-ion technology, can be a ticking time bomb if handled improperly. They can leak toxic chemicals or even catch fire when thrown in the trash. That's why they should always be recycled at certified facilities equipped to handle hazardous waste. Toner cartridges might seem harmless, but they're e-waste too. Many manufacturers offer recycling programs that make it easy to return and process them safely. And don't forget those old CRT monitors gathering dust in the back of the office. They contain harmful materials like lead, so they must go to an e-waste facility to ensure safe and legal disposal. Once you've cleared out the old junk, it's time to turn your attention to the environment in which your current IT equipment resides. Monitoring and controlling environmental factors, such as temperature, humidity, and ventilation, can have a direct impact on hardware longevity. Heat is the enemy of electronics, so keeping your devices cool is essential. In high-demand areas like data centers, proper cooling systems can prevent thermal stress that damages components. Humidity is another environmental factor that can impact IT equipment. Too much humidity, and you risk condensation and corrosion. Too little, and static electricity can wreak havoc on sensitive circuitry. Therefore, maintaining a balance is necessary to preserve the health of your gear. Moving on from temperature and humidity, ventilation is equally as important. Cramming devices together or blocking airflow is a surefire way to shorten the lifespan of IT equipment. Make sure your equipment has room to breathe. Alongside proper ventilation is dust, the silent killer. Dust particles might seem trivial, but they clog fans and vents, leading to overheating. A quick blast of compressed air, or a gentle sweep with a vacuum, designed specifically for use with electronics, can do wonders for your setup. When you properly control environmental factors, such as temperature, humidity, and ventilation, your hardware will thank you, with smoother performance and fewer breakdowns. Next, let's talk about power problems. At this point in our learning journey, we can group power problems into 3 simple categories: low voltage, high voltage, and no voltage. Low voltage or under voltage events, where the power supply dips below normal levels, can cause devices to underperform, shut down unexpectedly, or even suffer long-term damage. These disruptions come in 2 forms: sags, which are brief dips, and brownouts, which last longer. The solution? A battery backup, or uninterruptible power supply. This handy device steps in to provide stable power during these dips, keeping your equipment running and your data safe. High voltage or over voltage events, on the other hand, involve too much power flowing through the system. Spikes are sudden bursts, while surges are prolonged and more destructive. Both can fry circuits in an instant. That's why a surge suppressor is a must-have for every setup. It absorbs excess energy and shields your equipment from harm. Finally, we have no voltage events, where power cuts out entirely. A fault might cause a momentary disruption, but a blackout can last much longer and lead to hardware damage or data loss. An uninterruptible power supply is critical here, as it can provide enough power to keep your systems running for a brief period of time. If the blackout occurs for an extended period of time, you may find that your uninterruptible power supply is not enough. At this point, you might need to consider a generator to maintain operations long-term. Exam Objective 4.6 explain the importance of prohibited content activity, privacy, licensing, and policy concepts. Incident response. Incident response is the structured approach to managing the aftermath of a security breach or other IT-related incident. A well-developed incident response plan ensures issues are addressed efficiently, minimizes damage, and preserves evidence for investigation or legal purposes. Let's break down some key components of incident response and their importance. Also, keep in mind that this course is designed for those preparing for the CompTIA A Plus certification exam. Therefore, I will keep my explanation of this complex topic very simple. One of the foundational principles of incident response is maintaining the chain of custody, which is a record of evidence handling, from collection to presentation in court to disposal. This process involves meticulously documenting who had possession of the evidence at every stage, from its initial discovery to its final resolution. The chain of custody must remain unbroken to ensure that the evidence is both valid and credible in legal or forensic contexts. For instance, if a hard drive containing sensitive data is collected as evidence, you need to document who accessed it, when, and for what purpose. Any break in this documentation can render the evidence inadmissible in court, potentially jeopardizing legal proceedings. Maintaining an intact chain of custody preserves the integrity of the investigation and establishes trust in the accuracy and reliability of its findings. Once the evidence is secure, the next step is determining who needs to know about the incident. Some incidents can be resolved internally, with management guiding the response. However, when the situation involves criminal activity, such as a data breach or the theft of sensitive information, it's time to call in reinforcements. Escalating to law enforcement or external agencies ensures compliance with legal requirements and increases the likelihood of a successful resolution. For example, a ransomware attack might require notifying federal authorities, especially if it impacts critical infrastructure or sensitive data. After escalation comes another vital step: protecting the evidence itself. Preserving data integrity is critical to ensuring the evidence remains untouched and credible. This is where creating a copy of the drive becomes essential. Instead of analyzing the original data, investigators work with an exact duplicate, safeguarding the integrity of the evidence while enabling detailed examination. For instance, in cases of suspected malware infection, creating a disk image allows analysts to dissect the compromised system without risking accidental changes to the original evidence. This process ensures investigators have reliable, untampered evidence while allowing multiple teams to collaborate effectively. Now that the evidence is protected, it's time to capture every detail of the response process. Documentation is the glue that holds an effective incident response together. Every action, from initial detection to final resolution, must be recorded. This includes timestamps, personnel involved, evidence collected, actions performed, and the outcomes achieved. Thorough documentation creates a clear timeline of events, ensures accountability, and provides a roadmap for refining future responses. Additionally, it demonstrates compliance with regulatory requirements and can serve as a critical resource when presenting findings to management, law enforcement, or regulators. Exam Objective 4.6 explain the importance of prohibited content activity, privacy, licensing, and policy concepts. Software licensing. Before we dive into the subtleties of software licensing, let's understand what software licensing actually is. Think of it as a set of rules and permissions that govern how you can use a piece of software. It's like a digital contract between you and the software creator, outlining what's allowed and what isn't. From how many devices you can install it on to whether you can use it in a corporate environment, these licenses are designed to protect the intellectual property of the software creator. In short, software licensing defines the boundaries of use. Overstep them, and you could face consequences ranging from a disabled application to hefty legal fines. With that in mind, let's explore some of the different types of software licensing you are likely to encounter. To begin, let's imagine software as a recipe. With open source software, the recipe, or the source code, is freely available to everyone. You can access it, modify it, and even share your changes with the world. It's like a community-driven cooking project where anyone can suggest new ingredients or tweak the instructions to improve the dish. This collaborative approach fosters innovation and transparency, which is why open-source software is so popular for developers and enthusiasts alike. Linux distributions, for example, are a shining example of the open-source philosophy. Now, let's shift gears to proprietary software, which may also be referred to as closed-source software. Picture this as a secret recipe guarded by a single chef. The source code is hidden from view, and to taste the dish, you usually need to pay for a license. It's like dining at a high-end restaurant. You don't know the exact ingredients, but you trust the chef to deliver a well-prepared meal. Proprietary software, such as Windows and Mac OS, often comes with polished user experiences, dedicated support, and a clear responsibility for updates and maintenance. In short, while open source invites collaboration and flexibility, proprietary software focuses on control and consistency, ensuring it works seamlessly in its intended environment. Both approaches have their strengths, depending on your needs and priorities. For proprietary software, it's not just about having a license, it's about having the correct license. The type of license you choose determines how and where you can legally use the software. For example, a personal use license for an operating system would be designed for individuals and is typically restricted to non-commercial purposes. A personal use license is appropriate for personal projects, like editing photos, playing games, or even brushing up on your tech skills. As such, using a personal license in a workplace or for professional tasks would be crossing the line and could violate the terms of your software agreement. On the other hand, a corporate use license is built for business environments. This type of license allows organizations to use the software professionally and often includes added perks like centralized management, dedicated support, or the ability to use it on multiple devices through volume licensing. It ensures that businesses stay compliant while meeting the demands of a professional setting. Using the wrong type of license might seem harmless at first, but it can lead to serious consequences, including fines or losing access to the software altogether. Now let's talk about the EULA, or end-user license agreement, which is a legally binding contract between the software creator or publisher and the end user of a software application. If it helps, think of it as the software's rulebook, laying out exactly what you can and can't do. To provide an example, picture this: a technician downloads software and is greeted by a scrollable box filled with legal jargon. At the bottom, there's a button labeled Accept or I agree. Clicking that button is more than a formality, it's an agreement to abide by the terms outlined in the EULA. But here's the kicker: many EULAs are not read in their entirety, and therefore, some restrictions may be overlooked. For instance, installing Windows 10 Home Edition on your work computer might seem harmless, but it's a direct violation of its EULA, as it's intended for personal use only. Moving on, if the EULA is our software's rulebook, DRM is our enforcer. DRM, short for Digital Rights Management, is a collection of copyright protection technologies designed to prevent unauthorized use or duplication of digital media. For a DRM example, I will use HDCP. HDCP, short for High Bandwidth Digital Content Protection, ensures that content, like movies or TV shows, can only be played on authorized devices, preventing unauthorized copying of copyrighted content during HDMI transmission. Let's say you connect your computer to an external display that doesn't support HDCP. Do this, and you will be greeted with an error, and the content won't play. That's DRM at work, blocking unauthorized access to protect the content. In the IT world, DRM isn't just about controlling playback on devices, it's also about ensuring compliance with licensing agreements. Ignoring or bypassing DRM protections, even accidentally, can lead to serious consequences, including legal troubles or compromised security. Whether it's safeguarding premium content or proprietary software, DRM plays a critical role in maintaining the integrity of digital media. Exam Objective 4.6 explain the importance of prohibited content activity, privacy, licensing, and policy concepts. Regulated data. Data comes in many forms, each with its own level of sensitivity and required safeguards. Public data is information that can be freely shared without risk, like a company's public website or a restaurant's menu. Private data, on the other hand, is confidential in nature, such as an organization's employee schedule or internal project plans. Finally, we have regulated data, which is subject to strict legal and industry standards due to its sensitivity and the risks associated with its exposure. For this video segment, we will focus on this third category, regulated data, and the measures required to protect it. One significant type of regulated data is credit card information, which is governed by the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard, abbreviated as PCI DSS. But before we dive into PCI DSS, let's talk about the payment card industry itself. The payment card industry refers to a globally recognized group of organizations that create, manage, and secure credit and debit card payments. This includes banks, card issuers, payment processors, and merchants, all working together to ensure the safe handling of payment information. To protect cardholder data within this ecosystem, the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard was established. PCI DSS is a set of guidelines designed to secure credit card information during processing, storage, and transmission. These guidelines require measures such as encryption, robust access controls, and antivirus software to prevent unauthorized access or theft. Imagine a retail scenario where customers swipe their credit cards. Behind the scenes, their payment information travels through an encrypted system to ensure its security. This may sound simple, but the IT team plays a critical role in configuring and maintaining these systems to meet PCI DSS requirements. Failing to comply with PCI DSS can lead to fines, legal repercussions, and a loss of customer trust, making adherence essential for any organization handling credit card transactions. Next, let's consider personal, government-issued information, a category that includes highly sensitive identifiers like social security numbers, driver's license numbers, and passport IDs. This type of data is vital for identity verification but is also highly sought after by malicious actors for identity theft and fraud. To protect this data, organizations must implement secure encryption and strict access controls to store data. For example, a banking institution that stores personal, government-issued information related to their customers' accounts, must ensure only authorized personnel can access these details, and that every access attempt is logged and monitored for security and auditing purposes. Now, let's explore personally identifiable information, or PII. This refers to any information that can be used to uniquely identify an individual. Examples of PII include names, addresses, phone numbers, email addresses, or dates of birth. Additionally, the forms of personal, government-issued information we just discussed would also be included in this category. PII is often subject to legal protections and requires careful handling to prevent unauthorized access or disclosure. The mishandling of PII can lead to identity theft, fraud, and regulatory penalties. For instance, an online retailer must encrypt a customer's personally identifiable information when stored in its database and during transmission to protect against breaches. IT teams must also ensure only essential personnel have access to this type of data. Another important type of regulated data is protected health information, or PHI. PHI includes any information about an individual's health status, medical history, treatments, or healthcare services that can be linked to them. Examples of PHI might include medical diagnoses, lab results, and insurance claims. PHI is especially sensitive because it pertains to an individual's personal health. For example, a healthcare provider storing patient records electronically must ensure the data is encrypted, securely stored, and accessible only to authorized personnel. In the United States, PHI falls under the jurisdiction of the Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, or HIPAA for short. HIPAA is a U.S. federal law that sets strict guidelines for how healthcare organizations and their IT systems must handle PHI. It requires encryption, secure access controls, and detailed audit trails to ensure compliance. HIPAA violations can have serious consequences, including substantial fines and legal action. For instance, if an employee inadvertently emails unencrypted patient information, it could constitute a breach, exposing the organization to penalties. Therefore, IT professionals must implement systems and training to ensure compliance and protect PHI. Finally, we have data retention requirements, which specify how long specific types of data must be stored, and when it should be securely deleted, to comply with legal and regulatory standards. These requirements vary significantly across industries and jurisdictions, reflecting the diverse needs for record-keeping and data security. For instance, financial institutions are often required to retain transaction logs and customer records for auditing and regulatory review, sometimes for several years. Similarly, healthcare providers must maintain patient records for a mandated period, ensuring continuity of care and compliance with laws like HIPAA. Adhering to proper retention policies is more than just a compliance exercise, it's a critical part of risk management. Retaining data for too long can increase storage costs and create vulnerabilities to data breaches. Conversely, deleting data too early could result in non-compliance penalties or lost evidence in legal disputes. Automated systems can help organizations enforce these policies by securely archiving data for the required period and then permanently deleting it when no longer needed. By striking the right balance, organizations can minimize risks, optimize resources, and maintain trust with important stakeholders. Exam Objective 4.7 Given a scenario, use proper communication techniques and professionalism. Communication and professionalism aren't just soft skills, they're the backbone of successful interactions in IT support. Whether you're troubleshooting a device or guiding a customer through a tricky issue, how you communicate can shape their entire experience. Let's explore the key elements of professional behavior and effective communication. Professionalism starts with how you present yourself. Whether your workplace calls for formal attire or business casual, your appearance should align with the environment. Dressing appropriately not only shows respect, but also boosts your credibility right from the start. Equally important is the language you use. Keep your communication clear and simple. Avoid technical jargon, acronyms, or slang that might confuse the customer. Tailoring your language to your audience ensures they feel included in the process, not left behind. A positive attitude can make all the difference during a support call or meeting. Even if the issue is complex or the customer is frustrated, remaining optimistic and confident reassures them that you're capable of resolving the problem. It's not just about what you say, but also how you say it. Listening actively is another cornerstone of great communication. Let the customer explain their concerns fully before jumping in with solutions. Taking notes, making eye contact, and waiting for them to finish speaking shows that you value their input and are genuinely interested in helping. Cultural sensitivity also plays a role in professionalism. Using appropriate professional titles and showing respect for cultural differences fosters trust and ensures smoother interactions. A little awareness goes a long way in making customers feel comfortable. Punctuality is a simple yet powerful way to show respect for your customer's time. Arriving on time or starting a scheduled session as planned sets the tone for a professional interaction. If something unexpected comes up and you're running late, let the customer know as soon as possible with a quick message or call. This proactive approach not only helps manage their expectations, but also demonstrates reliability and courtesy, turning a potential inconvenience into a display of your professionalism. While engaging with customers, distractions must be minimized. Phones should be silenced, and personal calls or social media should be avoided during work hours. Of course, emergencies are an exception, but even then, it's essential to communicate your priorities clearly. When handling difficult customers or situations, professionalism means staying calm and composed. Avoid arguing or becoming defensive. Instead, apologize or show empathy, and if the issue escalates beyond your scope, involve a manager. It also helps to clarify customer statements by asking open-ended questions and restating their concerns to ensure mutual understanding. And remember, what happens in a customer interaction stays there. Never disclose details of your interactions on social media. Setting clear expectations is another way to build trust. Communicate timelines, provide updates, and document the services you've delivered. If an issue requires a repair or replacement, be sure to offer the appropriate options to the customer. And once the issue is resolved, adding a follow-up to confirm customer satisfaction can provide a personal touch that's often appreciated. Finally, always respect the confidentiality of customer data. When servicing a device, you may encounter private information such as personal photos, financial records, sensitive emails, or even passwords saved in the browser. It's essential to handle this data as if it were your own. Carefully, respectfully, and without intrusion. Exam Objective 4.8 Identify the basics of scripting. The idea of scripting might sound complex, but at its core, it's all about creating scripts, which are small, efficient programs that automate tasks or control other software. A scripting language is a lightweight programming language designed specifically for this purpose, enabling you to craft instructions that your computer can execute step by step. Think of it as teaching your computer to handle those repetitive chores you'd rather not do manually, freeing you up for more important tasks. Now, why bother with scripting? The answer is simple: automation. Imagine having the ability to restart machines across a network without touching a single power button, or remapping network drives with just a few lines of code. Need to install applications on dozens of devices? A script can do that, ensuring consistency and saving time. Automated backups, gathering critical system data, and deploying updates are all common scenarios where scripting becomes your best friend. It's like having a personal assistant who never gets tired, never forgets, and always works with precision. Of course, scripts come in many shapes and sizes, tailored to different operating systems and environments. Windows users will recognize .bat files, perfect for simple command line tasks, or .ps1 files, a PowerShell favorite for managing configurations and gathering data. If you've worked with older systems, you might have encountered .bbs files, though their popularity has decreased over time. On the Linux and Mac OS side, .sh files are the heroes of automation, handling everything from permissions to updates. As for web-based tasks, there's .js, the file extension for JavaScript. And for those who love versatility, .py files bring Python into the mix, capable of everything from automation to data analysis. As you can see, each file type has its own strengths, making scripting language truly adaptable. While scripting is an incredibly powerful tool that can simplify tasks and boost efficiency, it must be used with caution. Running a script, especially one from an unverified source, can unintentionally introduce malware, which may compromise your system by executing harmful actions. Even scripts created with good intentions can cause problems if they are poorly written. For example, a script that isn't properly tested might inadvertently change system configurations, overuse resources like memory or CPU, or even lead to crashes that disrupt operations. Exam Objective 4.9. Given a scenario, use remote access technologies. As we reach the final stretch of our training course, we will educate ourselves about remote access technologies. These tools empower IT professionals to manage systems, troubleshoot issues, and collaborate seamlessly over network connections. Whether it's fixing a server glitch or enabling remote work, remote access technologies are the backbone of keeping IT environments running smoothly. Let's explore these tools, focusing on their features, uses, and security considerations. First up is Secure Shell, or SSH, a protocol that establishes a secure, encrypted connection between devices. SSH is a favorite among IT pros for managing and configuring servers through a command line interface. It's secure, fast, and works across Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, making it a versatile choice for mixed OS environments. Use SSH for tasks like installing software, transferring files, or troubleshooting remote servers. For those who prefer a more visual approach, the Remote Desktop Protocol, abbreviated as RDP, is a fantastic choice. Built directly into Windows, RDP offers a graphical user interface that mirrors the remote desktop experience. RDP is excellent for securely accessing workstations or servers, but it's worth noting that only one user can be logged in at a time during a session. Mac and Linux users can also use an RDP client to connect to a Windows machine, making it a widely supported tool. Need to assist someone with troubleshooting? Microsoft Remote Assistance, or MSRA for short, allows users to invite others to view or control their desktop in a collaborative, real-time session. This tool creates a secure, encrypted connection and requires the user to initiate the session, ensuring control and privacy. Available on Windows, MSRA is great for helping colleagues, customers, or even friends with technical issues. For broader compatibility across platforms, VNC, or virtual network computing, is a go-to option. VNC enables full desktop control over a network connection, to include a graphical user interface, and works on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux operating systems. While encryption isn't always enabled by default, properly configuring VNC can ensure your connection is secure. It's an excellent tool for managing remote machines in diverse environments, giving IT pros the flexibility they need to operate seamlessly across operating systems. Expanding on these remote access technologies, there are numerous third-party tools that bring additional functionality to the table. Screen sharing software allows for real-time collaboration and troubleshooting. Video conferencing platforms combine screen sharing with communication tools for enhanced teamwork. File transfer applications streamline the secure exchange of data between local and remote systems. And for comprehensive control, desktop management software offers robust features for IT teams to manage endpoints effectively. Next, let's talk about virtual private networks, also known as a VPN. A VPN creates a secure, encrypted connection between your device and a remote server. Picture the internet as a busy highway. A VPN acts like a private, invisible tunnel that shields your data from hackers and eavesdroppers. This is especially critical when accessing corporate networks or transferring sensitive information over public Wi-Fi. VPNs ensure that your data is encrypted before it leaves your device, providing privacy and security no matter where you are. What makes VPNs even more versatile is how they complement many of the remote access technologies we've discussed. For example, when using RDP to connect to a remote desktop, pairing it with a VPN adds an extra layer of security, ensuring the remote session is protected from unauthorized access. Similarly, VNC connections can be made more secure by routing them through a VPN tunnel, reducing the risk of exposure on open networks. Even tools like SSH benefit from a VPN, as it adds another layer of encryption. Finally, we arrive at RMM, or Remote Monitoring and Management Tools. These tools empower IT professionals to keep an eye on device performance metrics, such as CPU usage, network activity, and disk space, in real time. Beyond monitoring, RMM tools allow IT teams to manage updates, patches, and configurations across the network, ensuring devices remain up-to-date and secure. They also automate routine tasks like backups and performance checks, freeing up valuable time for more critical work. Additionally, RMM tools provide alerts to IT staff when potential issues arise, enabling proactive responses before problems escalate. These features make RMM tools indispensable for maintaining optimized, secure, and reliable IT infrastructures, often addressing issues before users even realize there's a problem. Well done on finishing our CompTIA A Plus Core 2 complete training course. The commitment and drive you have demonstrated to arrive at this milestone is truly admirable. Regardless of whether you embarked on this journey with limited IT knowledge or leveraged prior experience, your progress is commendable. Now, you stand on the verge of your next major achievement, passing your CompTIA A Plus Core 2 certification exam. But before you take that next step and schedule that exam, we have an exciting new challenge waiting for you to tackle. We've assembled an exclusive practice exam on our channel, packed with 200-plus questions meticulously designed to test your knowledge and simulate the format and difficulty of the actual exam. It's essential to remember that repetition is the key to mastery. The more you practice, the more confident you'll feel. Also, as you navigate through our practice exam, be sure to make notes of areas you're unsure about, and feel free to revisit any part of our training course as needed. So are you prepared for our practice exam? Great! Then click on the link to my left to get started. This CompTIA A Plus Core 2 practice exam will challenge you, gauge your readiness, and move you one step closer to your certification goal. We wish you all the best, and here's to you, passing that exam.